Good morning and welcome along to Silverstone for the first British motorsport event of the 2025 season, the first event of the Classic Sports Car Club racing season. We're in the wing paddock, there's loads of cars in the garages there behind me. The final qualifying session is just about coming to an end, and then we've got 6 races to bring you on day one of this 2-day event. Today predominantly focusing on classic racing categories. We've got 3 groups of 1960s cars, firstly the Classic K cars, later 2 groups of swinging 60s. Such is the entry of the cars here this weekend, and then over the course of the afternoon as well we've got the Open Series, we've got Modern Classics, Future Classics and the Midget and Sprite Challenge. So it's a great selection of cars to watch over the course of today and tomorrow, with a host of different categories tomorrow on the Silverstone International Circuit. My name is Joshua Barrett. I'll be talking to you from down in the pit lane, catching up with our winners after the races and reporting anything during the 40-minute pit stop races. But in the commentary box, which is a couple of miles down that way, are Mark Werrell and Matt Suckling. So we'll hand over to those 2 guys to bring you that first race, the Classic K Series.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, good to be here at Silverstone. Good to finally get the 2025 championship season underway with the Classic Sports Car Club. And I say championship season because last year was the first year they did run championships for the first time. We don't see any of those out today. We will tomorrow. In fact, no, we do today, don't we? With the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge as a championship. And what a way to start the season, Matt, with glorious weather. It's slightly chilly out there, but hardly a cloud in the sky here in the Northamptonshire-Buckinghamshire border.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Because the start of the season is upon us, and we are looking forward to what's going to be a fantastic day ahead in terms of racing. And it's almost like the weather gods knew that the racing season was about to get underway, because the weather is here. The racing is going to be action-packed as always, and as Josh alluded to, we've got some good racing to come all the way through the afternoon, right through until around about 6 o'clock this evening. So nice to have your company, whether you're here at the circuit or watching on our live stream. It's great to have you here along for what's going to be an enjoyable weekend, Mark.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. The race that's going to take place is our first race before lunch breaks. Once we get race 1 out of the way, then we'll be heading towards lunch break, and then after the lunch break we'll then bring you those further 5 races. Now, a good chunk of these races over the weekend will be pit stop races. So there will be a 40-minute race, there'll be a mandatory pit stop in the middle of it, but we do have some sprint races mixed amongst the likes of race 2 of the day. The Viren Builders Open Series is just a 15-minute race, and also the Lack of Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge, which have only just concluded their qualifying out on the Silverstone International Circuit. They will also have a sprint race. So it is the international circuit we're on, so it is the 1.8508 mile circuit, to be absolutely precise. And Josh made a point there. You know, he's in the pit lane at the wing, but where our TV studio is, we are nowhere near the racing. We're on the inside of the national circuit, at the inside of Woodcote Corner.
Yeah, we can't see anything, can we? We look out the window and there's some a track day going on with many different cars out there, but for us, yeah, we can't see anything out the window, unfortunately. It's the way it works here at Silverstone. It's a vast expansion of loads of different things that go on at this circuit, and even Mark, you briefed me on what's coming for maybe the next few months or the years ahead with the new kart track.
Yeah, there's always something happening at Silverstone. If it wasn't the museum a few years ago and then the wing prior to that, then yes, there's a new CIK FIA approved karting circuit in the process of being built. So if you remember the old original Silverstone circuit, where the cars used to come down towards Bridge Corner, it's in that area there now, the old original Bridge Corner, which was a fantastic corner to watch Formula 1 go round. All of that totally being redeveloped to create a brand new FIA grade karting circuit at Silverstone. So there's always, as you say, something happening, either build up to an event, shut down of an event, or new developments here at Silverstone. So the Midland Classic Restorations at Classic K, I've been so used to calling it Mintex Classic K over the years, so I apologise in advance that it is now for this year, for the first time, supported by Midland Classic Restorations. They'll be heading out onto circuit, and the way it's going to work, Matt, is the cars will come out of the assembly area and will line up on the grid, but that lap out of the assembly or onto the grid will be their formation lap.
Yep, certainly will. So they'll get out onto the track, give themselves a chance to test their conditions since they went out this morning for that qualifying session. And as Mark said, they'll work their way through round to the grid, get lined up in their qualifying position, and then they'll be heading off for what's going to be a 40-minute race here today at Silverstone. So they are going to be the first category, effectively, to kickstart the Classic Sports Car Club season. And they're going to be looking forward to a 40-minute pit stop race as we look over the humongous Silverstone wing, which you can see from pretty much every point at Silverstone, can't you? And you can see the lovely clear blue skies over the circuit as well here today.
Yeah, the Silverstone, you can probably just about see all of the solar panels on the wing. It's sort of a colossal amount of solar panels on the roof of that thing to try and make motorsport as environmentally neutral as possible. It's never quite going to get there, certainly in my lifetime, but you know, anything we can do to try and lessen the impact of motorsport is always a good thing. So the Midland Classic Restorations Classic K, it is for pre-1966 GT and touring cars running to FIA Appendix K regulations. And if you're wondering what those are, that means in reality they are to a specification as would have been raced in period at the time. The actual race is broken down into different classes. So in Class A, for instance, then all Marcos and Lotus Elan cars drop into that. Class B is for cars with engines over 2.7 litres. That's a 8-cylinder engine. Over 2.7 if it's a 6-cylinder will drop into Class C. Class D is for 2 to 2.7 litre engine cars. Class E 1600 to 2 litres. Class F 1300 to 1600. Class G is up to 1300, and all the MGBs that run to FIA Appendix K regulations all sit in their own class. Class M is for the MGs. They all run on the historic tyre as well, so it's a cross-ply tyre in reality. So we will see these cars moving around, Matt, won't they, on the old cross-plies?
Certainly will, yep. It'll be like what they used to be back in the day, seeing them step out the back end, and hopefully some vigorous battles throughout there as well along the 40-minute race. As Mark said, you've got different classes. They'll be racing, of course, for victory within that class, and of course someone will be racing for the overall victory as well at the end of those 40 minutes. But it's great to have Classic K with us. It's been around now for probably about a decade, hasn't it? I think it went away for a couple of years, but then it came back in its current glory around about 2014. So it's been around for a few years now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 2010 it was first introduced by the Classic Sports Car Club. And you're right, yeah, disappeared, but then came back in 2014. And we've got some drivers that did well here at Silverstone last year. Now, we didn't race on the international circuit last year. We raced on the Grand Prix circuit, and we also had a round on the national circuit. So we'll give you the grid in a bit when the cars head out there. But Ben Smee, who's going to line up in his Lotus Elan on pole position, he was over a second quicker than anybody else in qualifying. In fact, over a second and a half quicker than anybody else in qualifying. He won on the Grand Prix circuit when we raced here back in 2024. But the car that is third on the grid, which is Ian Thompson, he finished third on the national circuit last year, did he? No, Graham Brown, sorry, who's down in 9th place. He finished third on the national circuit last year. So let's see how he gets on the international circuit. Ian Thompson's car, I'll come to that one. He's sharing with the preparer of that car, Luke Stevens. And you might have seen Ian Thompson out racing Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1s in the past, particularly last year when he claimed the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 Championship of Lotus Cortina. But this is a different car for him when we see it out there. It's a car that he managed to buy from JRT, from Jordan Racing Team, from Mike and Andrew Jordan there in Tamworth. I was having a look around that car yesterday. It is staggering, the level of presentation and detail on that car.
Anything that comes from Andrew and Mike is always very well prepared and turned out nicely, isn't it? So
yeah, very much so, very much so. So the car's just making their way out onto the circuit. So this will be their formation lap as well. So once the cars start to head around, there it will be a standing start for them, but they're just heading out on their formation lap now, which means that hopefully we can just rattle through the grid. I don't think we're going to get a graphic, but let me just give you the grid. Car number 333, Ben Smee, will start on pole position alongside his 84, which is Rick Wilmot. Row 2 of the grid, 171, that will be started by Ian Thompson. Luke Stevens will take over for part 2 of the race, and alongside his number 13, John McGurk. The next row of the grid, which is row 3, 299, started by Jack Smith, and alongside his 147, Andrew Tate, who's gone well here in the past, but not in this car. He went well here last year in a Lotus Elan. He's in an MGB here. And then row 4 of the grid, number 54, Billy Nairn, alongside 420, Neil Howe, long-time TR racer. Row 5 of the grid, 261, Graham Brown, third on the national circuit last year in Classic K, alongside 281, which will be started by Dave Brown. And row 6 of the grid, 52, Mike Stevenson, alongside 167, Andrew Moore. Row 7 of the grid is 33, Alex Williams. And row 8, car number 67. I don't know whether Gordon Russell or Ollie Samways will start in that car. We weren't notified. And then as we move on to the next row of the grid, it's 159, which is Andrew Rollinson. So that's the order that they are all in, and certainly Matt, fine sight they make with a little light blue Lotus alongside the gorgeous blue AC Cobra, and then that brand new JRT Lotus Cortina I was talking about in the hands of Ian Thompson.
Yeah, and you can see, can't you, the height disparity between the two front cars. The AC Cobra sits a lot higher than the pole-sitting car, but a great sight they do make, and of course with the sunshine beating down, the colours are bigger and brighter than ever as well. So great to see that as they make their way slowly towards the grid, working their way towards the end of the International Circuit, which is down through Vale, and then of course the run through Club Corner, which brings them onto the Hamilton Straight, where they'll line up on the grid, ready for what's going to be a standing start for this Midlands Classic Restorations Classic K race, and all the drivers just making sure they get as much warmth into the tyres, which will probably be a little bit easier today with the temperatures we have, but still for the first races of the season it's going to be an interesting one to see how Ben Snee and Rick Wilmot get themselves off the line. Probably Rick with a little bit more power might be the man to challenge Ben all the way down towards the first corner.
As long as he can contain the wheel spin. That's the difficult thing, isn't it? He might have to short shift a little bit and just try and feed that throttle in to try and counter the fact that that car's going to want to spin up as much as it possibly can. So the first ever race for the Midland Classic Restorations, it is called nowadays, Classic K Series, heading onto the grid here at Silverstone on the International Circuit. There's Graham Brown's car, the light blue Lotus Elan with the white stripe down the centre of it. Ben Snee in a similar-ish liveried car, but his is white with or blue with the white roof. He sits there on the pole position, so having qualified 2.5 quicker than the AC Cobra of Rick Wilmot that lies alongside. Rick was out testing this car yesterday here at Silverstone on the International Circuit, so he's a little bit more familiar maybe than Ben Smee alongside. As I say, Ben Smee looking to try and have a strong run, having won on the Grand Prix circuit when we raced here last year.
Yeah, Rick was about 4 foot back from where he needed to be, wasn't he? So the marshal now just making sure that all the drivers are line astern on their respective rows, but Rick is now a little bit closer to Ben Snee than he was previously, and all of them now in position, with possibly one missing back on row number 4 by the looks of it.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, yeah.
Neil Howe, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. I think the TR's not there. So, last car just coming into position at the back, which is Andrew Rollison, who we've seen racing Ford KAs in Classic Sports Car Club races in the past. Green flag waves at the tail end of the field, 40 minutes on the clock. The pit window doesn't open until after the first 10 minutes of the race, and then remains open for 15 minutes, and all of the cars have to spend a minute and a half from pit in to pit out. 5-second board held aloft. Red lights will come on. Ben Smee on pole position in the Lotus. The AC Cobra of Rick Wilmot sits alongside. The lights go out now, and neither of the front row men get going. Squeezing his way through the middle was Ian Thompson there, with both Ben Snee and Rick Wilmot not going anywhere. So it's going to be John McGurk that leads as they head up towards the first corner. So through Abbey, I'm not quite sure what happened to the two men on the front row there, because the lights went out, Matt. Neither of them got going.
No, very strange, isn't it? Both of them didn't move, so whether they couldn't see the lights or sun was in their eyes, but neither of them got off the line. So already down towards the link part of the circuit they go for the first time, and I think the pole man, Ben Snee, is somewhere around about 10th place, so he's got a lot of work to do. Rick Wilmot has already gained back a few places and sees himself there in 4th position. I'm going to have a challenge for 2nd, because John McGurk has been passed on the inside as they head onto the hang straight for the first time.
Yeah, it was Ian Thompson that weaved his way through a bit to 2nd place. In the meantime, having taken up the lead of the race, it's the TVR Grand Tourer Mark III of Jack Smith, long-time MGA racer, I think, Jack Smith, if memory serves me correctly. But in a straight line, look at the grunt then of Rick Wilmot, who is starting to weave his way back towards the sharp end. He's up into 2nd place. Ben Smee is up into 4th at the moment. So despite the shoddy start from both, they're making good progress in this one. Ben Smee slides a little bit wide there, though, as he comes round through Stowe Corner into the braking area for what will be the final corner, which is Club Corner. Snatch break there from Ian Thompson, as he's a lighter car, could dive back up the inside of the AC Cobra of Rick Wilmot, but the inevitable is going to happen as soon as they work their way into the straight. The extra power of the Cobra should tell. Yeah,
Ben Snee looking down the inside as well through the final corner. So is he going to be up into 3rd place? It'll be the drag race down towards turn 1 in towards Abbey Corner, and we'll pick up how that all shapes out as they come back into view. Yet Ben Snee has gone through, so nice move there on Rick Wilmot. It didn't take them too long, did it, to get back towards the front of the field. So good to see them now, after whatever happened at the start, making their way back towards the front. But as it stands, it will be the car of Jack Smith that leads the way. 2nd place at the minute for Ian Thompson, and 3rd place there is that Lotus Elan of Ben Snee.
Yeah, it is, and those front 3 have just got away a little bit from Rick Wilmot, who sits sits there in 4th place. So sliding their way back out towards Chapel Curve in a straight line. Ben Smee should have the extra grunt. The two twin cam cars, the Lotus and the Ford Lotus Cortina, briefly side by side, but Ben Smee picks up the lead of the race on the 2nd lap. Ian Thompson there in 2nd place, but he's under attack and under the cosh from Rick Wilmot at the wheel of the AC Cobra. And the man who was leading as they came onto the hanger straight, now down into 4th position, Jack Smith. He didn't do a great deal wrong, did he?
No, he just got passed by everyone coming down that hanger straight. So the power from Ben Smee in that Lotus Sedan is absolutely incredible. Again, he snatches the left front as he works his way in towards Vale and Club. But now he looks like he's going to start to build a lead over the rest of the pack. So Ben Smee, he'll run this 40-minute race all on his own. With him at the minute behind is going to be Ian Thompson, who'll hand that car over to Luke Stevens sometime after the first 10 minutes of this race. So they carry on their way towards the head of the field. There is the number 52 machine of Mike Stevenson, you can see. He's in quite a good battle as well, which sees those two cars fighting for 10th place by the looks of it.
It is, yeah. It's the Andrew Moore, is it behind him? No, it's MGB that sits behind him, so we'll have to try and work out which one that would be. I think it might be Gordon Russell, is it? Yeah, it's number 67, Gordon Russell and Ollie Samway's car. That's the sole car in the field that we didn't get a starting driver for. So back onto the hanger straight. Ben Smee starting to wriggle away now from Ian Thompson's Ford Lotus Cortina in 2nd position. Good fights further down through the order going on. Billy Nairn at the wheel of his Lotus Cortina has got shadowing him Andrew Tate at the wheel of the MGB. But we're going to have a change here for 2nd place, are we? Is Rick Wilmot, is he close enough as they get towards Stowe? No. Has to dive on the brakes that little bit earlier to try and anchor up the 4.7 litre AC Cobra. And that is a car, I would imagine, Matt, that when you've driven it for 40 minutes, you're probably going to feel slightly second-hand because there's always going to be work to do, isn't there? Yeah,
your arms are going to be working hard to try and control that rear end of the car, but I'm sure it's plenty of fun as well, isn't it, at the same time. But Rick Wilmot trying his hardest to get past Ian Thompson. I think briefly he did have a lock-up in towards the Vale as well there, so you can see how hard Ian was working the car towards the end of lap number 3. The race leader Ben Smee has gone through, and of course all the time that Rick Wilmot is stuck behind Ian Thompson, it means that Ben Smee is just getting further ahead, and the gap now building to almost 4 seconds between the two. But again, Rick's going to look down towards the right hander as they work their way in towards Village, but the door was left open, but Rick did decide to go down the inside.
Yeah, well, the gap's roughly what you would expect it to have been at this stage of the race, because Ben Smee was 1.5 seconds quicker in qualifying than Rick Wilmot, so they've completed 3 laps. He's nearly 4 seconds back, so it's about right, isn't it? But that doesn't account for the poor start that they both had. So down the straight, this is the opportunity now for Rick Wilmot to close in on Ian Thompson. He's going to draw himself alongside. He couldn't quite get ahead last time by the time they got to the braking area, but he's done it this time. So up into 2nd place goes the AC Cobra of Rick Wilmot. Down to 3rd goes Ian Thompson in the car that is still the leading car. It's got 2 drivers that are sharing it, because both 1st and 2nd place, Ben Smee and Rick Wilmot, are doing all 40 minutes on their own. Yeah,
Ian Thompson didn't fight that too hard either, did he? He kind of straight away onto the hanger straight, went to the inside line, tried to defend, but Rick was going to go through whatever came with that speed he's got in the AC Cobra. But again, through this tight and twiddly bit, it does bring Ian Thompson back into the mix as well. So we'll keep an eye on how that turns out. Further back, looks like we've got Billy Nairn there just going through shot. There's the fight for 8th position as it stands, and that's going to be the car of number 33 by the looks of it, which is going to be Alex Williams, who started 13th on the grid. So that's the car now making his way through. And in fact, I think he's just lost a place there, because the 261 machine has worked his way through of Graham Brown, and that hopefully will be clarified as they cross the line. Yes, he goes through into 8th place.
Yep, so Graham Brown, who's did have a good run on the Silverstone National Circuit when we raced here last year. He finished 3rd overall in the Classic K race as it was. Ian Thompson has not given up his aspirations to hang on to 2nd still. He's not making it easy, and Rick Wilmot is not able to escape. 2 cars, harking back to exactly what happened in period, really, in era. 2 cars which, in terms of the lap times they achieve around the international circuit, very, very identical. But the way that they achieve them, entirely different.
And again, that's the nature of this circuit, isn't it? Because you do have a couple of long straights, but also you have the kind of the new section of the circuit, which was introduced over 10 years ago now through the Lincoln Village. That's where Ian Thompson tends to work his magic and gets right back onto the rear of the second place man. So that's continuing to fight, and I'm sure Ian Thompson will have another go on this next lap as he works his way down towards Abbey. Meantime, this is the fourth place fight now, which has also changed.
It has, yeah. John McGurk has gone through and ahead of the TVR Grand Tourer Mark III of Jack Smith, so that's another shuffle in the order there. We've then still got Billy Nairn, who's got his hands full of the MGB of Andrew Tate that's behind, and now starting to close in on them is Graham Brown, having picked up one place on the lap prior. Graham Brown now at the wheel of the little light blue Lotus Elan, the third car in this little trio, is beginning to want in on the fun as well. So over the start-finish line now go. Still got 2.5 minutes before the pit window opens. Ben Smee now leads by 9.6 seconds, and to set the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far. That was a couple of laps ago now. 1 minute 19.066 as we go back to the fight for second and third.
Yep, certainly do. So back onto the hanger straight they go. Just looking at Graham Brown's times that time through. Unfortunately for that 33 machine, Alex Williams has retired. I think that's down towards the first corner at Abbey. Yep, so he's pulled off into a safe place, which is good to see. But I'm just going to say Graham Brown in that battle with the trio is the quickest of those three. And you can see the gap coming down and down. When we last looked at it, it was almost a second quicker than the 147 machine ahead of him, which is Andrew Tate. So I think Graham Brown will be making up a couple of positions, if not by the end of this lap, very shortly indeed.
Yeah, he qualified 9th, he's now up to 8th. So yeah, if he can get himself inside the top 6, that would be a good result, wouldn't it? Plenty of time in which to do so. So back over the start-finish line go the front three. The next couple of cars to conclude the lap is going to be John McGurk, who, having gained the place over the 299 TVR in the hands of Jack Smith, is not really pulling away, is he? Saw some pictures the other day of the old TVR factory in Blackpool about to be demolished. Rather sad.
Very sad day indeed, yeah. So TVR, a wonderful car, and great to see it in its respective livery here with the Grand Tourer, the only car that runs within Class E here today for Classic K, but still I'm sure both Jack and Steve will be having a wonderful time out there in this 40-minute race as the battle for second place still continues. Ian Thompson is not letting that car of Rick Wilmot get away just yet. Of course, he can't do much about him as they work their way down the hanger straight, but if it can keep him in his eyesight, and when that pit window opens in just under a minute's time, if anything goes wrong for Wilmot, then I'm sure Ian Thompson will try and capitalise on that. And of course, with the second driver getting into that car, Luke Stevens, not too sure if he's any quicker than Ian, but I'm sure he'll give it a good go.
I mean, Ian is not a slow driver, but Luke Stevens has been a Caterham champion in the UK in the past and does less racing now, but is indecently quick, Luke Stevens. But what do you know, Ian Thompson is the paying customer, it's his car, he's only just bought it. do you leave him in? Or do you put in Luke, because he's arguably slightly quicker, I would have thought. So we'll have to wait and see as to when they decide to pit in what will be a 15-minute window. Now that window is going to open in 5 seconds time, so remember it only opens after the first 10 minutes of the race. So anybody that hasn't quite completed the lap yet could dive for the pit lane if they wanted to this time through, but I don't think we've got any takers just as yet.
No, Jack Smith continues through then at Abbey. He is currently just 2 seconds shy of the car ahead of him. So John McGurk now just starting to elongate that gap between the two cars. Ian Thompson throws himself now in towards the right-hander and back onto the hanger straight. And Ian Thompson will see if he dives for the pit lane after the 10 minutes, which of course, as Mark said, the window is now open, or if he decides to stay out there and have a little bit more fun within the car. But as it stands, it is still second and third, separated by about a second as the race leader turns his way through in towards the right-hander of Club Corner. And he's going to encounter a little bit of traffic already.
He is. He's going to come up against one of the MGBs. And I think that's Dave Brown's car, is it, that he's about to lap? And Andrew Rollison's Lotus Cortina is not that far up the road. So that's now 8 laps completed for Ben Smee. Very sizable lead of literally the whole of the Lewis Hamilton straight that he's got between himself and Rick Wilmot, who is finally, isn't he, escaping the grasp of Ian Thompson. Not for want of trying as far as Ian is concerned, but Rick Wilmot has had to work tirelessly hard to try and finally edge out a little bit of a gap. And even there, as he comes around through Abbey, you can see how much his arms were twirling.
It's great to see that shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Working inside the car. This is a fantastic corner as well, down through Chapel. It kind of just dips away through the right-hander. You can see the car just getting a little bit tail-happy. But the 333 machine of Ben Smee has worked his way safely through the traffic already, and he's having a glorious day out there at the minute in the sunshine at Silverstone on a Saturday, and he leads here by almost 15 seconds over Rick Wilmot as he turns his way now through Stowe for what's going to be the 9th time of asking.
Yep, so we've still not had anybody head to the pits as yet. The only car that isn't circulating was Alex Williams, who we saw pull off on the approach towards Abbey Corner. But other than that, it's been a reasonably trouble-free race for everybody so far. Now, what is the gap between Rick Wilmot and Ian Thompson? It's up to over 2 seconds now between the cars in second and third place. The Lotus Cortina of Ian Thompson having to give second best to the AC Cobra. Neither of them opt to pit this time through. Again, snatch brake, the unloaded wheel as he turns his way in towards the first aspect of Club Corner, the left-hand aspect, and then almost a double right-hander, isn't it? Other battles that we've got going on further back, we've still got Billy Nairn fighting away with 261 Graham Brown, who has now caught him, and then just off that we've got another fight as well, haven't we, which is going to be Stevenson at the wheel, Mike Stevenson at the wheel of his Lotus Cortina. He's got right behind him Andrew Moore.
So there goes Ben Snee, still race leader, onto the back straight once again. Last time round he was about a second slower than his best lap of the race, which currently sits at a 1:19.017 around this international circuit. As we move away from the leader, we look now for this fight for 6th place, which is still between Billy Nairn and being caught quite dramatically now by that 261 machine. So Graham Brown is definitely on a charge as they come across the line. Let's see what the gap is between the two of them. It's down surely to just a couple of tenths of a second, and lap times not too dissimilar actually. I think Brown was only a couple of tenths quicker on that previous lap, but Billy Nairn definitely with both of his mirrors, or all of his mirrors, very much full at the minute.
Well, we were trying to usher up, or I was trying to usher up Graham Brown inside the top 6. Well, he's nearly there, isn't he? He's in 7th place at the moment. There'll be a little bit of traffic to deal with before too much longer. Andrew Moore's Red Triumph TR4 will be the first of those that squabbling pair will have to deal with. We've still as yet not had anybody dive to the pits, albeit there is now another car is showing as not circulating, and that's Andrew Tate at the wheel of the number 147 MGB. Has an exclamation mark beside it, which suggests, Matt, it's gone missing somewhere out on track a lap or so ago.
Yeah, there was just double wave yellows in towards Abbey, so I know the other car of number 33 pulled off there, but we'll see if Andrew Tate has also gone off there possibly as well. We've got traffic with Ben Snee to deal with. Of course, those 2 cars he's getting his way through are also, I think, in a bit of a battle, yeah, for 8th place. So it was the 52 machine which just had to step aside there, Mike Stevenson, and the one that he's fighting with currently, who started on the same row, that is Andrew Moore. So those two going hammer and tong down towards the right-hander of Stowe, as Ben Snee has now gone through to take a lap away from them. But Ben Snee at the minute still not deciding to come into the pit lane, which of course he doesn't have to. He's a solo driver, so he can stay out there as long as he wants, as long as he comes in between now and the close of the window in about 10 minutes.
Yep, so still plodding on for one further lap. So this will be lap number 11 that Ben Snee will be chalking into the book very shortly. That squabble still going on behind him. Lotus Cortina of Mike Stevenson still trying to keep Andrew Moore's Triumph TR4 at bay. You'd have thought the TR4 in a straight line might have a slight advantage, but he edges up onto the rear bumper of the Lotus Cortina, sticks his nose out. He's going to have a quick sniff up the inside as he heads in towards Abbey, and he's going to make it stick on the way in, but a tighter line means he can't carry quite as much momentum, so coming back at him is Mike Stevenson. But then when they head into the braking area for Village, then that's maybe where he can complete the move, because he'll have the inside line as they head in towards Village. There's the MGB. Could you see it off to the left of the right of the screen there? Yeah,
just parked up, so yeah, that's out the way, unfortunately, for Andrew Tate. And I think we've got a little bit of news coming from the pit lane now, because Josh is down there with some info.
Yeah, the first car has made its pit stop, which is the 281 MGB Roadster, the Orselli Motorsport team dealing with the driver change, which we think is Dave Brown, who's pitted to hand that car over to Jake Cranstone. So hopefully this will be a clean stop, and that's our first stop of the motor racing season, Mark. So the pit stop continuing then on this MGB Roadster. There is a pit in to pit out time here, so therefore no real rush, and the crew just checking the car around, and once that time is up, I'm sure the new driver, Jake Cranstone, will head out of the pit lane. Meanwhile, we've got another pit stopper, which is the 52 Lotus Cortina, which is Mike Stevenson. So Mike is a single driver, so therefore no real work needed to be done there. No driver change, unlike the MGB crew that we've just seen that driver change off.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, so I'm sure he'll catch up with a driver or two throughout the course of the day, as and when they get out of the car and they've taken some water back on board and had the opportunity to cool off. And then he's going to be catching them at the end of the race as well. Certainly the top three we're going to try and get hold of. So the pit stop needs to be a minimum of 1 minute and 30 seconds from pit in to pit out. You can see on the right of the screen there that the pit stop, which was Dave Brown giving way to Jake Cranston, was within the time limits. The big squirrely moment there, Graham Brown. I only caught the tail end of that because I was looking at the timing screen at the time. Was another car involved?
No, he ran wide in towards Club Corner, all through the gravel, tried to correct it, and of course just went for a little bit of a moment. I think he just worked his way past Billy Nairn as well, so he got the place away, made a mistake, and he's given it straight back.
Well, I did usher him inside the top six, albeit briefly, very briefly. More pit stops taking place, so into the pits comes Mike Stevenson. He's just concluded his pit stop, so he'll be trundling his way back down the pit lane. I think I saw Andrew Rollinson's Lotus Cortina in the pit lane as well. So he's in the pit lane, and also into the pit lane comes Rick Wilmot, and down there is Josh.
That's right, Mark. So one of the leading contenders, first of the real leading contenders into the pit lane is Rick Wilmot's AC Cobra, and I suspect that the Cobra would be a good time for the brakes sort of to cool down and the tyres to cool down, Mark, before the second half of the race.
It's a big old heavy car. There's a lot of anchoring up to do around here at Silverstone, and particularly when you're going from the high-speed corners into some of the lower-speed corners. Yeah, those brakes are going to feel slightly second-hand in a 40-minute race. Ben Smee still continuing on his merry way. He has bettered his best lap time since we last picked up on it. 1 minute 19.017. As into the pit lane comes another car that's running inside the top six. Billy Nairn dies for the pit lane this time through.
Yep, we can see Rick is still in there, so waiting for the 90 seconds to elapse, and as soon as that has happened, Rick will be charging his way back into the race, and we suspect that, of course, once the 171 machine has handed over to Luke Stevens, this could be a very intriguing battle for second place. So we'll see how that all unfolds as the AC Cobra now gets back into the fast lane, heads down on towards the circuit once more, and just in the background you can see that 54 machine of Billy Nairn, who, as Mark said, is in to the pits to serve his 90 seconds as well, and hopefully we'll rejoin with this good battle that he's been having with Graham Brown. But we've got more news now from the pits with Josh.
It was questioned to me earlier, Matt, whether it was actually Ian Thompson who started that Lotus Cortina, and there's a driver with a helmet on in the pit lane which says Ian Thompson, so I think it was all the time Luke Stevens who was doing those early laps in those early battles that you described.
Thanks a lot, Josh. Yeah, I've just double-checked the notes that came through to us. Yeah, it does say Ian Thompson was originally scheduled to be the starting driver for that car. They've clearly had a last-minute conversation, have changed things around. Now, I'm just keeping an eye on pit stop times. Rick Wilmot's time on the graphic on the right-hand side of the screen flashed up 1 minute 28. Minimum pit stop time should be 1 minute 30.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was short, I'm just saying at the moment I've got a question mark over his pit stop.
Yep, so Billy Nairn is now back on his way, so let's see what his time is as he trundles his way towards the end of the pit lane. And just as he leaves, we've got another one into the pits as well, and we'll see who that is as they work their way down the lane. Time there for what's going to be Billy, 132.7, so that seems absolutely perfect for him as he rejoins the race. And the other one that we just saw into the background, into the pit lane, was in fact Graham Brown. So Billy's done his pit stop, and we suspect that if the times go well, then Graham's going to be coming back out right with Billy for this resumption of the fight to get themselves into the top five.
Yeah, we've got more cars diving into the pit lane, and into the pit lane now comes the MGB. That will be Gordon Russell, we believe, was the starting driver for that car, and also following him down the pit lane, car number 13 is John McGurk, who of course started at the front and was running right at the sharp end in the early stages. Andrew Moore is also in at the wheel of the Triumph TR4, so it's becoming a busy pit lane. But the one good thing about the Silverstone International pits, plenty of room.
It certainly is, yep, all in the shade at the minute, this time of the day, as these two cars we've just heard from trying to get out. One of the drivers, Josh, has once again some news from the pits.
Yeah, it looked like it was Ollie Samways that started the MGB that's just stopped in front of me, so it's Gordon Russell who is going to take the car over for the second half of the stint.
Thanks, Josh. So feel free to grab a word with Ollie, see how his stint went, should you wish, or in particular Luke Stevens when he gets out of the car. because it has been a really good stint from him at the wheel of number 171. It would have been the first time that he'll have raced it, because of course it is a new car for Ian Thompson this year. It's not the same Lotus Cortina as he won the Classic Touring Car Pre-66 Championship with. Josh is down there in the pits.
Yeah, Ollie's just taken his helmet off, so I'll try and grab a word with him. Ollie, this is a bit different to some of the stuff you've raced in the past?
Yeah, I've been with Gordon a couple of times now in different series, but my venturing into the historic world is continuing, and it's great fun. So yeah, apparently we're just first in class, I heard, so it's pretty good news. I mean, the car's going really well, and what an amazing day for a March day we've got today, so yeah, brilliant.
And what's this like driving around this circuit?
It's really compliant. It's very different to anything I've driven before, because obviously rear wheel drive, quite a bit of power to be fair from coming out of it, but yeah, you can play around with the rear end with it, and it's great when you get it on point and it's running really well and doing what you want it to do. So hopefully it continues. Gordon's now going out for his stint, so fingers crossed we get a good result at the end.
Is it just a one race for you this weekend?
It is, yes, yeah, and then quite a break, I think 7 weeks until we're back out again, so but it's nice to get this in so early in the season for a change, so yes.
As you say, an ideal weekend for it. I think previous weekends not so good, and possibly future ones as well.
Absolutely, so the last 3 times I've driven this car it's been absolutely torrential rain, so it's nice to have some dry conditions for a change.
Well, thanks for having a chat and hope all goes well. So there's Ollie Samways out of one of the MGB Roadsters.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, nice to hear from Ollie and what he's up to and how he loves driving this car around the Silverstone International Circuit, especially in somewhat drier and warmer conditions here at Silverstone this weekend. So good stuff, and thanks for that. We've also got now into the pit lane the 171 machine. So as Josh said, we think Luke Stevens has been behind the wheel, and I think that does make a little bit more sense now, Mark, doesn't it? Because pit window nearly closing, they're going to stick in for the final 15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having a quick look. Yes, that is definitely not Ian Thompson's helmet. His is blue and yellow. Josh is down there as they're about to conduct the pit stop.
Yeah, the Lotus Cortina's just stopped in front of me. They've got a driver insert seat to go in for Ian Thompson, because Luke Stevens is quite tall in comparison. It's into this JRT built Cortina. Gets Ian Thompson. Luke is immediately going to work around the front of the car. This car also, looking at the names on the side, previously have been driven by Ray and Michael Mallock, who I'm sure would have also driven this car very quickly, like we've just seen from Luke Stevens. So hopefully we'll grab a word with once the pit stop is completed. But he's very much been getting stuck in, helping out with the pit stop. And a bit further down the pit lane is a Lotus Elan. So I wonder if that's Ben Snee, guys.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, Ben Smee has come into the pits from the lead of the race. He also, just Brad coming into the pits, and set another new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 18.718 from him now. So now this Lotus. Go on, Josh.
I wonder if that time mark is actually coming into the pits itself, is it? Because of course it is a shortcut. You don't have to slow down for the Vale chicane so much.
No, it was on lap 16. He's just completed 18. But yeah, good thinking, Josh. Absolutely. So looked like a reasonably comfortable pit stop. With Luke Stevens giving way to Ian Thompson. We'll try and get an idea as to what their time is as they cross the beam on the way out. I think everybody has been the right side of 1 minute 30, barring one car, Rick Wilmot, which posted a 1:28, I think, as the pit into pit out time. But yeah, 1:33 from them, so that's a good lap. Or good pit stop time as well, Matt.
Certainly is, yep. So make sure they're absolutely comfortable, and they've got their pit stop ticked off with now the pit window closing. So everyone looking at the screen, apart from of course the 2 cars which have retired, have completed their pit stops within the window, which is always good. So we carry on our way with Ben Snee very shortly to head back out. And I think Josh is still down in the pits for us. Yeah,
I've just got Luke Stevens out of the Lotus Cortina. Luke, good fun that?
Yeah, great fun. I think there was a bit of confusion at the start with the 2 guys at the front row. They didn't seem to go anywhere, so we ended up having to squeeze the Cortina through the middle of them, and then I was still thinking about that rather than the first corner and a big moment of oversteer when the tyres were a bit cold. But we gathered it up, and I think we might have momentarily led for a couple of seconds before the Elan blasted past, but yeah, all good fun.
You've obviously known more for racing Caterham, so how different is it driving this?
Yeah, completely different to be honest, but it's still, the principle's the same. Go as fast as you can and try as hard as you dare.
And how's Ian getting on driving a different car, although another Cortina that he's raced before?
Yeah, he's getting on with it. This is really the first time we've run it in the dry, so we've got a lot to learn still. Still a few little bits of development, but in fairness, we got the car from Andrew Jordan, and they definitely know how to put a car together. So.
And for yourself, are you doing lots of races with Ian this year?
No, just this one, as I believe. Off to Barcelona in a couple of weeks for Peter Auto in the Lotus 15, maybe the Chevron B19, and then we'll see what the rest of the year brings.
well done on your stint and hope all goes well for the rest of the year. So there's Luke Stevens out of one of the front running Lotus Cortina's car, 171.
He was showing me around that car yesterday. I had a chat with Ian Thompson and Luke Stevens yesterday when I arrived at Silverstone, and I'm not going to go into the detail of it, but some very clever things that JRT do to the cars that they build to make sure that they are still FIA Appendix K compliant. But wow, they know how to absolutely push things to the very limit as to what you can do on a car. Brilliant stuff.
Good stuff. So pit stops, as we said, completed. Ben Snee, just looking at his time in the pits, was 1 minute and 40. So he very much made sure that he didn't want to go under that. He's got, of course, a big enough lead to be able to do that as well. So Ben Snee back out there into the lead once again. Leads by just under 15 seconds by the AC Cobra, which is still Rick Wilmot. He's another man who's doing this race all on his own. And third place, quite a way back now, still waiting for Ian Thompson to come across the line. And I fear he might be under some pressure as well before too much longer from the number 13 machine, because John McGurk is once again pushing as hard as he possibly can. The Ford Lotus Cortina will be catching, and as they go across the line, I think the gap will be probably about 4 or 5 seconds, but we'll see what that is when it clicks up.
I'm very tempted to try and change the television screen onto channel 4 of TSL, which will give us the pit stop times, and see whether that confirms what the pit stop time was for Rick Wilmot. But I'm not going to do it for fear of if we press a button, we might not get the timing screen back, so I'll stick with it as it is. Ben Smee, muscle memory, isn't it? Still locking that unloaded wheel to the same degree. It doesn't change lap after lap after lap, just as that wheel gets light, because the car's turning in towards the left-hander, then just locks it up very briefly. So 14.6 seconds was the gap back from the light blue Lotus Elan to still the tail wagging Rick Wilmot, enthusiastically driven AC Cobra, still managing to contain all 4.7 litres of that great big monster. And as he flashes his way over the start-finish line, we'll go back and see what's going on further down. John McGurk was running in third place. This is Billy Nairn, and right behind Billy Nairn, it's going to be car number 261 again, isn't it? Graham Brown. And he got close. He snuck past just before the pit stops, before he had that gravelly moment. He's got all of that hard work still to do. Yeah,
it's nice to see that they have rejoined together after their pit stops in exactly the same places, with the gap pretty much the same as well. So Graham Brown with some work to do. 11 minutes left on the clock, so he should have the best part of 8 laps, I'd say, to try and get this done. But Billy Nairn, of course, will know that Graham's there. He'll know where his weaknesses are in the lap of the international circuit. But again, Graham Brown gets closer and closer as Billy Nairn goes for a more defensive line. So a big sweeping right-hander to negotiate through Village. And then as they go in towards the link section, Graham Brown in that lovely blue coloured 261 machine gets ever closer to the back of Billy Nairn. And of course, these two fighting very hard indeed. This is going to be for Class A as well at the same time. It's second within Class A because Ben Snee out front is the leader of that class. And yeah, this is for second and third, 6th and 7th place overall, and it might be now about to happen as they work their way down in towards Stowe Corner. The outside line being taken once again by Graham Brown, but Billy Nairn, by the looks of it, Mark, for now, does have it covered. Yeah, he was just that little bit slower coming onto the hanger straight, was Billy Nairn, and that's what allowed Graham Brown to close on him all the way up towards Stowe Corner. He's still not close enough, though, as they head through the Vale and in towards the braking area for Club. So still residing in 6th place is Billy Nairn. Graham Brown still there in 7th place at the moment. The two of them pretty much locked together still. Number 67 is one of the MGBs. That's just outside of the top 10 at the moment. And that was Ollie Samways, wasn't it, that started it? So it'll be Gordon Russell that's behind the wheel of that car currently. Andrew Rollison's about to conclude a lap as well at the wheel of his, I think I said it was a Lotus Cortina earlier on. It's not, it's just a Ford Cortina Mark 1, his car. And he is running at the tail end of the 12 cars that are still in the field at the moment. How long have we got on the clock? Well, just over 9 minutes still to go. Race leader Ben Snee is about to conclude, I think, lap number 22 before much longer. Yeah, he's done a lot of laps around this circuit so far today. Unfortunately for Rick Wilmot, I think he's about to receive a penalty because there's the sign on our screen which says he probably was under, as Mark said at the time, by a couple of seconds. So they've had a look at the data, seen that he didn't do his 90 seconds, and unfortunately for Rick, that will be a time penalty. I'm not too sure how much, it hasn't flashed up, but probably about 10 seconds. I think he still might be safe though, Mark, as we've got a slow number 299 machine. Yeah, that'll be Steve Smith, I'm afraid. The TVR Grand Tourer has cried enough. That's down the hanger straight, isn't it, heading towards Stowe Corner, where the car, I think, is going to probably
going to have to pull off onto the grass, yeah, because it just didn't have enough momentum to make it all the way up there and trickle its way into the pit lane. So Steve Smith at the last moment making sure he gets the car out of harm's way. So there'll be localised yellow flags there. For Rick Wilmot, the difficulty is, though, I'd imagine it'll be a stop-go penalty for the time that he was short. And it's a fairly long pit lane at Silverstone, so he might be 2 seconds short, but it's going to cost him nearly 30 seconds, isn't it, to drive all the way down the pit lane at the pit lane speed and then stop for the period he was short.
There goes Graham Brown through on the inside. That looked pretty easy with double wave yellows now for Steve Smith's TVR Grand Tourer over there towards Stowe Corner. So Graham Brown has finally got the job done as the flag's not playing ball for that marshal. Now they are. Lovely job. Josh once again has some news for us in the pits.
I'm hearing it's 31-second time penalty at the end of the race for Rick Wilmot.
Okay. That's quite a lengthy one, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, Steve Smith has got it going again by the look of things, the TVR Grand Tourer, so he's on the inside of the circuit. I think he's going to do the sensible thing and head down through the Vale and in towards the pit lane, you see. That looks like exactly what he's doing, and at least that means that those localised yellow flags will be withdrawn from that period. And yeah, he's not going to rejoin the circuit, he's going to trickle it onto the grass and try and get it fully out of harm's way, Matt. Sensible driving.
Yep, certainly is. So he's managed to find some momentum, heads down the hill, and in fact I think he's just stopped short of the pit entrance. So he will be out of harm's way, which is always good. And with just 7 minutes to go, shouldn't be too much drama for all of these Classic K competitors as they work their way down in towards the left and right flick of Vale and Club. And I think Graham Brown has now got past possibly Ian Thompson. Let's have a look, unless Ian is up the road by a lap. I don't think he is. Let's have a look. No, he might be actually, yeah. So Ian Thompson is in that battle, but not effectively, because he's third place overall, and the cars he's battling with are a lap behind. So Graham Brown has got the pace to go through, but he doesn't gain a position in that moment.
He's certainly pulled away from Billy Nairn, hasn't he, since taking the place. Billy, who's been a long-time supporter of the Classic Sports Car Club, raced in the Magnificent Seven series, which is out with us tomorrow, racing for a very good number of years in his Caterham, and is now turning his attentions to ever more historic equipment. So here comes Ian Thompson sliding his way back out towards Chapel Curve. The stricken car of Steve Smith now being pushed by our fantastic Silverstone marshals from where it came to rest. For the second time, of course, because it originally stopped on the approach towards Stowe and then had enough momentum to head down the hill, but then ran out of puff again, so they're going to push him down the pit lane. So there'll be localised yellow flags there, but should, in 30 seconds or so, he should be well and truly out of harm's way.
Yeah, Ben Snee back onto the hanger straight for the 25th time. Pace has just dropped off slightly for him, but of course, running through a couple of yellow flag zones, he has just backed off. So now down to the 121s. Quickest lap still sits with the race leader of a 118.718, and that was just before he headed in to do his pit stop. So great turn of speed Ben has had for this first outing of the year for Classic K. He leads by almost going to be 25 seconds at the end of this lap, with Rick there still in second place. Third place still for the 171 machine of Ian Thompson, and then John McGurk is quite a way up the road as well from Graham Brown. So I think John in the number 13 machine will be pretty secure in that Ford Lotus Cortina.
Now the one really good thing, ever try and look for positives out of negatives, Rick Wilmot, we heard from Josh, it was going to be what, 33 seconds added to his time after the race. How far is he ahead at the moment of Ian Thompson? 36, nearly 37 seconds. So even on corrected times, the AC Cobra is still going to end up in the position it's in on track, which is second.
Yeah, and he's about 2.5 seconds quicker than Ian Thompson per lap as well. So I think that gap is going to continue to grow. So sometimes you just need to wait for those 90 seconds and make sure you're the right side of it rather than the wrong side, because it can cost you quite a bit. And if things would have been closer between him and some of the cars behind, that definitely would have hurt the AC Cobra. But it's going to be fine, I think, for Rick in second place, as he'll work his way through Abbey very shortly. Here's the race leader though, Ben Snee, with 4 minutes left on the clock. 1 minute 20, so he's going to have about 3 laps to go at the end of this one. Yeah,
up towards Stowe Corner. He's on his 26th lap at the moment, and despite the fact that he didn't get the car off the line when the lights went out, and there's a story to have about that with both him and with Rick Wilmot as to what happened. You know, was the sun shining on the lights? You know, what was the cause for both of them to not get going when the lights went out? But since then, since he's picked up the lead of the race, it's been fairly plain sailing for Ben Snee. Got the pit stop right as well, and whilst he is 23 seconds to the good over Rick Wilmot on track, In reality, it's almost 50, 60 seconds to the good, isn't it? Because we know that time penalty is coming the way of the AC Cobra, who's still working his way through the traffic, currently down in towards Club Corner.
Yep, Andrew Moore is the next one. He's going to try and get himself past, and it shouldn't take him too long to do that. So the Triumph TR4 should just about step aside as they work their way on towards the Hamilton Straight. And again, looking inside that cockpit, it's wonderful to see how much Rick has to work. As Mark said, it's probably not the easiest thing to do in a 40-minute race, but I'm sure it's going to be very much fun driving a car like this. And as he turns his way in towards the first corner once again, just looking like he's doing a fantastic job of just working his way nicely through the traffic. Doesn't have to work or worry about anything ahead of him or behind him. He's got a nice buffer to those cars around, and just works his way through the traffic as nicely as possible, whilst getting the back end stepped out as well.
As I was about to say, it looks effortless from the outside, but every time we get the camera shot which allows us to see what's going on inside the cockpit, there is not any rest at all. And even behind him, Andrew Moore, the wheel of the Triumph TR4, you see the amount of opposite lock he had to put in there to try and keep that tail end of his TR4 in check.
He's going to try and keep up with Rick there, wasn't he? Anything you can do, I can do better. And he tried to prove it there as well. So Rick comes off the hanger straight, down towards Stowe he goes. Ben Snee is just about to cross the line, and it will be with a 25-second lead with 2 laps to go. You can see Andrew working at the wheel there as well as he works his way through Stowe. Just wondering if he's catching the car in front. I think that's a lap car, isn't it? Yeah, so Andrew Moore, the next car up the road for him would be Billy Nairn, and that's about a lap ahead at the minute.
He's made some good progress in this one, Andrew Moore. We've only had 3 retirements, but he's gained some good places. He's started 12th, he's now up into 7th position, is Andrew Moore. So up towards the top section of Stowe Corner. Got 3 cars heading at the moment, one of which is going to be the car that runs in 3rd place overall in the hands of Ian Thompson, so he's still got traffic to deal with. So the first of those he's going to squeeze through and pass is going to be Jake Cranston's MGB, and then even when he clears that one, he's still got another one to try and do on the way in towards Club Corner. We're into the final 90 seconds of this one now, so Ben Snee has already completed 27 laps. What's he going to get, 28, 29 out of this one?
Yeah, he should be heading through, I think, onto the last lap this coming time through. I just wonder if he's going to catch up with Ian Thompson. Probably not, but he's not too far away by the looks of it, because Ian at the minute on the timing screen is 1 minute and 6 back from the race leader, and we're doing about 1:18, 1:19, so he's only about 13 seconds shy of putting a lap on Ian Thompson. So it's been a wonderful run here for Ben, who comes through now to start what's going to be the last lap of the race with just under 60 seconds to go, and we'll see what he can do on this last lap, if he can go for any quicker times as the battles continue. We've got the battle in the background there just behind Ian Thompson. Again, we'll try and work out if this is for a battle on circuit 52. He's down there in 8th position, and it is, yeah, the 281 machine behind at the minute. So that's going to be the car of Jake Cranstone, who is trying to get 1 further place away, and I think he will get 1 more lap, because Ben Snee will not quite catch these 2 to put another lap on them. No,
clock hasn't quite ticked to 0 just as yet, so we're a few seconds away from it, and Ben Snee is coming up towards Stowe Corner for the final time. And yeah, I don't think he's going to catch those 2 cars ahead, is he? Which are fighting for 8th and 9th places respectively. Mike Stevenson in the number 52 Lotus Cortina, and then the number 281 MGB of Jake Cranstone. Now get 1 more lap to enjoy the titanic battle that the pair of them are having between each other. So Ben Snee through Club, clock has ticked to 0, heads round through the first section of Club, the second section of Club, the final section of Club Corner, and he is about to receive the checkered flag in our first ever race for the Midland Classic Restorations Classic K Series here. Ben Snee does exactly what he did at Silverstone when he won on the Grand Prix circuit last year, and he wins here in our first race of the weekend in what was, say, other than the start, Matt, fairly untroubled race for him.
Yeah, definitely. He had everything going his own way, so he picks up the first win of the season in the Classic K, and it seems like Silverstone is a circuit he likes very much indeed. One more Larry moment for Rick Wilmot, who comes through the final corner as well. He heads his way to the line. It will be second on the road, and I think it will be second after the penalty has been applied as well, because Ian Thompson is a fair chunk back, and in fact the penalty has already been applied, which puts him a minute exactly behind Ben Snee, and we're still waiting for Ian Thompson to come through, but that should be for 3rd place mark alongside Luke Stevens.
Yeah, well, Ian Thompson is just weaving his way through Stowe Corner for the final time, and through the Vale up towards Club Corner. Good stint put in by Luke Stevens to start with, and Ian Thompson taking over, which was the opposite way round. We were initially informed they'd be sharing the cars. So Ian Thompson in his first race in this new car to him, having been very successful last year. And as for that squabble that we were talking about, well, there's still traffic to deal with here, and somebody's slowing down there. That's car number 261, isn't it? That's Graham Brown that seems to have slowed down towards the end. So has he had a problem? What did his last lap time look like for Brown? It was a 123.6 he set on the previous lap, but that was a 125.6. So yeah, I think there maybe was a problem for him towards the end of that one. So we might be able to just confirm some results for you shortly after our first race. And when we do, we'll also then be throwing down to Josh, who can catch up with a couple of drivers in the pit lane. But that's the first of our races. We'll be heading towards the lunch break before we then have 5 further races to look forward to this afternoon. I'm not going to get a graphic, but just to confirm the results for you then. Number 333, Ben Sneed, the pole sitter, won the race, and despite the penalty, 84, Rick Wilmot was there in second place. Third place went the way of the pairing, number 171 of Ian Thompson, who took over from Luke Stevens, who started the race, and fourth was John McGurk. In fifth place, 261, but did slow towards the end there, Graham Brown, and Billy Nairn completed the top 6. Seventh place, that's where we see the car of Andrew Moore, who made good progress through the field. Eighth place was Mike Stevenson. Ninth place was the number 281 MGB of Dave Brown and Jake Cranstone, and completing the top 10 was car number 67, which was Gordon Russell and Ollie Samways. Andrew Rollerton was the only other finisher. There were problems out on circuit for the TVR of Steve and Jake Smith. Also problems befell the car of Andrew Tate, and Alex Williams retired very early on as well. So that's the Midland Classic Restorations Classic K results for you there. You could also pick out, you could see there on the far right of the screen, the class winners as well. So Ben Snee wins Class A, Rick Wilmot wins Class B, Class F goes the way of the car there in third place. And Class D was won by Andrew Moore, with Class M for the MGBs being won by the car down there in 9th position. You can just see the little laurels on the left of the screen. So with all of the cars heading in towards the pit lane area, we can hand you down to the pit lane and Josh.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I think as well as Ben Snee not starting on time, he hasn't sort of finished the race on time because he's on an extra lap on the way back to the pit lane. But therefore, we're trying to speak to Rick Wilmot in second position, if we can, in the Cobra, despite a penalty for a short pit stop. Second place in the end there for you, Rick.
Really? We jumped the pit stop, did we?
A couple of seconds.
Ah, we thought we nailed it. Oh well, that's nice. Happy with second. Tricky course for the Cobra.
Yeah.
Too much braking.
You've got a lot bigger car than everybody else out there with a lot more to stop.
Yeah, it's not very nimble. Great on the straights. I mean, if we had the full circuit, I think it'd be a different story. Yeah, too many tight turns.
And tell us a bit about the start, because both you and Bennett didn't quite go.
Do you know what? I think we're both thinking there's going to be a green flag lap. Every other race I've done, we've gridded up and then done a green flag lap, and then we go. So I think we're both waiting for the green flag to come out, and the lights just went out. Fingers on the hop.
For you, is this just a one race today? You've got another one?
I'm just racing this one today. Yeah.
And are you going to do more races with the Classic Sports Car Club this year?
Absolutely, yeah. I haven't booked anything yet, but yeah, I'll be here.
Look forward to seeing you later in the year. Well done on second place. So there is our second place driver. Our race winner was Ben Snee. It looks like we've lost our third place driver, Ian Thompson. Not sure if Luke can get Ian to speak to us if he's around, but we'll have a word with Ben Snee, our race winner, if we can. Well done, Ben, and both you and Rick, the start didn't go to plan to start with.
The start was terrible. I couldn't get it into first gear. I think there's a problem with the clutch or something. So I was scrabbling around in like a bowl of porridge trying to get it in, but got it eventually and then managed to catch up. But yeah, great fun, fantastic.
For Rick, I think he was expecting a green flag lap, but a different problem for you.
Yes, exactly, completely different problem. But no, it's really fun. It's just good conditions out there. Everybody raced well, and it was fantastic.
Rick said the Cobra doesn't necessarily suit this track. Is Yolan a different story?
Well, it runs out of revs on the hanger straight a little bit, so I have to lift off. But it's good around the corners. So yeah, it works all right. It's good.
And you're doing lots of races today, I think?
I'm doing 3 today. Yeah. So far so good, I would say.
So you're probably doing 2 hours of racing. Is that something you've done in a day before?
I've never done that before. No, I haven't had that much experience like that. I think that's my second ever standing start, which probably showed as well. Yeah, no, it's great fun. Yeah, 2 hours in the car, 3 hours in the car today, including quality. So, yeah, good fun.
You've had this around for a little while now, the family?
Yes, I think this is 4th year. I did one race in year 1, 2 races in year 2, and now I've ramped it up a bit. So yeah, it's really fun to drive. I mean, it's great. And Jerry, who looks after me, has done a fantastic job. So the car's going very well.
Has it got period history, or has it been built up more recently?
Yeah, I think it raced back in the day in 1965 or so. So it's got a bit of history. It's done well at Goodwood as well, with Nigel Greensall driving it, who I race with a little bit. He's coached me, he's fantastic, he's got me to go a lot quicker. Still learning, obviously, but yeah, it got the lap record around Goodwood, so it's a good car, it's well set up. So yeah, there's more speed to get out of it yet, I think.
Well, you're obviously driving it well, getting the win, so well done, and good luck later on. Over this end, I think we can speak to our 3rd place driver, which was Ian Thompson. So we heard from Luke at the pit stops. We'll have a word with Ian now, who brought it home in 3rd place. A good result.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I was very happy with the commentary at the start, because the commentators got the wrong pairing round. They were talking about me getting the lead of the race, and it wasn't me, it was Luke. And Luke's a little bit quicker than me. So, but yeah, enjoyed the race very much. So, very much. So, a lot of fun.
Obviously a different Cortina to what you raced last year. Is it much different?
It's just very different, yeah, it's very different. It just feels different to drive, and the tyres go off a lot quicker, so it's quite hard to get my head around it. When racing next week in the CTRC, 2 weeks time in Donington. I'm hoping to defend the championship, so it should be fun. Looking forward to it.
And different type of racing here, having the 40 minutes races, so you've got to sort of nurse the car a little bit more, maybe?
Absolutely, yeah, because at the end of the stint, the tyres are definitely a bit shoddy, and Luke made a good job of doing that. So, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I really hugely enjoyed it. And first time out in thank you, Andrew Jordan, for building a wonderful car. That's all I can say. It's wonderful.
And will you be doing more Classic Sports Car Club this year?
I hope so. I'll need to fit in, because I've got 6 rounds with the CTRC. And I want to defend the championship. I want to need to go to every round. I definitely want to fit this in. It's been a lot of fun this weekend. It's a kind of test race for us, and we had great fun. Really good fun.
And what an ideal way to do it. A sunny Silverstone, who would have thought it?
Indeed, yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Well done. So there's our top 3 from our opening race, the Midland Classic Restorations Classic K Series. We're heading into lunch here now at Silverstone for about an hour or so, but after that we have 5 races to bring you, so please keep with us here on the Classic Sports Car Club at Silverstone. We'll join you very soon. Welcome back to Silverstone for the Classic Sports Car Club season opener, and we're cracking on with the schedule here, already heading out onto their green flag lap. The first race after lunch, it's 15 minutes in duration for the Verum Builders Open Series, and your commentators are Matt Sucklin and Mark Werrell.
Thank you, Josh. Yep, so the cars making their way out onto the track. We are still bathed in beautiful spring sunshine here on the Northamptonshire-Buckinghamshire border for our second of 6 races. So, as Josh said, this is the Verum Builders Open Series. Let's just guide you through the grid. Dylan Popovich lines up there on pole position with Nathan Wells alongside. In row 2 of the grid, it's Richard Cartin, the first of the Caterhams, alongside Adrian Bradley, the first of the Bradley family of members. Ollie Smith, who's run well here before in the past, alongside Brian Branson, and Matty Evans and Ronan Bradley line up there on row number 4. Dave Avis and James Fradley complete the 5th row, and on row number 6 it's Nathaniel Gollin and Will Kirtler. Then it's Clinton Ewan further down the grid than I would have expected, alongside Stephen Grove, Richard Green and Rob Hardy. Then it's Lucas Fothergill and Adrian Matthews at the wheel of the very unusual Volvo C30. Steve Thompson and Harry Blore line up on row number 10, and it's Lewis Porto and Mark Manton that are next up, with Mark Fisher starting at the wheel of his Porsche Boxster off the back of the grid. So this is their outlap in reality, so they leave the assembly area and then make their way out onto the green flag lap. It will be a standing start for these cars, so they will wait for the lights to come on and then get going. The gold car there is Oliver Smith, finished second on the Grand Prix circuit event that Classic Sports Car Club had here last year. So he's going to be one to watch, I would say. But for me, I think the driver that's maybe further down the order, Clinton Ewan, but I do think that's a different car to he's raced in the past, Clinton. So we'll wait and see how they get on. Matt Sucklin joins me in the commentary box. Beautiful way to start the season. We said it before the lunch break, but it's worth mentioning again, what fantastic weather we've got.
Yeah, indeed, Mark. Yeah, it should be a fine weekend, shouldn't it, to go racing for people in the cars and people watching trackside as well. And you can see weather conditions here at Silverstone, reaching at the minute 15 degrees, so absolutely perfect. Nice sunny, clear day, warm temperatures, just what the drivers like inside the cars. Not too hot, and they'll be experiencing some great racing this afternoon, because we've got plenty to get through. As we said, with this Verum Builders Open Series, a mix of pretty much everything can come and play in this one. And new for this year, Mark, is they are short races. They are just 15 minutes here in the UK, no pit stop, so it should give us some fast, frantic racing.
Yeah, absolutely, and they'll be sort of hunting in packs, won't they? Because it is mixed classes in reality. We'll see, probably Caterhams fighting away with BMWs, but then at the tail end of the field, we'll have some of the more saloon car-based machines, the likes of Mazda MX-5s and the Volvos and probably the Porsche 944s will all be squabbling away towards the rear end of it. 23 cars qualified this morning. Dylan Popovich put his Ginetta G50 on pole position. That's a 7-litre car. Huge engine capacity in that one, by just over a quarter of a second from Nathan Wells at the wheel of his IMSA-esque liveried E46 M3 GTR. Looks absolutely fantastic, Nathan Wells, who had mixed fortunes, I think, at Silverstone last year, if memory serves me correctly. Went well in some weekends, but then had engine woes and troubles in others. If memory serves me correctly. So 15 minutes on the clock, Matt. Not going to be that far away before we get things underway.
Indeed, yep. So Marshall's lining the cars up in grid order very quickly indeed. So the last few rows into position, with Mark Manton and Lewis Porto and Mark Fisher towards the rear of the field, just waiting for the 5-second board to be held aloft from the starting gantry. And hopefully this time round everyone knows what they need to do. No slow starters from towards the head of the order. Just a little bit of a delay towards the rear by the looks of it, but we're all there now and ready to go. So our marshal holds out the 5-second board. The revs will start to rise, and as soon as those red lights go out, we're going to be racing around the international circuit here at Silverstone for 15 minutes. And off we go, with a good start being made by the BMW of Nathan Wells from the front row. Bit of smoke in mid-pack, but everyone away safely. And also the Caterham there of Richard Carter is going to go past into second place. So already Dylan Popovic, after that great qualifying this morning, goes from pole position down to 3rd place. But once he starts to get into his rhythm, he should be able to fight back once again as they work their way almost 3 wide in towards the right hand of what's going to be Village for the first time. But nicely out front and very much clear at the minute is Nathan Wells. Yeah, Nathan Wells is at the moment looking to try and see what he can do. Nathan Wells is down in 4th place actually, isn't he? GTR as he came out onto the hangar
hanger straight that time through. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, there's Nathan Wells further back. So out front and leading the way is going to be Adrian Bradley at the wheel of the red BMW. From then in second place, Richard Carter. Dylan Popovic is in third, but has got crawling all over the tail end of him, Oliver Smith. And then round the outside of Oliver Smith goes Nathan Wells, and there's almost contact between the pair of them as they head out of the corner. That was sort of door handle to door handle stuff there. Nathan Wells did manage to squeeze his way through, but that was very close between the pair of them. And I think Nathan Wells then was too late on the brakes heading in towards club.
There might be some damage actually, because I think they interlocked wheels, didn't they, or kind of hit wheels side to side, so there might be some damage to the left rear. There might be a puncture on one of the cars as well, but definitely Nathan Wells is going slower. Yeah, look at that, there's the right front down, isn't it? So he's got damage. Looks like Ollie Smith has carried on his way, but yeah, you're right, Mark, big impact there as they came in towards Stowe Corner. Yeah,
I wasn't 100% sure if there was contact or not, but clearly there must have been, but it was just the lightest of touches as they bounced off each other. So it is the red BMW of Adrian Bradley out front and leading the way by 1 3/4 seconds from Dylan Popovic in second place, and the Caterham of Richard Carter is next up. This is going to be Matty Evans, I think, yeah, the black BMW of Matty Evans that is looking to try and work his way through the order. But for the change of the lead here, the 7-litre Ginetta G50 of Dylan Popovic looking for the inside as he went up towards Stowe Corner, but Adrian Bradley having none of it. The lead remains with the Beamer.
Yeah, and of course the Ginetta's got the power in a straight line, so it will be quick on the straights here at Silverstone, but the BMW will be more nimble through the corners and will be able to pull the gap out once again as they head their way through towards the completion of another lap. This great battle continues between Matty Evans. We've got Brian Branson at the rear of the trio there because he's in his distinctive orange and black colours, so Brian Branson will come through just outside the top 5 by the looks of it, and then the rest of the pack just works its way through the final couple of corners in towards Vale and Club. There's the mixture of Porsche and BMW. I think we've got Lotus behind that as well as they come through to complete lap number 2.
Yeah, that's Clinton Ewan fighting away with Will Kirtler's Porsche Boxster by the look of things. Will, one of the few members of the Kirtler family that race Porsches, large in Porsche Club GB Championship. They're still trying to limp his way back into the pit lane. You can see him just now about to finally get towards the pit lane is Nathan Wells at the B wheel of the BMW E46 M3 GTR. So such a shame for him. I did say before the race got underway he had some good fortune and some bad fortune last year at Silverstone. Well, looks like it's bad fortune today.
Certainly does. We've got the BMWs fighting, and possibly Ollie Smith now with a problem as well because he slows down the hanger straight. So the kind of burgundy coloured car is off to one side, but the next 3 BMWs work their way through. There is Ronan Bradley in the 78 machine, just on the tail of Brian Branson for the time being, but Brian is looking the more racier at the minute, so he might be able to work his way through past Matty Evans before too much longer. Has worked his way into the pit lane. So you've got a trio for what's going to be 4th place. You've got a trio for the lead as well. So as we said, there's going to be lots of fighting in class and overall, and it's not disappointed so far.
It hasn't, and we've had the change for the lead as well because it's the Ginetta of Dylan Popovic that's picked up the lead of the race as they come over the start-finish line that time through. Great fight going on down through the order, still with Niall Bradley, Brian Branson, Ronan Bradley, all still absolutely together. But now Dylan Popovic has taken up the lead of the race as he heads onto the hanger straight. You would expect his 7-litre engine to outgun the car behind him of Adrian Bradley, who's only got, 3.2 litres available to him. And Adrian Bradley here might be lucky to hang on to second place because Richard Carter is drawing himself alongside. He's on the right-hand side of the circuit. Is he going to be close enough to get the inside line? No, he's not. So top 3 remain as they were, as they then carve their way past Mark Fisher's Porsche Boxster, which they are already putting a lap on.
Yes, stayed nicely out of the way there, did Mark, so good. Looking in the mirrors from him as he works his way down to the last couple of corners. But yeah, Richard Carter is now starting to get into his stride, isn't he? This Caterham R300 is very quick on the turns. It can point the car wherever it wants to go, and almost had a look there to take the 2nd place away from Adrian Bradley, but didn't quite happen as they headed through in towards what was Club Corner. But here, Brian Branson all over the back now of Matty Evans.
Yeah, I think the timing screen is still showing that as being Niall Bradley, but we were told that the driver amendment had taken place and it was going to be Matty Evans that would be driving the 47, so I think we'll stick with that, Matt. But he's really got his hands full. Brian Branson all over the tail end of him, looking to try and see if he can weave his way through. There's still traffic to be dealt with by our race leader, which is this time Lewis Porto, who at the wheel of his black and Dago car stays neatly out of the way. Backmarkers being very, very sensible at this stage.
Certainly are, yep. So the MX-5 is put a lap down already. Here comes Richard Carter once again on the run down towards Stowe Corner. Is this going to be enough? No, not quite, because again, the 612 machine of Adrian Bradley, who started 4th on the grid, runs 2nd at the minute, but he's got this very nimble Caterham just nipping at his tail at the minute, and it's just kind of losing sight of what's happening up front, because he'd love to stay with Dylan Popovic and try and challenge the Ginetta as much as possible, which is now coming back towards him. He got a little bit sideways there as he accelerated on towards the final corner, but these three now for the lead are much, much closer. Last time through it was 1.8 seconds between them. This time through, as the timing screen updates, the gap between them is 1.1 seconds, so all of them are catching up with that Ginetta.
And remember, this is only a 15-minute sprint race as well, for which we've got just under 8 3/4 left as well, so we're nearly halfway through this race already. So the leading 3 cars head through Village up towards the link, and then from there they flick their way through the right-hander at Chapel Curve. It's amazing how much exit curve you can take as you come onto the hanger straight there, and this is the opportunity again for Richard Carter to close in the slipstream of Adrian Bradley's BMW. Again, he has done what he's done on the previous 2 laps, jinked out to the right-hand side of the circuit to try and get the inside line for the right-hander up at Stowe Corner. It hasn't worked the previous 2 times, hasn't worked this time either. He's almost there, isn't he? Just not quite.
He needs a little bit more straight, doesn't he, just to use all of that power he's got, but he's now going to try for the outside line down in towards the left-hander of Vale. He's a little bit wide. He might try for the cutback on the exit off the corner. We know the BMW likes to step the back end down, which can just slow its momentum on towards the Hamilton straight, but again, Richard Carter is not quite there to make the move, and as they go across the line, the gap between them and the Ginetta of Dylan Popovic is just starting to grow once more. So they had a lap where they brought it down, but now they continue to fight. The gap does grow once again.
Yeah, it just goes to show how that gap increases as soon as you start squabbling. Towards the tail of the field, just heading on to the bottom of the hanger straight, is the blue and yellow Porsche Boxster, which is Mark Fisher. We've also got another good battle going on that's about to be lapped as well. That is Harry Blore fighting away with one of the Porsche Boxsters, wasn't it? And all of those cars that are squabbling away towards the tail end of the field are about to be gobbled up by our race leader, who's heading down the hanger straight for the 7th time. Dylan Popovic manages to sneak his way through and past Steve Thompson's Porsche 944, and also squeezes past Harry Blore at the wheel of the black Honda Civic.
Yep, so all safely through for the leaders as they come up to complete lap number 7 of this race. Quickest lap so far does sit with the race leader Dylan Popovic with 1:10.797, and in fact last time through he was only 0.06 of a second back from that, so very, very consistent lap times for the race leader at the minute. We've got Richard Carter in 3rd place in that Caterham with lights ablaze as well, just to warn the traffic that he's on his way through, and this still being the battle for 4th place between the all-black BMW of Matty Evans and Brian Branson, who gets closer and closer once again. He tried for a tighter line on the run in towards Club Corner, but he's going to have to try and use his straight line speed to his advantage, which might just come into effect on the run down towards Abbey. So Matty now goes defensive, through the right-hander they go, but again Brian Branson not able to find his way through, and he's only got 6 minutes to try and do something here.
Yeah, we've got 2 of the series sponsors running in this race, because Rob Hardy runs Viren Builders, who support the Open Series, and of course Matty Evans is the UK importer for Liqui-Moly, and they sponsor the Slick Series that we'll have out tomorrow in the Classic Sports Cars Club. Side by side further down through the order, Harry Blore trying to get a good run on the Porsche 944 Series 2 of Steve Thompson as they head down towards the bottom section of the hanger straight. This is going to be for 15th and 16th position. Honda just manages to go through on the approach in towards the corner, so a shuffle for position there.
Yep, nice move. So again, disparity in years between those 2 cars as the number 5 Lotus Elise works his way through Abbey Corner. That is Steve Grove, who is just on the fringes of the top 10 at the minute, so not quite in it. And how far does he need to catch up with the car ahead? Well, it's about 2.2 seconds before he finds the number 81 machine, which has just gone through shot there. So let's see if he can home in on Clinton Ewan in that number 81 machine, as the Lotus just a little bit wide of the apex there, but manages to turn through fairly nicely. As behind we see the William Kurtler Porsche Boxster S, which works its way now onto the hanger straight, and he is running just behind in that 12th position.
Yep, so we've got just under 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Our race leader is on lap number 9 at the moment. Has nearly a 3-second lead now, Dylan Popovic, between himself and the chasing pack. Popovic is just heading up towards the braking area for Stowe Corner at the wheel of the blue and the orange Ginetta. again, been another regular racer with the Classic Sports Car Club for a good number of years, but he's going to get another busy section of the circuit coming up again shortly as he starts to catch up with his next batch of back markers, which will be Will Kirtler and Steve Grove at the wheel of the Lotus Elise Series 1. So another lap about to be completed. Last lap he did was a 1 minute 11.5. He's still not really pulled away too much, has he, from Adrian Bradley or Richard Carter behind. Top three were separated by 3.3 seconds last time they came over the start-finish line. Has Popovic lost a bit of his lead? Yes, he has, because Adrian Bradley was that little bit quicker, was he, last time around? And off and into the gravel, we've lost one, and that's Dave Avis, who at the wheel of his BMW has gone off. That is coming out of Chapel onto the Hanger Straight.
Yeah, very strange place to be, because he's on the opposite side of the circuit from where you probably would be. He's found himself on the inside for some reason, so very strange there. But Dave Avis is buried in the kitty litter as he's come through past that yellow flag zone, so no overtaking as they work their way in towards Chapel. But as soon as they get back onto the Hanger Straight, you can unleash your power once again, and Richard Carter tries to do that as he gets ever closer to the back of Adrian Bradley, but still, as has been the case throughout this race, he's not able to find his way through. So a bit frustrated here for Richard, but having a good run in his class. He leads that, and he sits third overall within the race as well, as the race leader now has to work his way through even more traffic. And of course, these are all in their own battles, so they'll be focusing on not letting through a competitor, whilst also trying to be aware that the leaders coming through who are slightly quicker.
Yeah, so Dylan Popovic just managing to squeeze his way through and past the Mazda MX-5, so that's Lewis Porto. Then he works his way through and past the little Lotus as well, so that's another place gained over that back marker. Behind, Adrian Bradley can't really afford to get caught up behind some of the traffic, because had he have had to back out of the throttle a little bit there, Richard Carter at the wheel of the Caterham would have been able to close in significantly, but no, just meeting the back markers in the right place as the second place all-white BMW. Now, the next car that's going to get lapped is Clinton Ewing, isn't it, at the wheel of his 328 BMW, and all of a sudden, just look at how much the lead gap has shrunk. Adrian Bradley is right back onto the coattails of the race-leading Ginetta. Yeah,
Dylan Popovic, of course, was caught through the yellow flag zone, so he couldn't make the move on the back marker. Now he can, as he hits the green flag zone, but that has brought the gap right down between himself and Adrian Bradley. So this one is not done just yet, with over 2 minutes to go. Richard Carter trying to get himself back into that trio battle as well as they turn away through Stowe and down in towards Vale. But is the BMW of Adrian Bradley going to be able to pounce here when he gets close on the brakes in towards the left and right flick? And then he runs slightly wide, which just delays him in the chase of Dylan Popovic and brings Richard Carter back into it as well. So it ebbs and flows between these three cars, and straight away Adrian Bradley feels he needs to go on the defensive down towards Abbey.
Yeah, he does, yeah, and Dylan Popovic now he's clear of all of that traffic. It's a problem for Richard Carter, was there? And there was a loft. Oh, a checkered flag has come out early, has it? So checkered flag may well have just come out early there. Matty Evans still fighting away with Brian Branson, and then I also see Nathan Wells is back out there with a new tyre on. But yes, checkered flag is being waved on the gantry. It has come out about a minute and a half earlier. I thought there was a problem for Richard Carter because he held his hand aloft, but no, checkered flag out early. I can only assume because that saves and going safety car or code 60 because of the stricken car of Dave Avis.
Exactly, in such a short race as well, that would kind of spoil it for them anyway. So a good decision there to bring the race to a close, which is a shame because in a way we were looking forward to possibly a fight for the lead, but Dylan Popovic holds on for the first of the Vuram Builders Open Series wins of the season.
Yeah, we'll guide you through the results once all of the cars come over the start-finish line, so then we should be able to run our way through all of the results for you. Again, Josh Barrett will be down there in the pit lane, try and catch up with some of the drivers. Dylan Popovic not only winning the race, it was pretty much a light to flag victory, not quite in the early stages, but almost. He also set the fastest lap of the race as well, which would not be bettered. And he's gone through to take the checkered flag for a second time. So you could argue that, you know, he should have seen the checkered flag, but equally as much, if you've got a timer on your steering wheel and you set that to 15 minutes, you look down and see there's still a minute and a half to go, you still keep going.
Exactly.
So I can understand it.
Yeah, we missed it, so he probably missed it as well.
I think there is a case for the defence. Yeah, I really do.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine with that. So well done to Dylan. He takes the checker flag for a second time. You can see Dave Avis there just standing to the side behind the Armco barrier with the marshals, and they'll be put to work very shortly to recover that car.
I'd not seen that car until yesterday. Really like the livery on the car of Dave Avis. It stands out, doesn't it, with the white and the light blue and the green. So that's our second of 6 races here today from the Classic Sports Car Club, and with other cars waiting to be scooped up where they've strewn themselves around the circuit with some mechanical woes. Hopefully we can confirm some results for you very shortly. And just to confirm then, the Viren Builders Open Series, Dylan Popovic claims the win by nearly a second in the end from Adrian Bradley, with Richard Carter winning his class, finishing in third place. Matty Evans, good to see him back out racing after his back troubles in an incident at Snetterton a year or so ago. Good to see him back out racing, finishes in fourth place with Brian Branson and Ronan Bradley wrapping up the top six. Nathaniel Gollum claims a class win, finishing in seventh place, ahead of Richard Green in eighth. Clinton Ewan and Stephen Grove wrap up the top 10. Will Kirtler, followed by Rob Hardy. Adrian Matthews, the Volvo, I don't think we saw that in the race at all, but he was still out there and running. It's an interesting car, that one. Harry Blore, Steve Thompson, Lucas Fothergill, Mark Mantle, Nathan Wells, who did get back out despite the puncture, Lewis Porto and Mark Fisher wrap up the finishers. No finish, I'm afraid, for Dave Avis, who ended up in the gravel trap, for Oliver Smith, who had that contact, and for James Fradley, who we didn't see retire, but clearly he was parked up with the marshals there at Abbey. So the cars making their way into the pit lane, which means that we can probably hand you down to the pit lane. And Josh.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, we're down here in the pit lane. We're going reverse order, I think, as Dylan was last in. So I have a word with Richard Carter, who was third. Richard, third position, and I guess a different type of race racing against these big cars.
Yeah, that was a huge amount of fun. Really good battle with 612 here. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, it's nice to be in different types of cars, mixing it up. Really good fun.
It's almost like a mini version of the Burkitt Relay, where there's all different types of cars, traffic out there, but you've always got someone to battle with.
Very much so. It's just a shame it was so short.
Are you doing the Mag 7s tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, yeah.
So look at the car overnight, but I guess it looks like it's running well.
Yeah, I've got no complaints with the car at all. It's running very nicely, yeah.
Well done on your third position. In second position was Adrian Bradley, who's walked over here. So we'll have a word with Adrian, who came home in second place. Adrian, a good tussle there with Richard in the Caterham.
Yeah, brilliant fun. Yeah, good start to finish.
And a sort of a car you wouldn't generally race against in other conditions.
No, first time I've done the open race. It was just for a bit of seat time, but turned out to be good fun.
And a great way this weekend to start the season off in the sunshine.
Yeah, really good weather, surprisingly, for this time of year. But no, it's good. Got Ram Air now later on, qualifying 2 races tomorrow, and then the Liquid Moly 6 tomorrow as well.
And the top BMW home, so is that good omen for later on?
Yeah, I'll just retire now with that one, because there's a few other ones out tomorrow.
That car running well. Any changes over the winter?
Bit more weight out of it, and yeah, had a bit of tuition as well, which has helped.
Yeah.
And yeah,
who was that from?
Colin Turkington.
That's quite someone that knows how to drive a BMW pretty well.
Yeah, about to say that. Yeah, he's been a massive help. Just calming me down in a lot of times, from just erratic driving to a bit more smoother.
Obviously, you have been racing for a little while, but someone like that really can help.
Yeah, just get stuck in old habits. I'll probably be in a touring car next year.
Absolutely, well done.
Cheers,
second place, and the race winner, Dylan Popovic. Well done, Dylan. A standing start, which is not something you always have to do.
It's not my strongest point, as I think everyone has sort of witnessed today. Yeah, it's not the easiest car to get off the line, but you know, I made amends soon enough. So yeah, good first day out.
How's the Ginetta with your V8 engine compared to the BMWs around this track?
I mean, you know, down the straight, I think that there's definitely an advantage. Around the twisties, you know, especially the last chicane, you know, the BMWs are definitely better on the braking. So you know, there was a bit of cat and mouse game, but yeah, it was you know, enjoyable.
Any changes to your car since last year?
Just a remap of the engine, really. So we might have squeezed out a few extra ponies out of it. But apart from that, yeah, as you saw it last year.
You got another busy season in store?
Yeah, so you know, we'll do all the open races that we can, all the slicks, and we're also competing at Castle Combe, and I don't know, we might go to Europe for a bit. You know, it's all depending on, you know, how the car is behaving and, you know, if there's money to be spent. So.
Sounds like not too many weekends off for you.
No, well, my wife might have something to say about that. Sorry, baby. Yeah, it's going to be busy, but hey, it's you know, you only live once, right?
And a great way to start the season for you.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Well done, good luck for the rest of the weekend. So there's our top 3 from the Viren Builders Open Series. More racing, though, coming up here at Silverstone, courtesy of the Classic Sports Car Club.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, good to catch up with our top 3 there from the Viren Builders Series. By the sounds of things, we'll see most of them back out at some point over the course of this weekend, Matt, which is always a good format of the Classic Sports Car Club. If you enter one race, you do end up with a discounted entry fee if you enter a second race over the weekend.
Exactly, yeah, you're here, you might as well get and take part in another race. So a great thing that the Classic Sports Car Club does, and nice to have this race on a Saturday, so a little bit of testing before they go out in their main race as well. So yeah, nice way to start the year for them. As we said, not quite the full 15 minutes, but with the car of Dave off there, which is now being recovered, which is again very quick work by the marshals. That's been pulled out of the gravel, which means it won't be too long until our next category is ushered onto the circuit and ready to start their race.
Yeah, there'll be some work to be done by the team there, though. Dave Avis, well, I think the team is Dave and a couple of helpers looking at them yesterday in testing, because of course he's back out in the Ram Air BMW Championship qualifying that concludes our track activity here this afternoon at Silverstone. We're bringing all of the racing. If you're watching the live stream, we're going to bring you all of the racing. We won't be bringing you the qualifying on live stream, and if you're here at the circuit watching, then again, because of our position on the inside of Woodcut on the national circuit, we won't be able to bring you the qualifying for the Ram Air BMW Championship, but we will bring you all of the racing action, rest assured of that. And next up will be the Adams and Page Swinging 60s. Now, such is the entry list that we've got for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s. They're split into two separate races. So what we see coming out for our first race of the two of them is classes SA, SD, SG, SV and SZ. So in reality, just to run through what those are, Class SA caters for cars up to 1400cc. Class SD caters for 1600 to 2 litre cars, but it's got to run a 4-cylinder engine. Class SG is for all cars over 3 litres sit in that. We've got Class V, which is for cars with original V8 engines, and then we have Class Z, which is any car entering a second race, half price Swinging 60s race at the same event, so they get the second race in the Swinging 60s for half price. And all of these Swinging 60s cars are sports cars, saloons and GTs that were originally produced in the 1950s and 1960s, and sports and saloons and GTs that were originally produced in the 1970s up to the end of 1977, running on carburettors. So we have expanded. It used to be for cars that were just built in the 60s. It might have been a 1970 Shell, say a Mini, but the Mini was built in the 60s, so it was eligible. Whereas now we've just stretched it a little bit to encompass a few more 1970s cars, Matt. Yeah,
and I think that's good, isn't it? Because they're few and far between. Sometimes the old 60s cars, great to see them out here this weekend. And it's a great series, which was the first actually for the CSCC, wasn't it? Many, many years ago, way back in 2003. The grid, however, though, for this one lines up as follows. It will see Ben Snee, who's already raced today, back on pole position, alongside him number 97 of Ray Barrow. The second row then has Dean Halsey with 69 Stephen Collins alongside, and the third row is made up of 2 driver pairings, which is going to be David Bye and Claire Norman. Row 4 is going to be Babak Fauzian and number 11 Ian Bergin. The fifth row then sees that of what's going to be number 118 Simon Tinkler alongside Colin Claxton, who starts the number 86 machine. The sixth row will then have number 101, which is Julian Howe, joined by number 82, which is Tim Cairns. The seventh row is going to see that of Mark Cloutman alongside number 16 Ian Staines, who goes solo for this race. The eighth row will then see Kevin Bird, who starts the number 85 machine with James Mackey alongside in 711. The ninth row will then have Atul Sani with alongside Monty Hind in the 177 car. The 10th row is going to be 2 solo drivers, 71 Andrew Tidmarsh and number 10 David Eales. The 11th row, number 55 Steve Adams alongside Martin Rumble, who starts in the number 61 machine. The 12th row will then be headed by number 74, which is either Nigel or Rob. I don't think we've got a starting driver for that car. And then 24 Robert Lyons alongside. And the final place on the grid, number 12 Paul Eales.
Yep, so a very full grid indeed, and we've got a real David and Goliath battle, haven't we, at the front, with Ben Smee in the rather diminutive looking Lotus Elan alongside the thundering great big Chevrolet Camaro of Ray Barrow. Now, Ben Smee was saying earlier on, Snee rather, was saying earlier on that they've had the car in the family about 4 years. Ray Barrow must have had this car 15 years or longer, so it'd be like a pair of old slippers for Ray, albeit it does need wrestling around the track a little bit, doesn't it?
Just a bit, yeah, and as we kind of ran through the grid there, a lot of names you look at and read off, they've been around in racing or the Classic Sports Car Club for many, many years. The likes of Ray Barrow you look to, Tim Cairns has been around for many years. Who else is there down the list? I think the Claxtons have been around, haven't they, for CSCC for a long time. So it's nice that they all come back year on year and give it another go.
Well, the Claxton family used to race special saloons as well. Bob Claxton, Colin Claxton. So yeah, you do see a lot of drivers that do stay with the Classic Sports Car Club, and that's largely because they do offer, you know, a very friendly atmosphere in which to race. Everybody helps everybody else out, and driving standards are usually very good. That's not to say, you know, occasionally we don't have little incidents between cars, as we saw, you know, brief little bump in that earlier race there with Nathan Wells and Oliver Smith. But on the whole, the driving standards are very good, very clean, and it's a good, fun environment in which to compete. So the regulation's also fairly free as well. So, you know, even if you don't fit into a class, they'll slot you in somewhere else. So Ben Snee will be well aware now that this is his green flag lap, and therefore when the lights go out, it's time to go. He made that mistake in the earlier race before lunch, the Classic K, if you didn't see it, where he thought that was an out lap and then they were going on a formation lap, and when the lights went out from pole position, he didn't go anywhere. So he'll be aware now what the format is. I would say in this one as well, watch out for Dave Bye at the wheel of the number 57 Jaguar. Sits there on the third row of the grid. Dave, a very, very long time Jaguar racer. We don't see him racing as much now as we used to, but he could go well in that.
Certainly could. Nice to see the Datsun back for another year as well. Dean Halsey, who sits there in that blue and white Datsun on the second row of the grid, so he'll be looking forward to a good fight out front. Just saw Ray Barrow there, the man on the front row, just briefly with the door open. So even 15, 16 degrees, it's a fairly warm day for Ray. So it's making sure he gets a bit of air circulation through his Chevrolet Camaro. But as you said, Mark, it's David and Goliath on the front row, small against big, and let's see how this 40-minute race unfolds.
Yep, just waiting for the final couple of cars at the tail end of the field to come up in position. So the Nigel and Rob Gray MGB and Robert Lyons at the wheel of his MGA. And then from there, 5-second board will be held aloft. Red lights will flash their way on, and we will be away for 40 minutes of racing with a mandatory pit stop in the middle. That pit stop window opens between the 10th and the 25th minute of the race, and during that period of time everybody has to come into the pits. If you're sharing the car, it's as quick as you can change drivers. There's no minimum pit stop time in Swinging 60s. If you're driving solo, you have to get out of the car, close the door, open the door, get back in, and then off you go again. But of course the engines have to be turned off whilst they do their pit stops. 5-second board is held aloft. Ben Snee in the light blue Lotus on pole position. Ray Barrow in the 5.7 litre Chevrolet Camaro that sits alongside. All 5 lights are on. They flash their way out now, and it's not a bad start from both front row men. A few cars a little bit slower away further back down through the order, but it's Ray Barrow who manages to counter any wheel spin and is going to launch the car into the lead of the race as they head up towards Abbey for the first time. Looks like it was a good start also for the Triumph Dolomite Sprint initially as well, that was carving its way through the order in the hands of Colin Claxton, but then it ran out of puff. Ben Snee is in second, Dean Halsey is there in third, and Dave Bye in the big Jag is up to fourth.
Already there you can see Ben Snee just getting a little bit wobbly as they work their way through what was Village for the first time, and already Ben is under pressure here from Dean Halsey, and also the one you mentioned, Mark, David Bye, because that Jaguar has made a good start from row number 3. He already finds himself up into what's going to be fourth position. You've got the Austin A40 there, lovely turned out car, nice colour on that as well as they work their way down the back straight. That's the car which is started by Mark Cloutman. Will be having its own battle within Class A as well for this race. There's David in his Jaguar XJ Coupe, which is a big old car and still goes very well indeed as they work their way down towards the end of the lap for the first time. But Ray Barrow has just about stole a bit of a march over the rest of the field as it stands. Yeah, he was about a second slower in qualifying than the pole time that Ben Snee set, but he has really romped away, hasn't he? The best of the squabbles at the moment at the sharp end is probably Dean Halsey in the Jaguar, who's coming under pressure from Dave Bye. Then you've got Claire Norman, not that further back from there at the wheel of the BMW. Just behind Claire Norman there was another car as well that I couldn't quite pick out who it was. It is going to be the MGB that started towards the sharp end, Stephen Collins, who has rather gone backwards a little bit from his starting position. He's down to 6th, having set the 4th fastest time in qualifying. Number 82 going through, who's been hugely successful in this series over the years. Tim Cairns. Good to see Tim back racing, because there was a chunk of last year where he couldn't race because he couldn't get his race licence back. Yeah, great to see him back, and as we said, a long time runner within the Classic Sports Car Club. Almost a move for the lead there for Ben Snee, because the Chevy Camaro of Ray Barrow was out very wide, but I'm sure the run down the Hangar Straight will cement him in the lead of this race as they work their way under the bridge. There's the 3rd place car of Dean Halsey, being chased at the minute by David Bye in the Jaguar, and as the rest of the pack turn their way through, looks like we've got 5th place as it stands for the 34 machine of Claire Norman. So she's having a good run in her BMW 200 as well, and that's the car that she'll be handing over to Charles Tippett a little bit later on.
It is, yeah. We've seen Claire out racing far more contemporary cars as well, things like TCR cars in the past as Claire Norman. Big lock brakes, lots of cadence braking, heading down in towards Club Corner, and still skittering across the gravel goes Ian Staines. He does a sensible thing, looks over his shoulder before he rejoins, but he was trying to gain a place, Matt. He lost, what, 2 or 3 as a result of that moment there, but he did the right thing. He was cadence braking, trying to stop the car, and then rejoined sensibly.
Yeah, great avoidance work as well from both of those drivers involved in that one. Here comes Tim Cairns for possibly a move here on Colin Claxton. Don't know if he's quite got the grunt. Yes, he has. He gets the car to the inside line, so a lovely move there from Tim to take the place away from the Triumph Dolomite Sprint as they headed their way through into Abbey Corner. Got one into the pit lane as well there. That was the 118 machine of Simon Tinker. So possibly some problems for him in the early stages of the race, but once again the leaders worked their way onto the back straight. Ray Barrow was being hounded once more by Ben Snee, but as has been the case so far in this race, as soon as they get onto the hanger straight, Ray Barrow is a few more car lengths up the road. Yeah,
it's just like a little bit of elastic, isn't it, between the pair of them. Similar gap back to Dean Halsey, and then is Dave Bye going to try and squeeze his way through to 4th? Well, he had a go on the BMW of Claire Norman heading up towards Stowe Corner, but the big XJ6 Coupe in the hands of the man from, Rotherham direction, isn't he, Dave? Owns and runs West Riding Jaguar. Couldn't quite work his way through there, but there could be another opportunity once they come out of Club down the Hamilton Straight that will bring them up towards Abbey Corner. And now that Beamer and Jaguar are starting to slow each other up, it's bringing back into the mix the next car up, which is Stephen Collins at the wheel of his MGB Roadster. Stephen sitting there, final place inside the top 6.
Ben Snee's through as well there, so just as they crossed the line, he went through to take the lead. So Ray Barrow was a little bit slow down the Hamilton Straight, which is quite unusual. So let's see if Ray is okay. It looks to be, fairly good in 2nd place, but now starting to come under a little bit of pressure from Dean Halsey. So Ben reclaims where he's been for most of the day, the front of the field. But let's see if Ray Barrow can retaliate as they head their way through Chapel for what's going to be the 4th time of asking. Dean Halsey, though, in the Datsun's going to give it a good go.
He is, because he just set the fastest lap of the race last time through, 1:20.389 from the Datsun 240Z, but just look how much he misses out on straight line speed compared to the Chevrolet Camaro of Ray Barrow, who by the time they get up towards Stowe Corner is almost back on terms again with the race leader Ben Snee. So this is lap 4 that they're about to conclude. The top 3 heading down through the Vale and in towards the braking area for Club Corner, but it's still Ben Snee in the Lotus, from Ray Barrow in the Chevrolet Camaro, from Dean Halsey at the wheel of the Datsun 240Z. Who's next up in what will be 4th place? It is still Claire Norman, who is still palming away the aspirations of Dave Bye in the Jag, and then the next one will be Stephen Collins at the wheel of the MGB. After his gravelly moment, it does look as though Ian Bergin has now been gobbled up by the recovering number 16 in the hands of Ian Staines.
Yeah, Ian almost had another moment there, exactly the same corner. He just managed to catch it as his arms were working 10 to the dozen to try and keep the car in a straight line. There's the Austin A40 going through as well, so a lovely move on Colin Claxton. He runs very wide on the exit of the final corner, and as they run side by side down towards Abbey, who's going to come out best here? I think it will be Colin. Oh, I could be wrong, because back down the inside line comes Mark Cloutman. They're still going to be side by side, and one of those cars, as Mark points out, has got no rear window now.
Yeah, I'm sure it was there yesterday in testing, but Mark Cloutman's Austin A40, I just spotted, he got no rear window in it. Finally, is Cloutman going to go through? Yes, he does. Colin Claxton finally has to yield as they headed in towards the braking area for Village Corner, and of course now that he's yielded, he finds himself under pressure from Julian Howe's MGB GT, and then just off that is going to be the Lotus Cortina of Charles Bird, who will hand over to Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, or Chab as he's also affectionately known, for part 2 of the race.
Certainly will, yes. So a lovely 4-way fight as it stands. They head their way down the hanger straight once again. Looks like the Austin A40's got the better of those 3 cars for now as they head their way in towards Stowe Corner, but as we know, as they head towards the final couple of corners, everything tightens up once again, so we'll see how that all unfolds. Another new quickest lap of the race for the race leader. Ben Snee just gone through the 1:18.414, has now managed to extend his lead over Ray Barrow to just over 3 seconds. At the moment there for Colin Claxton, loses the rear end. I think just missed that as I was looking at the timing screen, and hopefully, Mark, he can dig his way out.
Yes, he can. I think he's just about going to get there. Needs to wait for a gap in the traffic, and then is going to do the sensible thing of almost do a 3-point turn on the grass to get going again. But yeah, for Colin Claxton, that's going to tumble him down through the order. He was running just inside the top 12. He's going to be mid-teens at best now, one would have thought. Now we've only got another 2.5 minutes before the pit window opens. Just heading through Abbey goes James Mackay at the wheel of the Austin Frog-Eyed Sprite that he shares with John Foe. But the race leader, Ben Snee, being not followed because he's now nearly 3.2 seconds back, but just being chased as hard as he can. Ray Barrow sitting there in second place. We're about to come through, include lap number 6 this time through. They'll have at least 2 more laps before the pit window opens. Yeah,
another man there, Ben Snee, very much having to work hard at that wheel, isn't he, to keep it in a straight line. So again, great camera work to catch the inside of the car and what the drivers are up against as David Bye now turns his Jaguar onto another lap. David at the minute, where is he in the order? He's 5th position, and he's about 2.5 seconds back, in fact a little bit closer than that now, behind Claire Norman. So that's another good battle unfolding as they work their way from 4th and 5th in towards Abbey Corner. Another battle in the background there is going to be for 8th position, and that will be, I think, Ian Staines, who might actually be up the order, is he? Let's have a look and see if that is Ian. Possibly.
Yeah, I think that was Ian Staines, yeah, I think he's got himself ahead of the car of Ian Bergin. So Ian Staines now up into 8th place, the wheel of the number 16 MG. Bergin down into 7th place. Now Dave Bye gets a good exit coming onto the hanger straight this time at the wheel of the Jaguar, and is now trying to prise the door open on the right hand side to squeeze his way through and past Claire Norman, which in a straight line he's managed to do, whilst they work their way past the Alfa Romeo, which is going to be the Alfa Romeo GTI of Atul Saini. So that is another back marker dealt with. But Dave Bye been very patient waiting for that opportunity and finally squeezes his way through and past.
Certainly does, yep, and Claire Norman might be about to lose another place here, because also into the mix now is going to be the 69 machine. So can the job be done by Stephen Collins? He goes round the outside in towards what's going to be Vale. He gets the inside for Club Corner, and that will be place gain for him. So the MGB goes up. We've got slippery surface flag out as well down towards Abbey. Yeah,
it's down the straight. I spotted it on the previous lap, but wasn't quite sure whether it was something that the sun was just glinting off. But there's definitely some fluid down there. And Josh might have news from the pits for us.
There was a very smoky Claxton Triumph Dolomite that may have caused that, and I think the lap times have shot up because the track has got very tricky all of a sudden over that last lap.
Thanks, Josh, and I think that Claxton Dolomite sprint came into the pit lane at the end of that lap as well. I think I saw it heading towards pit lane entry. Whether it finally arrives with you, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's behind me, so thanks for that, and I'll go and have a look, and I suspect if there was any oil left, it might be underneath the car. If there wasn't any oil left, Mark, that's even worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's cause or effect, was it? Was he putting oil onto his own rear wheels, which caused a spin, or, yeah?
I don't think he was, well, I didn't see a spin, but I saw lots and lots of smoke coming out of the car down the straight.
No, he did have a spin.
And now there's a big puddle of fluid underneath the car, so that car's done for the day, and the track now is quite tricky for others.
It's not tricky for Ben Snee, though. In fact, it's not tricky for Ray Barrow, because Ray Barrow has gone back past Ben Snee somewhere and has picked up the lead of the race. But Ben Snee is trying to re-attack back round the outside at Club Corner. Ray Barrow's going to run him out wide, which is exactly what I'd be doing if I were Ray Barrow. So the fight is on for the lead of the race with 29 minutes to go. It now means the pit window is open. Over the start-finish line now come. Ray Barrow leads the way, but not by much from the light blue Lotus, just by 1/4 of a second as they head on to lap number 9 this time through.
Yeah, Ray Barrow was either trying to run him out wide or didn't see him there because the car's so low to the ground he didn't quite see him in the side mirror there. But there's Colin Claxton, who pushes the car down the pit lane, unfortunately, and that means that Dave Claxton is not going to get a run in that car, unfortunately, after that spin down at the final couple of corners. That one, as Josh said, is into retirement now, so that's not good news for them. But the pit window is open for the Adams and Page swinging 60s, and hopefully very shortly we'll have some takers to do some driver changes. But as Mark said, Ray Barrow back into the lead, so a little bit more confident out there. He's liking these conditions, although they might be a little bit slippery on the run down towards Abbey.
Yep, so through Stowe Corner, it's Chevrolet Camaro that leads Lotus Elan from Dean Halsey's Datsun, that's still not too far away. First of all, pit visitors is in. That'll be Steve Adams coming in at the wheel of the Triumph Spitfire, and let's see whether he is just going to come back out and have it as a mandatory pit stop. The car was sort of, I thought, trickling a bit slowly in towards the pit lane entry there from Steve Adams, but hopefully all is well.
Yeah, wait and to see if there's any problems in its pit stop as Ben Snee now tries to work his way back for the race lead. A bit more traffic to deal with for Ray Barrow and for Ben as they work their way in towards Abbey Corner. Gap further back to Dean Housing now is 3.5 seconds, so he's kind of within touching distance, but that gap is gradually slowing now because, and a spin there as well for the number 10 machine, so David Ills goes round and hopefully will be able to refire the car. It's right in the middle of the track where the leaders are working their way through as well, so nicely done for the leaders to work their way through, and good that David finally got the car restarted.
Yeah, one went driver's right, one went driver's left, and poor old David Ills was in the centre, probably with his eyes closed at the time. That was right on the exit, wasn't it, of Village Corner. There's Steve Adams waiting for the clock to tick down before he heads back out onto the circuit. Again, another long time racer with the CSCC. Josh has news down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, I think Steve Adams has elected to stay in the car, which means therefore he has, as you say, a minimum pit stop time rather than others who are getting out of the car as quickly as they can and getting back in. We've just seen Babak Farzian in his MGB be one of those, and the Alfa Romeo GTA in the pit lane as well. That's having a driver change with Atul Sayeni handing over to Gary Marsh, so that's one of our first driver changes.
Yeah, so beautiful looking Alfa, that one. Babak Farzian I just saw disappear out in the background of the shop. Babak Farzian's been racing MGBs for a huge number of years. I'm not sure he's really ever done much with the Classic Sports Car Club because he was a stalwart of the MG Car Club when they were running championships.
Good to see him here then to possibly try something new for this season as the race leader Ray Barrow now ventures into the pit lane for his pit stop. Is it going to be an in and out and do it as quick as possible? I'd probably say yes, because he wants to try and garage. Yeah,
it doesn't look good, does it, Matt? So Ray Barrow from the lead into the garage, so that's at the other end of the pit lane, so I'll head down there and find out what's gone on.
Well, that's a bit of a shame for Ray. He was doing a tremendous job out front, but for some reason that car has been put straight into the garage, which is a shame, which means Ben Snee, once he's served his pit stop, should rejoin as our race leader. So we watch all the cars out there working their way through some traffic. There's Tim Cairns once again as he works his way up to the back straight. There's Claire Norman in number 34 as well.
I was a bit worried there because Claire Norman had her brakes locked up as she closed in onto the coattails of Steve Adams, and I thought there might be contact between the pair of them, but no, Claire managed to get the car rotated, no issues at all. After his spin, David Eales is in the pit lane to serve his mandatory pit stop. Bottle of water on hand for him as well before he works his way back out onto the circuit. But now Ben Snee has lost Ray Barrow from his mirrors. He is 2.5 seconds in the lead now from Dean Halsey in the Datsun in second place. And Dave Bye, having a good stint at the wheel of that Jaguar, is up to third overall now that he's got past Claire Norman, who's dropped to fourth. Ian Staines up to fifth, even with the spin and the gravelly moment at the wheel of the number 16 MG.
Yeah, not bad, is it? I'm just looking at the times as well, with the surface still not being quite there for the drivers. Lap times are still about 3 seconds away from where they should be as Josh is back in the pits.
Gearbox is broken on Ray Barrow's Camaro, so that's why he's out of the race, and he's not even made it as far as his garage. He's had to go into the scrutineering bay. So that is the end we see of Ray Barrow's Camaro for today.
Such a shame for Ray Barrow, so we don't see huge amounts of him out racing in swinging 60s. He does a few a year, but he doesn't do every single race that we do, so such a shame when he does come out that he has problems. Final little bit of stopwatch being counted down there before we see that car back out into the race. Now Tim Cairns, number 82, where is he at the moment? He's in 14th position, so the BMW ahead of him is Claire Norman in 4th, so this is not for position BMW and light blue Frog-Eyed Sprite as they head up towards the braking area for Stowe Corner. We've still got Ben Snee to come in, Dean Halsey, Dave Bye, Claire Norman. Ian Bergin is in though, so from 5th position, number 11 Ian Bergin is in the pit lane, so he's one of our front runners, Matt.
Yeah, it seems like an eternity, doesn't it, when you're waiting for the 90 seconds to tick away. Still 10 seconds to go for this car in the pits at the minute. It's having a close look within the cockpit, and when that gets to 0, he'll be on his way once again to rejoin. Of course, these drivers who decide to stay in the car and not do the in and out do have to sit there for the full minute and a half. So, yeah, off they go again. Yeah,
I mean, it's because it makes sense, really. I mean, Swinging 60 is the only one where it's as fast as you can change drivers or get in and out. It's the only one that we have now. There used to be a few, but we do have drivers of varying physical abilities, shall we say, in the CSCC swinging 60s, and quite a demograph in terms of age, so it allows everybody to do something that they feel comfortable with. Josh, what news?
Yeah, going to that point, Mark, it's interesting that there's other categories as well in this country which race 1960s cars that have that same policy, but not there in many other racing series, which is kind of the other way around to what you might expect.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoy it. I love watching the sheer panic and chaos of driver changes. I think it's brilliant. Into the pit lane, that is going to be James Mackay coming into the pit lane. Up towards the end of the lap, though, is coming Ben Snee. Now, this is going to be lap number 13 that he'll chalk into the book. He's now extended his lead advantage over the Datsun 240Z of Dean Halsey up to 4.3 seconds, with still 22.5 minutes of the race to go.
Yep, so Dean Halsey trying to keep within reaching distance, as we said, of the race leader, but the gap continues to grow between the two of them as it stands. Now 5.1 seconds, so almost a second a lap between the two is being added as we currently run now onto lap number 14. David Bye remains out there as well in the Jaguar, so very shortly he'll be in to hand the car over to Ben Walker, and looks like Claire Norman stayed out for another lap as well before Charles Tippett gets aboard that one. So top four continue on their way, yet to make their pit stop, and we've got around about 6.5 minutes before that window comes to a close.
Yep, so back out onto the circuit goes the Ford Anglia, so that will be Martin rumble out of the car. Now it's Greg that's getting ready to rumble out on circuit. So Ben Snee still continuing on his merry way at the moment, still traffic to deal with. The Alpha GTA, which is now going to be in the hands of Gary Marsh, is the next of those that Ben Snee will need to deal with. He deals with that on the run down through the Vale. So next back marker then is going to be Stephen Collins, number 69, is it not, who is the first of the cars on track that has completed his mandatory pit stop so far, but is about to go a further lap down.
Yeah, so if we can stay ahead, that would be good news, and by the time Ben comes in, it's probably going to take him a minute and 10 to get into the pit lane, get the change done for himself getting out and himself getting back in, but it does mean that he's not going to be too far up the road from that MGB of Stephen Collins. Do we have more pit stoppers?
Including one of the front runners, Matt, because Dean Halsey is in the pit lane in the Datsun 240Z. He's stopped just by me. He's got out of the car. He's shut the door. He's opened the door. He's getting back in again. So this is a pretty quick pit stop from a long-time Classic Sports Car Club racer, Dean Halsey, in this gorgeous-looking Datsun 240Z. And belts are being done back up at the moment. The door then will be shut on once the belts are tight, which it's taken a bit longer than may have been hoped. That's now been done. Engine is restarted, and Dean Halsey has got a Datsun liveried helmet to go with his car, heads back out into the race.
He's got a Datsun liveried support truck as well that he drives to the race meeting, is Dean Halsey. Yeah, always good to see Dean out racing. First started racing in the Classic Sports Car Club with pro driver Will Areth whilst he was learning his trade, and then once Dean was quick enough, I think himself and Will parted company, and Will is off racing other things now, and Dean's on his own. Oh right, that's not good news. Ian Bergin has lost a wheel somewhere, so the car is stricken. Now, is that heading up towards Abbey and through Farm, do you think? It's difficult to tell from that shot.
I think it's probably more to Village by the looks of the camera shot there, but yeah, we'll hopefully get confirmation. But yeah, never good to have three wheels on your wagon, is it?
No. My worry with that is, where's the other wheel gone? You know, marshals around the circuit need to make sure they're always aware of everything that could possibly go on, and yeah, wheel bouncing around is never a healthy thing to see. So driver's out, he's okay, but that will need localised yellow flags, will need a bit of clearing up, and there's another wheel to be found somewhere. Josh?
Another front runner into the pit lane is Claire Norman. She'll hand over to her dad, Charles Tippett, who'll get aboard the BMW 2002, so into the car he gets, and this was another car, I think, Mark, inside the top 5.
It was, yeah, it's third as it came into the pits, Josh, so that's been a good run from Claire Norman. Say Charles will now take over, and so final bit of strapping in being done, doors about to close, and that looks as though that's a fairly efficient pit stop, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually the sort of the second half of it which seemed to go better than the Dean Halsey stop did. So perhaps as he heads back out, we'll see the Datsun's just coming across the line now, Mark, so I think Dean Halsey is going to remain ahead of the BMW duo.
Yep, so let's have a look and see how that's all going to shape itself out. But a great stint there from Claire Norman, and always a very nice person to speak to as well. She's always got a lot of words, so if she's about, Josh, it might be nice to have a little talk from her.
Yeah, we'll do that once the lead-in stop is done, because Ben Snee is into the pits, and he didn't have to do this in the previous race, because in the Classic K race there was a minimum pit stop time. This time Ben Snee has to get out, he has to get back in, which isn't the most dignified thing to do, it seems, in a Lotus Elan, but he's done that now. He's got a good team around him as well, so he's being strapped up. The team are just checking with the mallet that everything is as tight as it should be on the wheels, and then I guess, is it Dean Halsey, the leading pit stopper, who he'll be trying to get out ahead of. Engines refired, and the scrutineer not happy with the belt, so the team having to go again with the belts, which has been done now, and Ben Snee will be on his way. He heads down the pit lane, and I'll look towards Club to see where his closest rival might be.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, so we'll see exactly where he might feed out, but slight delay there for Ben Snee. Could have an impact on where he feeds back out. So taking up the lead of the race now is Dave Bye, who is still as yet to stop at the wheel of the big Jaguar XJ6 Coupe. He is the only car that is still circulating that hasn't pitted as yet, but will be destined for the pit lane in the next couple of minutes, Matt, because that's when the pit window will close.
Certainly will, yeah. I think Ben Snee is still just about assured the race lead, because Dean Halsey went across the line a couple of seconds behind as he was exiting the pit lane. So we'll see what Ben does to get back up to speed, as we've got a few more final pit stops to come.
Matt, you asked me to talk to Claire Norman, so we'll do that. Claire, a good start to the race, and I think the track got a bit slippery with some oil out there.
It did, unfortunately, yeah, I fell foul of some oil, only slightly, but it just put me off a little bit, and the Jaguar got me, and then the MGB. But I managed to get the MGB back, and was just trying to catch up with the Jaguar again. So no, it was great fun though.
First race of the year, so enjoying that fact of being back with your dad again?
Yes, yeah, it's brilliant to be back out again. We weren't sure if we were going to race this year, so it's amazing to be here, and the sun's shining, so what more could you want?
Who would have thought?
I know.
And a dual programme as well, because you're out in the TTR car with the 750 Motor Club again?
Yeah, that's right, yeah, I'm racing with Alan Blenko again, so we start a bit later in the season, but no, looking forward to a really good, hopefully a good run in that one as well.
You've got a real classic touring car and a modern touring car, which must be quite different to drive.
They are very different, they're complete opposite in every way. So yeah, it does take a little bit of a mind. It takes a moment to just get to grips with each one again, settle back into each car. But they're both brilliant.
I think you won quite a few awards last year with the British Women Racing Drivers Club and with 750 Motor Club as well.
I won the Anita Taylor Saloons Trophy, the third time year running, with the BWRDC, which is amazing. And then I didn't realise I was awarded a Anne Clayton Memorial Trophy with the 750 Motor Club as the most successful female driver in the club. So yeah, couldn't ask for more really.
And good to see there's quite a few female drivers racing this weekend as well.
There are, yeah. It's lovely to bump into them into the garages and say hi and have a catch up. It's brilliant, yeah.
I'll let you go and see how your dad's getting on and catch up with you later. So there's Claire Norman out of the BMW 2002.
International Women's Day today as well, isn't it, as well? So, yeah, there's Suzanne Williams, and I know Nadine Lewis is here, former chairperson of the British Motorsport Marshals Club. Dave Bye came into the pit lane with about 15 seconds still remaining on the clock, so perfectly timed for him to come into the pits and hand over to Ben Walker. So that is the final scheduled pit stop taking place, Matt.
Yep, he wanted every second, didn't he, of his driving time out there on circuit today. So David now out the car, and the Jaguar will be in the hands of Ben Walker. And as Josh has been saying, not the easiest of things to do to get drivers out and in as quick as you can, as Ben Snee goes through now to complete another lap, and he should once again take over the lead of the race. So he'll go through. I think Dean Halsey is going to be somewhere in the region of probably between 5 and 10 seconds behind. Still waiting for him to cross the line and go through onto the next of his laps. And yeah, still haven't got a gap on that one. I'm just wondering if that's correct on our timing screen, because it says a lap between the top two. No, it doesn't. I'm looking at the wrong one. 11.2 seconds. That's the line I wanted. So 11.2 is the gap between the top two.
I did it earlier on. You start at one line and come down a row and then realise. We did have a spin, didn't we, briefly heading in towards Club on the previous lap for the number 55 Triumph Spitfire in the hands of Steve Adams. He gathered it up and is now having a squabble out on track with. That looks like Babak Farzian that he's squabbling with at the moment. Will that be for position? No, it won't be. Babak Farzian goes through. He's up in 6th place at the moment. So that's number 141, the dark blue MGB Roadster. That runs in 6th place and is second in its class. Josh, what news?
With the Jaguar, it was yet another different driver to what we were expecting. So it's Ben Walker who started. So I've got Ben Walker with me. Ben, a good first stint for you?
Yeah, hard work. There's a lot of oil down through the complex and the antifreeze up there, but yeah, we're good. Dave's taken over. I missed the pit 3 times, so he'd give me a telling off when I came in. But yeah, let's see how we go. I think we're near the top somewhere, aren't we? Hopefully.
You're sort of in the top 5, 6 all the way through that stint, and a great mix of cars in this series.
Yeah, it's hard work for us because we're such a big Jag and a big car that these little ones are so nimble. So when we're committed, it takes a lot to keep it there. So yeah, it's hard work, but yeah, very enjoyable.
Most people think coming to Silverstone it'll suit the big cars, but actually this layout with the hairpins and the chicane, it's not so good maybe.
The National's probably better for us really, but yeah, it's very nimble through there. I can see them down the straights, I can get away, but as soon as they come through this complex, I'm thinking back on my bumper again. So yeah, the Beamer were doing really well, but I managed to pull away, so we're doing all right, I think.
And lots of people are saying the track conditions have got a bit tricky in the middle of that stint.
Terrible. There's loads of oil down here, and obviously with a Jag you've got to overdrive it anyway, and then down on the second corner, antifreeze just makes it so slippy. But it's doable. You just got to nurse it through.
Now we see how Dave gets on to the end. Right. Maybe see you on the podium.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
So they're out of number 57, was Ben Walker, who in fact started the Jaguar XJ.
Thank you, Josh, for confirming that. We again got slightly incorrect information there, so drivers just tending to change things possibly at the last minute. So David Bye is once again in the car, as we've been saying. So yeah, Ben Walker, great job that he did there to bring the car well up the order. And as that Jaguar has rejoined, it does find itself on the podium indeed in 3rd place. And to be fair, not too far back from Dean Housley, who just had to do a little bit of avoidance there through the traffic as they came through the final corner.
Yeah, so David Bye then just heading over the start-finish line now, running in 3rd place at the wheel of the Jaguar. Now, Charles Tippett is only 1.2 seconds adrift of him, and Charles Tippett has got his hands rather full because he's got the number 69 MGB Roadster of Stephen Collins right with him and trying to attack as they go through the left-hand Kincup Farm corner. Is Stephen going to try anything onto the brakes in towards the braking area for Village? Yes, he does. He's up the inside and he goes through. So it's Dave Bye, then now from Stephen Collins, followed then by Charles Tippett at the wheel of the BMW, who lost the place.
Yeah, Steve Collins was one of those who was in very early in the pit stop window, so he's got his done out the way and just kind of pushed on as quick as he possibly could. So it's all now starting to come his way, and as you said, not too far now back from that Jaguar. So Stephen Collins has another one in his sights as they work their way down along the Hangar Straight. Charles Tippett trying to come back on Stephen Collins, so they get ever closer on the run in towards Stowe Corner. And with the time we have left, 10.5 minutes, there is still plenty of good racing to unfold and plenty of places to change as well.
Yeah, Ben Snee will be enjoying this because he's got no real pressure now at all, has he? Another place about to be gained then, as very late on the brakes goes Stephen Collins, dives up the inside of the Jaguar of David Bye, takes the place away, and that's now going to put him inside the top 3. So MGB over the start-finish line, followed by Jaguar, followed by BMW. That's 3rd, 4th, 5th, all together. And as they head down the straight, is Dave Bye going to come back at Stephen Collins in a straight line? Yes, he can. Can he sneak up the inside? No, he can't, as they go round through Abbey Corner. So Stephen Collins now cementing 3rd place and hopefully starting to pull away from the Jag and BMW squabble that's still going on in his mirrors.
Indeed, yeah, that continues on then in towards Village as Stephen Collins turns through first. Jaguar, as we've been hearing from Ben Walker, is a bit of a handful, isn't it? And especially with the surface not being as good as it could be, then David Bye now is starting to find out what that surface is all about. But of course, he'll have a little bit of an advantage down the Hangar Straight, a bit more crumpt in that Jaguar XJ. See what Charles Tippett might be able to do as they get to the kind of more twiddly bit of Silverstone, which is through Valley Club on this occasion, because you can see they're on a straight line. The Jaguar is gone. Charles Tippett just about in frame as they come back into view through Stowe Corner. But you can see once again how hard David is having to work at the wheel as they turn down towards the end of the lap. Stephen Collins still up there in a podium position as it stands. Three separated by still less than a second.
Yeah, I mean, what's the weight of the Jag going to be? It's got to be 1,300 kilos, isn't it? Something like that, I would have thought. Whereas the likes of the BMW behind, probably around about 1,000 kilos, and the MG just under, I would have thought, possibly. So yeah, it's a lot of extra weight to try and anchor up. But of course, it does have a lot of extra power, so it's like a rocket ship down the straight, but has to get off the throttle a bit earlier to slow it down for the corners. It's not going to have the same cornering speed and apex speed as the likes of Charles Tippett's BMW behind. but it does make for a very good battle between all of them. Just heading over the start-finish line now is the MGA of Bob Lines. So he is circulating towards the tail end of the field. In fact, car number 24 is in 20th position. He is the last of the runners that we've got out there at the moment, and he's just had another lap put on him by Julian Howe at the wheel of the MGB GT. Julian's running just outside of the top 10 at this stage. However, we do have one car that may well have picked up a penalty. Now, whether that's a pit stop infringement, I'm not sure. It is for the Austin A40. A 60-second penalty is pending for that car.
That's never good, is it? Especially with that car in 10th position. It would lose a couple of positions if that penalty was applied. Carl Kilby now behind the wheel after taking over from Mark Cloutman, so we'll see what that possibly could be for, but never good, as we said, to receive a penalty, especially to the extent of 60 seconds, as the fight for what's going to be 4th place continues on its way now through Val and into Club Corner, and David Bye, for the time being, is still just about hanging on ahead of Charles Tippett as they tip their way on towards the Hamilton Straight for what's going to be the 23rd time of asking. On to lap number 24 they now do go, and Stephen Collins is just starting to extend that gap, so he's got a very comfortable 3rd place as it stands. We're now out to 2.7 seconds between him and this double battle we're watching on its way in towards Village for another time, so lots to unfold, I'm sure, towards the lower end of the top 10 as we keep an eye on Tim Cairns, who works his way in towards what's going to be Stoke Corner. And Tim's made good progress as well, started 12th on the grid, he now runs in 8th position and is only probably about 7 seconds behind the car in front, but he's in fact losing a little bit of time to Ian Staines as it stands.
Yeah, I don't know what the 60 seconds will be. I was trying to quickly look at what possibilities it could be. First one that would spring to my mind is maybe didn't switch the engine off whilst they were doing the driver change.
Yeah, could be, yeah.
That's the first one that sort of springs to mind. So with Charles Tippett having pounced and got himself back past Dave Bye, Dave Bye is trying to get the Jaguar right back onto terms again as they head up towards Stowe Corner.
Yep, certainly does. So on their way again, they go through the corner, and Charles Tippett, with this move done now, into 4th position. I don't think they're going to come under any pressure from anyone behind, because that car that is kind of hounding them is actually a lap down. So Charles Tippett is through. David Bye now will have to try and follow in the wheel tracks of that car ahead, but the position between those two has now changed.
That's Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, I think, isn't it, Chab, that's behind. So that's still a car that runs inside the top 10. It's in 9th position, the Lotus Cortina Mark 1, but is a lap adrift of both BMW and Jaguar that sit directly ahead of it as they head round through the right-hander at Abbey with 5.5 minutes to go. So Ben Snee, we've not really mentioned much of the race leader, but just to pick up on him, he is 20 seconds up the road now from Dean Halsey's Datsun 240Z that's in 2nd place, and 15 seconds back from Dean Halsey is where we see the 3rd place number 69 car of Stephen Collins, who, since he got past the Jaguar and got past the BMW, he's now 5 seconds up the road from them, so he's really pulled away well.
Certainly has, yeah, very healthy margin there that Stephen Collins has got himself up the road, so I think he'll be set for the final step on the podium as it stands. He was also first within his class as well, that being Class D, so he's got 2 Class Z cars ahead of him, Ben Snee and Dean Halsey. And just thinking back actually to the earlier race where Ben Snee won in the Classic K, I think he won in the end by about 23, 24 seconds, so he's almost on for about the same winning margin that he had earlier on today.
This is all 4 position as well. Steve Adams has just gained 2 places there because he got past the rumbles at the wheel of the Ford Anglia and also managed to squeeze his way through another car as well, which I think was the number 71 car of Andrew Tidmarsh. So that will be from 16th up to 14th for Steve Adams there at the wheel of the light blue Triumph Spitfire. So he's making very good progress through the order. And of course, that's the car that had the spin, didn't it, down at Club Chicane not long ago. But this is not good news, all of this squabbling going on, for Dean Halsey, who is compromised through all of that traffic and has to wait to be very patient all through the twiddly parts of the likes of Village, the Link and Chapel, and can finally now get past all of this traffic that's been holding him up.
Yeah, finally unleashes the Datsun power, which gets through all those 4 slower cars that he's been trying to work his way through since the start-finish line, so good job there from Dean. Good to see that all of them are giving each other plenty of room as well, so making sure there's no contact between these swinging 60s competitors. But coming down the hill now in towards what's going to be Vale is that number 55 machine as it stands, so after its Leery moment a little bit earlier on. Steve Adams turns his way now through a little bit of a lock up there as well for the 71 machine, which almost put it slightly wide, but Andrew Titmarsh just managing to get it through the corner without too much harm, but he is now going to be under pressure from Greg Rumble here by the looks of it. So on towards the start-finish line they go, and as Mark said, this is all around 14th, 15th and 16th place, which has just had a shuffle on that lap.
Yeah, it has just had a shuffle, and now there's another car that Steve Adams is now trying to carve his way through, and that'll be Gary Marsh at the wheel of car number 163, and that is also for position as well. Now that he's got himself right up onto terms with the Alpha, that will again be another position gain potentially for the little light blue Triumph Spitfire. Now as they come over the start-finish line, let's just have a look. Showing Steve Adams as being ahead of it, but no, he's now back behind the Alpha again, so that's another good little squabble we need to keep our eyes towards. We also need to keep our eyes towards the time as well, because I don't know where the 40 minutes has gone, Matt. We're into the final 2.5 minutes of this race.
We certainly are, yeah, and Ben Snee will be coming across the line very shortly, and that should give him 2 laps to go within this race. We're looking at what should be a 29-lap race for the first swinging 60s race of the season, as this fight for 14th on backwards continues. There I think goes Stephen Collins through, who still sits there in 3rd position, and here comes, by the looks of it, is that Charles Tippett? Yeah, who works his way now through Stowe Corner, just putting a lap on the 7:11 machine, so that's the Austin Healey Sprite, which has just gone further lap down. That now in the hands of John Foe as they head their way to the line. So Ben Snee has gone through. Oh, and unfortunately, the number 10 machine, which was in strife earlier after its spin and just got missed by the leaders, David Eales has now decided to pull that car off on the run down towards Abbey Corner, and he's just trying to find the gap, which is going to be pointed to by the marshals, and that's a shame for him because it was just a couple of laps from the home.
A little bit of smoke blowing out the exhaust of the Jaguar there, which is rather worrying, and there's more smoke coming out of the Jaguar as it heads over the start-finish line. That looks as though that's coming from underneath the engine bay, and surely Dave Byers going to have to park that one up. He's eased off the gas a little bit, yeah, but you can see the smoke. He's also slowing down as he comes over the start-finish line. There's no obviously signs of anything dropping onto the circuit, Matt, but I think that's going to be another retirement before too much longer, and yet the man from West Riding does a sensible thing, pulls the Jaguar out of harm's way.
Certainly does, yep. So a little collection cars starting to build down there at Abbey Corner now in the space of just 1 lap. So yellow flags wave for David, who goes off the circuit, and Ben Snee, yes, will now be on to his last lap with less than a lap time left within the race. So Ben Snee, with what's going to be 29 laps, as we said, the gap's going to be well over 20 seconds between himself and Dean Howsey, and it looks like Stephen Collins is going to complete the podium in 3rd place.
Certainly looks as though that's going to be the place, because the relative gaps between them all suggest that there's not going to be a great deal of shuffling on this one. The best of the battles we've got at the moment is probably down around about 13th, 14th places actually. Alfa Romeo still fighting away with Steve Adams at the wheel of the Triumph Spitfire. But other than that, the positions largely look settled as Ben Snee heads up towards Stowe Corner for the final time. So all he needs to do is head down through the Vale in towards the braking area for Club, and he is on for a 2nd win today here, having picked up a win in the Classic K race earlier on. Looks as though he's on for a win here in the Adams and Page swinging 60s, up towards the final aspect of Club Corner. Traffic ahead of him, but he's not going to catch it before the checkered flag. It's another win for Ben Snee. Claimed the win in Classic K earlier, claims the win in the first of our Adams and Page swinging 60s races here at Silverstone on the International Circuit today. And it's going to be a handsome margin as well, the best part of, what, 30 plus seconds he's going to come back in the lead by.
Yeah, certainly grown to the closing stages of this race, so Dean will be on his way towards the end very shortly. Just want to say as well, the lap times very much recovered towards the end of the race, so the track conditions improved. The penultimate lap by Ben Snee was about a 1:18.5, which was about a 10th of a second off what he had previously done as the fastest lap of the race. Dean Howsey comes through in the Datsun to take 2nd place, so a great drive from him after starting 3rd on the grid, and for 3rd place very shortly it should be the arrival of the MGB Roadster of Stephen Collins, which has had a really good run as well. So he'll turn his way through the last couple of corners, and he'll see the checker flag just ahead of him, and it will be a podium for Stephen Collins. And I think the last car on the lead lap should be Charles Tippett. So the BMW 2002 comes through now, and that's going to be about 5 seconds adrift of Stephen Collins on the podium. So really good way to start the Adams and Page Swinging 60s season, and I'm sure everyone out there, bars those who had some problems, including Ray Barrow, who was the early race leader, I'm sure they thoroughly enjoyed the race today.
Yeah, and we will see some of those cars back out for our second Adams and Page Swinging 60s race a little bit later on today, but there'll also be a raft of other cars that didn't race in this one that will appear in that one. So such is the entry list this weekend. A big old entry list. Still a few more cars to take the checker flag, but I think we're nearly there now. And for Ben Snee, well, it's 2 out of 2 so far today. Is he out in the third race as well at the wheel of the same car in the second of the Swinging 60s races? I think he alluded earlier on, so he may well be back out. That'll be what, race number 5, isn't it? And do we see him back out in that one? Matt's shuffling his way through the paperwork and looking. Yeah. Yes, he is, right. So he could make it a hat-trick, Matt.
He could well do, and I think the speed he's carried so far today, he could well and truly do that. So Ben Snee took the checker flag twice, just like someone else today. So just wanted a little bit of extra time, didn't he? But
that could be concerning, Matt, because he had to go up to the clerk's room and he got a warning because it was the first race of the season. This wasn't his first race of the season, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. It's quite tricky here at Silverstone. You come through the final corner and it's there. You have to make sure you're looking for it. But yeah, that might not be so good for Ben. So he's ushered into the garage very shortly, and we'll get some classified results for you. Ben Snee is your winner once again today by over 30 seconds from Dean Housley. Stephen Collins comes through third and wins his class as well, just ahead of Claire Norman and Charles Tippett. Babak Farzian, Ian Staines, Tim Cairns, and then Kevin Burden, Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird in 8th place. Julian Howe, and then the Cloutman and Kilby car complete the top 10. Further back we had Steve Adams, who was in a great fight with Andrew Tidmarsh towards the end for 13th and 14th. The Rumbles come through in 15th, the Hines in 16th, the Greys in 17th, and Robert Lyons was the final classified finisher down there in 18th position. So they are your provisional results. As Mark said, more from Swinging 60s a little bit later on. But for now, I think we are almost ready to head down into the pit lane, because Josh has at least one car and one driver he can now talk to.
Yep, Dean House is here. Thanks for coming to see me, Dean. No one else is here yet. A good race for you there, second place.
Yeah, very good. Couldn't have asked for much more. Could have kept a little bit more control, but you always can. But yeah, good race. Well pleased, thank you.
And a great way to start the season in the sunshine at Silverstone, which when we saw the calendars we perhaps didn't expect.
Well, that gearbox lasted, but I've got some better ones coming, so hopefully a bit of reliability this year. Yeah, good start to the season.
And not that many 240Z to race, so tell us a bit about yours.
Well, I bought it as a shell from the US. We decided to completely build it as a brand new race car, which we did. And it's been in the Swinging 60s now for 6 years. And I think I'll stay. It's enjoying myself, having great fun. Yeah, it's good in this because I can modify it a bit. There are some rules, so you know it lets you go a little bit quicker.
It's a good thing about this series, isn't it? It sort of opens it out to a great variety of cars with different modifications.
Yeah, as you can see, you know, a straight 6, you know, can tangle with the big V8s in the corners. Although it's looked like Ray had some sort of engine problem or something, gearbox. But yeah, well, rather him than me. Normally it's me with a gearbox, isn't it?
And you've all got it in an IMSA spec livery in your helmet, and I think your truck as well.
Yeah, all in the same BRE, Brock Enterprises from the US. Yeah, same livery, and I'll keep it that way.
It looks great. Well done on your second place. Ben Snee has made his way down here, so we'll grab a word with him once he jumps out the car. Unfortunately, we've missed Stephen Collins from third place. So Ben's having a discussion at the moment, I think, with his team. And then we'll grab a word with him after his second win of the day. Let you take your helmet off firstly, Ben, and then we'll grab a word with you after your second win of the day.
Oh, thank you.
And the first part of that perhaps a bit tougher than the last race?
Yes, I was having a good fight with, was it a Mustang? A Camaro, rather, yeah. Yeah, that was really good fun because he was much quicker down the straights, and then I was getting him around the corners and we had a good dice, but I don't know what happened to him, presumably. Oh, his gearbox, so that's a shame because we were having a good tussle. Yeah, it's really good fun. Yeah, it was fine. I had a bit of a problem with my gearbox, so it was a little bit difficult to find it sometimes, and there was oil coming out onto the club and then at the complex, so that was a bit hairy to begin with, but it's fantastic, great fun. Yeah,
how are you feeling ahead of your third race?
Quite tired now, I have to say. Yeah, I'm probably going to get told off again because I went and did an extra lap, but I pointed to come in to the Marshall's and they told him to go straight on, but he's going to talk to me.
Okay, I'll let
But anyway, thank you very much.
you come up with your best excuses. So there's Ben Snee, our race winner. He'll be out later on in the second Swing in 60s race. We've got more racing to come before that, so we'll head back to Mark and Matt in the commentary box.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, now that we have finished our first of 2 Adams and Page Swing in 60s races, we now move on to 2 combined races in one in reality. There's no split grid. It's as per the qualifying times that were set. But next we've got coming up for you the Superflow Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. So the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics is a series for sports and saloon and GT cars from the 1970s and the 1980s largely. It was first run by the Classic Sports Car Club back nearly 20 years ago. 2006 was the first year that we ran it. For this year we also welcome along SuperPro as our title sponsors for the Modern Classics. So the SuperPro Modern Classics is designed for most production saloons and hatchbacks and sports and GT models produced up to the end of 1999, and this series has been running since 2013. So what we do have, Matt, is a big grid, 38 took to qualifying, but also a hugely varied grid in terms of marks represented and pace of those cars.
Exactly, yeah. As you said, a very big grid for the first races of the season. Lots of different classes with lots of different makes and marks of cars in there as well, which ranges from, once again, Porsches, which we've seen already today. You've got some Jaguars back out there, a few Lotuses and BMWs. We've got some TVR Tuscan Challenge cars, which is always nice to see. And then some of the more unusual cars that we really don't see too much in terms of race spec, the likes of the Subaru Impreza and also the Nissan Skyline GTR. So real eclectic mix out there. It's going to be a busy track, isn't it? We've had a little bit of overtaking and traffic to deal with for some of the other classes. This one, I'm sure there's going to be lots of overtaking, lots of traffic, and once again a very interesting 40-minute race to unfold.
I think without question there's going to be lots of overtaking, because you look, the pole position time, I'm not sure whether it was Alex Taylor or James Affleck that set the time at the wheel of the number 66 TVR Tuscan, but they qualified on pole 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else. It was a 1 minute 12.241. But the back of the grid, Rob Hubbard, you can without question say he was pedalling as quickly as he possibly could. He was the slowest of the qualifiers. He did a 1:34.433, so nearly 22.2 seconds difference between the front of the grid and the back of the grid.
Yep, so within the space of 4 laps, they're pretty much going to be on the back of the field, aren't they, with the lap times we've got in this one. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, as we said. Just wait for the cars to be released onto the circuit. A bit of maintenance, a bit of clear up to be done as well. Don't think the circuit's going to be dressed, because with the heat we've got today, I think all that which was dropped onto the circuit has pretty much dispersed at some parts, not over there towards Village by the looks of it. The Marshals just having to dress the circuit, and also in fact through the last couple of corners of Vale and Club, so they just want to make sure that the circuit is at its best. But with that now almost done, the Marshals over at Club Corner are being ushered off the circuit. We've got the start line marshals standing by. They'll be welcoming the 19 rows that we have for this next race. They are poised and ready to make sure all the cars get lined up in that position. And yeah, as we said, it's going to be an intriguing one to see how it all unfolds. But can that 1.2 seconds that either Alex or James were quicker in qualifying, can that last for the full 40 minutes? But that's the great thing, isn't it, Mark? With 2 driver cars, you sometimes have differing abilities and speeds with those drivers. So a car might go off in the distance to start with, but then when it goes into the hands of the next driver, it might then just come back to the others. So it's another intriguing part of these 40-minute races.
Yeah, it's a bit like a Pro-Am car in GT3, isn't it, really? You have one driver that's obviously quicker than another, but then you have others where both drivers are of a very equivalent pace, and you get that whole dynamic that you don't get in shorter races where just one driver drives. Just going to try and count through the number of marks we've got represented. So TVR, BMW, Porsche, Ginetta, Nissan, Toyota, Lotus, Jaguar, Mazda, Ford, Subaru. Is that 11 different marks represented?
Yeah.
Of the 38, I think.
See if you missed
I think that's what I got there.
Were you all paying attention? Mazda, I think Mazda's another one. Did you say Mazda?
Did I say Mazda higher up? No, probably not. Oh. Yeah, so 11/12. We'll leave it as that, because I can get to 10 fairly easily, but I really don't want to be taking my shoes and my socks off to get to 11 or 12.
Look at that site though. What a lovely day here at Silverstone. You can see the fans on top of the wing almost, looking over the start-finish line. Some good vantage points here at Silverstone, especially on the international circuit. You can stand behind the wing as well, see cars come down through the vale in towards Club. You can kind of see them along the Hangar Straight as well. So some really good vantage points here at the international part of Silverstone.
Yeah, it's quite nice. I sort of walked up to the inside of Village Corner yesterday, and then when you head back over the vehicle bridge that brings you back on towards the Hangar Straight, you can stand on the outside of Chapel as well. Two really good viewing points there as well. Or, as you say, the elevated position from up there where the restaurant is on the wing is always a good place to see, albeit you only really see the final corner there, but you get a great view of the starts and the pit stops, of course, as well.
Yeah, so still waiting for the cars to come out with, as we said, the final bit of clear up to be done. There was a few cars which expired in that swinging 60s race as well, but I think the majority of those were off the circuit and can be accessed from the outside of the track, so that's not going to be too much of a problem. It's more the dressing of the circuit which needs to be done before we have these 38 cars to head out.
Remember, this is not the only time we come to Silverstone as well, the Classic Sports Car Club this year. We do return to Silverstone, but on the national circuit, and that's over the weekend of the 14th and the 15th of June. That will be our 4th race meeting of the year. If you want details on the calendar, then all you need to do is hit the club website, which is www.classicsportscarclub.co.uk, classicsportscarclub.co.uk, and you can click on their calendar of events from there that will tell you where we are and what's racing at each weekend, because not necessarily all the same series race at every single weekend. So we start here at Silverstone. We will be at Donington Park on the 12th and the 13th of April on the Grand Prix circuit there for our 2nd race meeting of the year. Then it's on to Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire on the 17th and 18th of May before returning here to Silverstone, as I said, on the 14th and 15th of June. Some cars, one category will be represented down at Thruxton for their historic meeting on the 21st and 22nd of June, but that's not a main Classic Sports Car Club race meeting. The next main meeting after Silverstone National Circuit will be at Snetterton on the 5th and 6th of July on the 300 circuit. Then it will be Castle Combe on the 2nd and 3rd of August, before it's then Brands Hatch, which is a great event to go to, the Brands Britannia on the 30th and 31st of August, down to Thruxton in the middle part of September, the 20th and 21st of September, and Alton Park single day meeting on the 18th of October wraps up the main calendar of events. But as we say, we do have some cars down at the Thruxton Historic in June. We've got the likes of New Millennium Turbo Tin Tops that are at Brands Hatch supporting the Super Touring Power Championship down there. The Open Series will head over to Zolder in Belgium in the middle part of July, so some of the competitors will opt to do that. The likes of the Classic Sports Car Club Special Saloons and Mod Sports, which aren't out this weekend, they'll be part of the Alton Park Gold Cup again this year. And even things like cars from the Classic K and the Swinging 60s that we've seen out, they will get the opportunity to go out and race at Spa in the 6-hour race that's out there as part of the Spa Autumn Classic as well. Over the course of 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th of September. So lots of racing. Details on all of that, as I say, classicsportscarclub.co.uk. So with cars that stricken themselves around the circuit, Matt, and the bit of clearing up to do, no signage yet of the cars leaving the park, not the Parc Fermé, the assembly area.
No, not at the minute, so it's just a chance for everyone to take a break, and the marshals who have been working very hard so far today, they've had a few incidents to work and clear away, so they just get a breather out there on post or down in the pit lane, wherever they may be. But it's always great to say a massive thank you to the marshals for helping out, giving up their time voluntary, because of course, as ever, without them we would not be able to enjoy the sport we love so much. So thanks to them. I know they've probably been busy over the winter doing a bit of training, and of course maybe some new faces making their way into the motorsport world as well. So great to have them back for another year, and I'm sure they're all geared up, Mark, for another great season ahead wherever they may be heading.
Yeah, because of course they won't just necessarily just do Silver. There will be some that will only do Silverstone events, but many of them will sort of head off to other circuits and go and marshal at Donington Park, or Rockingham, as used to be, would never be that far away here from Northamptonshire. But and of course what some of them will be doing maybe next year over the winter is they might be marshalling on the karting circuit, because we'll no doubt have Motorsport UK sponsored karting on the new karting circuit that's being developed just as you come over the bridge.
Definitely, yeah. So all of them very much appreciated in what they do, and of course we can never have enough marshals. So if you're thinking about getting involved and want to come along and join in this sport and be part of a great crowd of men and women who do this, then you're always welcome. There are various different ways you can get involved. There's websites you can go to. Probably the best way is just to speak to some of the marshals themselves, because they can give you clear advice of how they did it, what it's like, and how much they love it as well. So do get involved. If you're thinking, I don't know if I should, definitely give it a go. I think, Mark, you've done it a few times, haven't you?
More than a few times, yeah. I mean, I first joined the ranks of the British Motorsport Marshals Club, or BMRMC as it was called at the time, back in the 1980s, and carried on with them until my son was born. So about 15 years of it. Cars are coming out onto the circuit, which means we should now be able to rattle you through the grid for this one. We hopefully have been notified of the correct starting drivers as well. There might have been a revised grid issue as well, because I know Jazz Sapra, who's scheduled to start on the 4th row, did withdraw. So depending on the grid that we see come up on our graphic on the live stream, then that will indicate as to whether there's a grid or not. I don't think we're going to get the graphics. Let me guide you through the grid then. 66, James Affleck lines up on pole position alongside his 33, Michael Russell. Row 2 of the grid is Liam Wright in his Porsche alongside Roger Hamilton's Ginetta. Third row of the grid, Aston Blake lines up alongside Louise Kennedy. In the 4th row, we should have had Jazz Sapra, but he has withdrawn because of mechanical woes. So on their own then should be the number 9 car, started by David Whelan. Row 5 is Roger Hayes at the wheel of the Toyota Celica alongside Susan Williams at the wheel of her Lotus, who was very pleased with the way qualifying went. And row 6 of the grid, Chris Boone and David Sharp. Row 7, Clinton Ewing, we saw him out earlier on alongside Luca Nardone, who will start the number 88 car. And it's Michael Holt and John Cockerton who line up on row 8. Neil Chillystone has got one of the Kirtlers, either Will or Mike, alongside. We don't know who's starting on row number 9. And row 10 is Nick Rigno and number 41, which is Glyn Davis. Steve Thompson and Rob Hardy line up on an all Porsche, 11th row of the grid, and it's Jonathan Jasnik at the wheel of his BMW that lines up alongside Mark Fisher, who we've already seen out. The next row of the grid is row 13. I think a second driver has been popped into this car here, because my grid only shows Michael Reynolds, but the starting driver was down as Martin Reynolds for that one. And alongside is Guy Connew. Lawrence Coppock and Tristan George line up on row 14 with Jack Stewart and Martin Reynolds on row 15, because I think Martin Reynolds has withdrawn the Ford Mustang possibly. Then it's James Ford alongside Oliver Graham, Cy Frowen and Harry Fox Edwards. Andy Whiting, Chris Hetherington, Mark Manton and Rob Hubbard line out all, 19 rows of the grid for this one. So a very, very full grid indeed.
The car's now coming up into position with, on that pole position, the 66 machine, which is the TVR Tuscan Challenge, the 4.5 litre, which finds itself in Class T. You'll have the BMW alongside, which again, Michael Russell hasn't quite pulled up where he should be. He's more of a disadvantage if he starts probably 4 foot back from where he is right now, but maybe the marshals, I think will usher him a little bit further forward. Got one of those marshals now just waving to Michael to get his attention, to get him to move forward, to make it a side-by-side row 1, which it now will be. So they are the first 2 cars on the grid. You've then got Roger Hamilton in the red Ginetta. Alongside him is going to be the Liam Wright number 25 Porsche, which is the grey coloured car. You can see David Whelan is just getting himself to the right side of the circuit now. He was almost 90 degrees to the circuit, but he was on the wrong side as he would have been. So he now comes into position, and it's a large grid to get into place, as you can imagine. So those at the front will be sitting there for quite a while all of these 19 rows are going to be put together. We can see a few gaps, as we said. Jazz Sapra is one of those we knew would be missing.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can see David Sharp's yellow Lotus there either. I was looking for it. Martin Reynolds has joined the back of the grid. Yeah, there's no yellow Lotus there, is there?
No, there's quite a few missing from the middle of the pack, isn't there? That's Chris Boone, so his Jaguar's in position. Who else have we got there? Luca Nardone might be there, but I think the marshals are probably slightly confused now with what they've got, so they're going to try and put it together as best as they can. A few doors now starting to be opened as well, just means that the airflow is needed within the cars, because it's going to be a long first stint and maybe a long race for some of these drivers which go solo. So they're just making sure they get plenty of air into the car as they sit there. Marshals now leave the first few rows to their own devices, and we've got a late call to say that it's Mike Kirtler in the number 32 machine, so he is there in that car, which starts from 18th position. So thanks very much for the late notification to know who is in that car. And I think we've got the last few cars now into position towards the rear. So the marshals have done well. They were a little bit confused with what they had. Some cars probably not where they should have been, but the green flag now does wave, and 40 minutes of racing for both the Super Pro Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics is about to get underway. The 5-second board is going to be held aloft, and it's going to be TVR and BMW off the front of the grid, but which one's going to get dragged down towards the first corner. The lights go out now, and it's a fairly even start. Very slow there for Dave Whelan. The Porsche doesn't really get away as quick as it probably should do, so he loses a few positions on the run down towards the first corner. You've got the Jaguar coming past it. You've got the slippery surface flag also out in towards Abbey, just to warn drivers of the cement dust which has been laid down between now and the previous race. Everyone has pretty much made it safely through, but is it going to be BMW or TVR that leads down through the village? It's going to be the BMW, the yellow one of Michael Russell. Looks like James Affleck is down to 3rd place, and it's going to be Roger Hamilton up into 2nd place already.
It is, but he's Roger Hamilton is up into 2nd place. You say Affleck's down into 3rd, but he's under big pressure from the cars that sit behind, not least of which will be Aston Blake and the glorious Porsche 911 RSR. Everybody's safely through the first few corners as they all start to descend onto the hangar straight for the first time, but the extra grunt of the TVR Tuscan tells, and James Affleck goes back through and ahead of Roger Hamilton to pick up the position as they head through Stowe Corner. It looks like Clinton Ewan's starting to make some good progress as well. He's fighting away with Michael Holt for positions probably down towards or just outside of the top 10 at the moment, but Michael Russell, what a start from him. He leads the way from Roger Hamilton, who's back into 2nd place with a good lunge up the inside on the brakes of James Affleck to retake 2nd.
And what a start as well from Richard Hayes. He's up there in 4th position from right from the grid. He had a bit of a spit of flame out the side as he almost lost the engine by the looks of it coming through towards Club Corner, but it's a good start for him. There's the Mazda MX-5, which started a little bit lower down. That's Jack Stewart in the number 73 machine. Jaguar's running well, in fact all together there by the looks of it, as they work their way down in towards the first corner once again, and possibly, I think we've got some news from the pits, is that? No, just my earphones playing. Oh, and there's a car off there as well through the first corner, sideways to the inside. Didn't quite catch who it was. I could kind of get some light blue colours, but we'll have to clarify who that was.
Yeah, I was the same as you. All I saw was a light blue flash out the corner of my eye. I think the car has subsequently recovered, so it was a spin but no contact made with the barriers, thankfully, so the car should be able to continue, but it should have tumbled down through the order as a result of that one. We're still side by side. Ginetta fighting away with TVR Tuscan. Of course, so much later on the brakes can Roger Hamilton be that James Affleck has to give up the place once more. We've also got Louise Kennedy at the wheel of the Skyline having a brilliant battle with the all-red BMW of, that must be Clinton Ewan, that sits behind. So in towards the braking area for Club Corner. Aston Blake at the wheel of the Porsche 911 RSR dives at the inside of the Toyota whilst the door is open. Then following through goes Liam Wright at the wheel of the 944 Turbo. So 2 places lost there for Richard Hayes at the wheel of the Toyota Sneaker.
Yeah, after a good start, he's now starting to drop back his Richard, so that's not fairly good news for him, unfortunately. So hopefully it's not too much of a problem. There's the number 26 machine going through the shot as well. That's James Ford. So you can see this car out as well within this race. Nice little battle he's having as well. And I think Mark might have picked out the 909 machine. Yeah, it looks like the colours, doesn't it? The one that had the spin.
Yeah, 309 machine, and it's lost 10 places on that lap. Yeah, so it must have been Neil Chillystone who had a moment heading through Abbey Corner, and that stacks up with the fact that it's 28th position. It was running in on something like 16th place before that.
Looks like James Affleck might have had a moment because he's dropped back from the Ginetta and now trying to work his way back past Aston Blake, which he's done. He's got the power in that TVR Tuscan Challenge to draw right onto the back of what's going to be Roger Hamilton in towards the right-hander of Stowe. So just wondering if there was a slight moment for the TVR, but back to pretty much where he was. And Michael Russell has pretty much disappeared. You cannot see a single flash of yellow anywhere within the shot, so hopefully he's still in the race, which I think he is, but he's almost 8 seconds, if not more, up the road from this battle. Yeah,
we're only completing 3 laps, so really hasn't read the script, has he, Michael Russell? He's run away into the distance and has hidden, has just posted a 1:15.336 as his best lap of the race. There's a gravelly moment for David Whelan at the wheel of the Porsche 993 RSR, which bumbles across the gravel and the grass down at the club chicane almost, but he is able to recover, rejoin the tarmac We've also got the recovery of Neil Chillistone's Porsche following its spin back through the order. He's just gained the place over Martin Reynolds in the win of the Ford Mustang Mark 1 that time through. So there's that now put Neil Chillistone. He was in 28th position. It's been a bit of a yo-yo race, Matt, really. Lost 12 places on one lap. He's gained 5 back on that one.
He's heading in the right direction, isn't he? Which is always good. So up the order he goes to 23rd place. A bit of a moment there as well for the 1-2-1 machine. So that now recovers from what was Vale to Club Corner, but that will drop that car pretty much to the back of the field, unfortunately. So not a good moment there for Andy Whiting, all on his own now as he works his way down towards Abbey Corner, and probably not too long until he's caught by the race leader. Martin Reynolds has had a moment as well. That's over towards Village, so he now refires that Ford Mustang back into life, but another one that will drop down the order. It was 24th place, so yeah, it's almost outside the top 30 by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's now running right the way down with Chris Hetherington in the Subaru, so he's going to be outside of the top 30 now, that is absolutely for sure. Into the pits we've got somebody coming, and that looks as though that's the Jaguar XJS of Guy Connew that's coming into the pits. So that's 4 minutes before the pit window opens, so that is very much an unscheduled pit stop.
Yeah, it was another slow entrance into the pits as well there, so not good news for Guy. It was Tim Moran who was going to get the second stint within that car, but might not now be the case, unfortunately, for that Jaguar. Here's the fight for second place by the looks of it. We've got about 5 cars all together, I think, by the looks of things as well. James Affleck has made his way to the front of it. Roger Hamilton is now going to get pipped a few places because Aston Blake goes around the outside in his Porsche. He's got another Porsche also trying to get into the mix as well, as Liam Wright tries to find his way through, but Roger Hamilton is not laying down without a fight, is he? Because he takes that place back straight away from Aston Blake in towards the right-hander. Martin Reynolds now into the pit lane after his moment on that lap over there at Village Corner, so a few falling by the wayside in the early stages.
Yeah, and some brilliant battles going on. So we might have a battle for the lead of the race because Michael Russell has run away and hidden. And now James Affleck in second place at the wheel of TVR is starting to edge away. But Roger Hamilton, Aston Blake, Clinton Ewan has got himself ahead of Liam Wright. But Liam Wright at the wheel of the 944 Turbos fighting back in a straight line. Can he go back ahead of the BMW? Yes, he can. But then Clinton Ewan tries to get the undercut coming round through Abbey and up towards Farm. Can't quite get the job done. Can he try anything on the brakes as they head in towards the braking area for Village? No, he's going to try and sweep round the outside. Is he at Village? No, tucks himself back behind. But 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th all together. Ginetta, Porsche, BMW.
Certainly is, yep, and Richard Hayes is not too far back in the background as well here, so the more these cars start to squabble, the closer the rest are going to get as well. So Richard Hayes might need a little bit more help, but I think he might have a chance to do so if all of this carries on, as Aston Blake once again goes for that move on Roger Hamilton. It's straight line advantage for the Porsche, but the Ginetta should be a little bit better on the brakes down in towards Stowe Corner, but on this occasion Aston Blake has got the job done. Liam Wright almost up the inside there at the same time, but didn't come to anything between those two cars. There goes Michael Russell still as your race leader, and as expected in the early stages, only now 6 laps completed, he is into that traffic as Aston Blake is once again under attack from Roger Hamilton. He'll have to go the long way round like Clinton Ewan is trying to do in the BMW in the background, and with that Roger leaves the door open for Liam Wright to sneak through to take that place away, and now sees him up into 4th position.
Yeah, it just keeps chopping and changing all of the time, doesn't it? They've also got traffic to deal with, which is Andy Whiting's Porsche 924S as they approach the Kinkard Abbey corner. So they'll just have to blend out of the throttle maybe for a split second whilst they deal with the slower traffic. But all 4 of these look as though they've probably dealt as efficiently with the traffic as they possibly can. Clinton Ewan thought about going up the inside of Roger Hamilton's Ginetta there, but decided discretion is the better part of valour for sure as they went in towards the braking area for Village Corner. Big heavy beam was never going to outbrake a Ginetta G20, so he sits himself back behind again. He's trying to build some more momentum as they head onto the Hangar Straight this time through. The Ginetta G20 starting to run out of puff. Now, through all of this, James Affleck, who'd been running in second, looks as though he's being caught by the chasing pack behind to me, because Aston Blake, followed by Liam Wright, then Roger Hamilton, then the red BMW, all seem to be that little bit closer to the TVR Tuscan than they were a few laps ago.
Yeah, certainly does. Just wondering if he might have caught the traffic at a bad place around the circuit, but yeah, gap is definitely coming down. There is Guy Connew once again back into the pit lane, so he went back out, he's back in, and he might be looking to do his pit stop, but it's not quite open, so if he hangs around long enough it might work, but I think there was more of a serious problem with that Jaguar, unfortunately. So across the line we go, still there in second place for James Affleck. We've got another Jaguar with a problem. This one though looks like unfortunately on the right rear and finds itself in the gravel trap as well. So Lawrence Kopok is in quite a precarious position there, so I would probably expect we might have a safety car before too much longer.
Gaikon's car is certainly not mandatory whatsoever, Matt. It's come in. The fire that it had has got a lot worse, which I think you can see. He's got to the fire extinguisher knob. Now he's trying to take the bonnet off, which isn't always the best thing to do. Marshals are on the case, but hopefully everyone stays safe in this situation, Matt.
Yeah, fire extinguisher on standby, so they need to get to that as quick as possible to stop any further damage being done to that car. So, yeah, as Josh said, definitely a problem with that Jaguar.
Yeah, such a shame, because that's such a beautiful looking car, isn't it? Replica of the Group 4, Group 5 livery, as it would have been at the time. But, yeah, such a shame. But as ever, brilliant work done by the marshals, a little bit of re-ignition there. So they will, first of all, if you're watching this and you're not quite sure how the marshals deal with it, the first thing they go in with is a dry powder extinguisher. That has no cooling effect on the car, but that smothers, cuts off the oxygen to the car and to the fire. So once you smother that and suffocate the fire, then the fire goes out, but it doesn't cool it down. So any residual heat in air can create a bit of re-ignition. So then what they do is they go in with a foam extinguisher. It's called aqueous film forming foam, AFFF, and that not only the foam seals the fire, but also, because it is water-based, it then cools it down as well. So eventually, by the combination of those two, you prevent any re-ignition. And now, I did see the safety car was coming out. Yep, safety car boards are out there on circuit. Now, the safety car has come out just as the pit window opens, which possibly you might just extend the window now, I would have thought. So I'm just going to go back to my regulations. And whilst we go safety car, so in the event of a safety car stroke code 60 being deployed or released during the pit window will be extended until the end of the race, is the regulations.
Yep, so we just got the safety car as the window opened, as Mark said there. So yeah, the safety car has been deployed. The reason for that is for Lawrence Kopok's car, which is in the gravel. I think it's just on the exit of Village, heading down through the link. So as we said, very close to the edge of the circuit there, which is no surprise the safety car is out. Josh.
Several cars, as you might expect, because of that matter, making their way down the pit lane. So this could really jumble the order up, couldn't it? Depending when you come in, how quick you can do the pit stop, making sure you don't go under for sure, but not too much over that minimum pit stop time.
Yeah, so again, that minimum pit stop time is 1 minute and 30 seconds, and that is not the time that the cars are stationary in the pit lane. It's the time from when they break the beam at pit entry to when they break the beam at pit exit. So it's pit in to pit out time, no less than 90 seconds. And the pit lane, Josh, is looking a bit like the M25 on a Friday afternoon at the moment.
Yeah, and everyone pitting the opposite end of the pit lane to the previous races, so we're just making our way down.
You've got your trainers on, go on.
I'm not you, Mark. But yeah, everybody's. Is there anyone actually in the safety car queue? Might be easier to describe. So near me is the TVR that was going well of James Affleck. So Alex Taylor, who I'm sure will be very rapid in that car, will get over. The Porsche 911 of Aston Blake handing over to Tony Blake. That's happening just in front of me, and I think it is Aston that started that car. So that was the right information we got. There's Hooters going. It does feel like the M25 rather, this, Mark. There's cars, 2, 3 wide in the pit lane, and about half of the international pit lane not being used, which is perhaps not the best strategy from some teams. There's a Ginetta 83, which is having to be pushed quite a long way back to try and find a gap to actually get out of the pit lane, which it can't do. So it's all...
They're all cutting each other up and...
So who may lead after all of this? You'll have to tell us on the timing screens. I think Michael Russell might be on his way. Certainly Alex Taylor is, but the Blakes have jumped the TVR. I can tell you that. But yeah, I'll leave it to you, Mark, once they'll get back around the next time to see who might be leading. And I'll try and work out where all the drivers are who just got out.
They all descended on the pits at the same time, Matt Suckling, but they're not all exactly leaving at the same time, because some of the pit stops are very close to 1.5 minutes. Some are very slow, the likes of Cy Frowen, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And I spotted one that briefly flashed up on the screen. 1 minute and 13 seconds is the best part, 17 seconds short of where it ought to have been.
Certainly is, yeah. Some are well over, some are near enough 2 minutes, but that might just be because they were blocked in and couldn't get out, as Josh was describing down there. But yeah, it's frantic, isn't it, that everyone decides to come in and get that pit stops done as quickly as possible within the regulations. But I just want to say it's quite intriguing that you don't really want to be coming out behind the safety car a lap down, but that doesn't really matter now that everyone came in pretty much at the same time. There's going to be some that try and benefit from this, but whether they do or not, we'll have to wait and see. As it stands, under the safety car, it is the Luca Nadoni car which is actually leading. So that will be the number 88 BMW, which you can see right behind the safety car. And then you've got, I think, the Lotus behind that, which is the 76 machine. So that sits there at the minute in second. Of course, these cars are ones that haven't served their pit stop, and I think there's only 4 of those that didn't decide to come in once that safety car was deployed.
Yeah, Suzanne Williams at the wheel of the number 76 Lotus did not come in. Nick Rignot at the wheel of his Porsche 911, number 21, didn't come in. And also number 28 did not come in as well, which is... I'm going to stick with Michael Reynolds because we've already seen the Mustang Mark 1 out there, which would be Martin's car. So I'm going to go for Michael Reynolds because we were, again, told it would be Martin that would start in that car, but that would mean he'd be down to drive 2 cars. One sharing and one solo for that race.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Well, he could do it now because the car's retired. But
could do, yeah. So yeah, I got car number 91, Mark Fisher giving way to Stephen Archer. And this is only what flashed up on the screen. I can't dig back through the data because it's not possible to do that on the TSL online timing system. But 1 minute and 13 seconds I saw flash up on the screen for car number 91. So I've got a question mark as to whether they might get a penalty. And I also saw 1 minute and 24 seconds flash up for car number 69, Steve Thompson, at the wheel of his Porsche, briefly on the screen. So those are 2 cars, Matt. Wouldn't surprise me if there's some sort of penalty that is later on picked up that needs issuing to them.
Yeah, we've already seen that today, haven't we, with a car which got that, the AC Cobra, which was short by just a couple of seconds, and it got quite a substantial penalty towards the end of the race. So that might not be good news for those 2 cars that you mentioned. A couple more now heading for the pit lane, so a little bit more sedate pit lane it will be now, with everyone back out on circuit. So I think the race leaders are going to be in, so the 88 machine comes down the pit lane, and also the number 21 machine is going to be in as well. So that leaves us with just 2 now. In fact, no, just 1, because also the 28 machine of Michael Reynolds has come into the pits as well. So the one that stayed out, quite interesting. Whether that benefits, we'll have to wait and see once we go back to green flag racing, which won't be anytime soon because we've still got the Cop-Op car to be recovered over there at the link, which isn't happening just yet, I can see.
I can tell you, Matt, that the Michael Reynolds Boxster is a solo-driven car, so we wondered if it was just a typo on what we got, and that seems to be the case. So Michael Reynolds staying aboard. But as you say, pretty much everybody else has pitted on a sort of a safer second time round. But that means they will lose track position, you'd think.
Yeah, so the only car that hasn't pitted then is Suzanne Williams at the moment at the wheel of the number 76 Lotus, which is the car directly behind the safety car now. So safety car does have the race leader with it. The problem then becomes if Suzanne Williams pulls into the pits, what's the next car behind? Because it wouldn't surprise me with the Classic Sports Car Club. It is just a series. There aren't any championship points. I don't think they would reshuffle the pack if the Lotus pitted.
No.
I think they just leave it and go when it's clear.
Just trying to work out. So in the order we have on the timing screen, it's the 33 machine, which is the one that's done the pit stop and is the leading car. So that would be the
Michael
one,
Russell, yeah.
That would be the BMW, which was in the lead by a substantial margin. So everything went fairly well for him, but of course he'll now have to do all that work again because he's going to have a lot more people closer to him.
He is, yeah. Second car that's pitted at this stage would be Roger Hamilton at the wheel of the Ginetta, so he had a reasonably good stop. Then it would be the Toyota, wouldn't it, would be next up, which is Richard Hayes, Clinton Hewin. So it's Aston Blake to Tony Blake, the driver swap then that must have taken longer than 1 minute and 30 seconds because they've lost places, haven't they, relative to those that they were doing battle with.
Yeah, and so has James Affleck and Ben Taylor. They've gone down to what's effectively going to be about 6th or 7th place. So they have definitely lost out. The Porsche of Liam Wright, that is in 12th position on our timing screen, but it's second within the queue. So that could potentially be, would be, well, if they release him, it wouldn't be a lap down, but he would almost be a lap down because he hasn't gone across the timing line yet. So, it gets a little bit confusing, but we'll try and keep you abreast of what's happening. We'll hopefully see the leader come through shortly. The Michael Russell BMW, in fact, is a long way down the safety car queue. So yeah, we'll unshuffle it all very shortly, but as Mark said, that was the order as we had it, with Russell ahead of Hamilton. Richard Hayes did well, didn't he, in that pit stop to come through, as the Lotus, I think, peels off for its pit stop.
It is, yeah. So Suzanne Williams is coming into the pits to hand the car over to Richard Smith. So that's the car that had been leading, the only car that hasn't conducted a mandatory pit stop, that has now dived for the pit lane. Well, I say the only car that hasn't, that's of those that we can see on our timing screen, which is the top 30. On the basis there were only 38 cars started and we've lost a few along the way, then I suspect that is it. This will also help the likes of Louise and Jason Kennedy, who at the wheel of their Nissan Skyline. Fantastic car, it's quick, but it can be a little bit highly strung. So just the ability to cool everything down for a few laps, it might just help that Nissan Skyline, because whereabouts are they? They seem to lose ground in the pit stops, because they are now down in 15th position.
Yeah, almost like the half-time whistle, isn't it? To have a break, let everything rest up, as you said, and then they can go for it again for the final 20 minutes or so. We are now into those final 20 minutes as the safety car goes very slowly down towards Abbey Corner. So just making sure that it gives enough of a gap to the marshals and recovery crew, just to make sure they have enough space on circuit to recover that Jaguar. So Lawrence Coppock's car is the one that still needs to be recovered. No one else could hear that, Mark, but that was very loud in my ear.
I'm terribly sorry. I just managed to turn the microphone off before the big sneeze came. There's a cold on its way. Josh, what news this time?
A second pit stop for the Cy Froen Ginetta G20, so that's not planned. That was the car that was stuck, couldn't get out of the pit lane with everyone else around it. There's a larger problem now for this car, it would seem. And they're going to hope to get Cy back out, we shall see, in his Ginetta G20. You don't see that many G20s race nowadays, Mark. Would once a great one-mate championship, wasn't it?
It was a fantastic one-mate championship. We used to sport the British GT Championship. I did drive a couple of G20s down at Landau in Wales many, many years ago as part of the Ginetta scholarship course. So there's our final pit stop just taking place. So Suzanne Williams and team, which includes her husband, push start in the car, and back down the pit lane then goes Richard Smith for part 2 of the race. Can't quite see how the recovery is getting on of Lawrence Coppock's car there. Now Lawrence, again, long time Jaguar racer, been racing within the Classic Sports Car Club for a good number of years. It's very unusual for him to make a mistake. So it was well truly beached in the gravel and going nowhere, and is now being winched out of harm's way, Matt.
Yeah, just wondering if it had a bit of a Larry moment on the rear, because it facing the oncoming traffic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it's quite an unusual place to end up. So whether it was a moment on his own or was tipped into that, we're not too sure. But recovery is ongoing, and it has now been pulled clear of the gravel, which is always good. It means we are hopefully closer to a restart. Other ones to watch out for, actually, when we go back to green, the number 9 machine, that's had a bit of a topsy-turvy first half of the race. David Whelan now handed that car over to Aidan Farrell, but that could be one that works its way back up the order. Currently down in 19th position, so we'll see how that goes in the final 15 minutes or so as the pack is brought down slowly towards the end of the lap. There's Michael Russell, the yellow BMW you can see in shot now. That is your effective race leader. Roger Hamilton is only one car back. He's got one slower car in front of him, effectively, so that's where Roger Hamilton finds himself, and Richard Hayes, in fact, is right on the back of the Ginetta, so they're all fairly close together. So when we do get going, we could once again have some positions change in terms of the order we have.
Yeah, I mean, usually what you would see is when you get the safety car, then you reshuffle the pack so that you wave everybody by until you get the race leader behind it, and then you have to wait for all those cars that have been waved by to catch the train, to form the crocodile, to get going again. Because this is just a series, it's not a championship, then quite often what the Classic Sports Car Club do is say, look, if we do that, if we wave everybody by, so you end up with the race leader behind us and then wait for all of those cars to catch up, that's another 5 minutes of racing you're not going to get. So let's just get the racing going quicker again. It doesn't matter whether it's the race leader behind us or whether the race leader is, in this case, the yellow BMW in the middle of the pack. Let's just go back racing as soon as we can, and you can all have more track time. And it doesn't matter because it's a series.
That's right, yeah, and you'd rather be racing than sitting behind the safety car going very slow. So yeah, that's a good ethos that the CSCC has adopted.
Or as you've seen in the past, cars that are waved by but then don't catch the train. They sit there still at the same pace as a pace car and they never catch up.
No, exactly, and it delays it even further, doesn't it? So, yeah, I'm sure we'll go back to green flag racing very soon. There's, of course, the safety car driver and also the observer. The observer is the one on the radio to race control, clerk of the course, and everybody, just to make sure they know what's happening, what they need to do, and they'll be instructed to, of course, switch those lights off when all is good. And I can see the telehandler is back behind the Armco in the background, which means the car of Lawrence Coppock should hopefully be off the circuit as well. Marshall's heading back to post over there at the link, and before too much longer, we should hopefully be able to see some racing once again. Not as of yet, the lights are still just about on. I think this is probably the last chance that they could go off, but it might be just one further lap.
Yeah, I'd have thought usually up towards Stowe is where they would go off, but they were still illuminated as the car went round through Stowe Corner, so does that mean we are going to have one further lap? It's been taking about 3 minutes to do a lap behind the safety car, so even if we do another lap, we'll still get 12 minutes into this race. But yeah, looks like the safety car with its lights illuminated is going to be doing another lap, unfortunately. So clearly there's not everybody back in their respective posts where they need to be, whether it be marshals, officials, whether it be telehandlers, recovery crews, or maybe there's a bit of residual sweeping up that still needs doing. We simply don't know, but whatever it is, at the moment race control are not happy that we are able to go back racing once more. So as frustrating as it is, it needs to be right as and when we do. And when we get going, then car number 33, Michael Russell, who is in the middle of this pack of cars heading over the start-finish line now, the yellow BMW, will want to get back on with the lead. Josh is down there in the pit lane. Who have you found?
I found Aston Blake. Aston, this race isn't really going as anyone hoped, a long time behind the safety car.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but it is what it is. You've got to get rid of the car out of the way for the marshals. So hopefully on this lap we'll go racing again, which is good.
How was the stint out there when you had to do for the first 10 minutes?
Short, hot, it was good. It was really good. The car's new back to us, so we're still learning a lot of things. And there's a lot of different new drivers this weekend as well, so it's just good. It's just good being here. March in this weather at Silverstone is pretty delightful. So hopefully he can get in a few places and we'll see how he gets on.
It could be quite a busy restart with the field sort of quite bunched up and obviously in different positions.
Yeah, I think the safety car picked up at a point and some people are out of position and some people, so it'll be what it'll be. People will sort themselves out after a couple of laps, so yeah, hopefully we'll get 15 minutes maybe racing left, but yeah, good.
Thanks for having a chat, hope all goes well. So there's Aston Blake. It's of course Tony Blake who will be trying to move that car forwards.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, nice to hear from Aston. That car currently in 5th position, so they're going to be trying to pick off the Ewan car ahead of them and possibly Richard Hayes and trying to work their way as quickly as possible to the race leader, Michael Russell, who's been very, very quick so far within this one. I think the lights are now off on the safety car, so we are good to go this time through. There's Michael as it sits mid-pack, and the car out in front, the Porsche 944 Turbo, the car which is the first behind the safety car, is going to be that of, not now Liam Wright, but Michael Wright behind the wheel. So he can go whenever he wants. We've got Jaguar into the pit lane as well, and we are very shortly to get the green flag waved once more for the leaders, but Michael Russell has to wait until he crosses the line before he can overtake anyone, so that's probably a little bit frustrating for him as well. But the green flag has waved and off they go once again. Here comes Michael Russell to receive that green flag onto the Hamilton straight. There's Roger Hamilton behind as well in the Ginetta. Richard Hayes is tucked right behind him in the Toyota as they work their way across the line, and now they can start to overtake. So let's see what moves we get. There goes the Porsche further up the road. As we said, one to watch possibly in the hands of Aidan Farrell. Michael Russell not going too much to the inside, and I just saw a bit of smoke in the background. Whether that was a lock-up or another car expiring, we'll have to wait and see.
I think it might have been a little bit of cement dust possibly as the car moved offline. The mover there was Richard Hayes, who was instantly able to work his way through and past Roger Hamilton's Ginetta by the look of things. But yes, there is, you're right, a car pulling off in the background of our shot that we could see there on the exit of Abbey Corner. So there is possibly something that's gone wrong there as well. So hopefully that car will be moved. Oh no, and it's the TVR Tuscan, I'm afraid. It's Alex Taylor, who, of course, James Affleck started from pole position, but all has gone wrong for the TVR.
What a shame. It was trying to work its way back up the order. Of course, it lost a little bit in the pit stop, but that is going to be bad news for them. So, yeah, that car has expired on the run through Abbey Corner. So Alex Taylor got a few laps, but all of them were behind the safety car, unfortunately. So not good news at all for that TVR as Michael Russell tries to weave his way through the traffic. He doesn't seem to be going as quick as he once was, does he? Because he's not pulling away, as it seems, from Roger Hamilton. And as we said, Richard Hayes is right there as well. So these three cars are solo drivers. Got another problem as well for the Porsche, unfortunately, of what will now think to be, is that shared with Archer, isn't it? In the 91 machine?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so that has had a problem as well. We've got the slippery surface flag also on the run down towards the first corner, because I think that TVR has dropped something on the inside, so that's going to be a little bit tricky for some of them who hit the apex.
Roger Hamilton here is about to try and attack for the lead of the race at the inside of Michael Russell. He's late on the brakes and he goes through as they head in towards the braking area for Village Corner. So the Ginetta G20 picks up the lead of the race. Michael Russell down into second place. Richard Hayes is not that far away in third. And if you just look behind Richard Hayes, not that much longer, you should see a red BMW, and that'll be Clinton Ewan, who at the wheel of number 81 car sits there in fourth position. So onto the hangar straight. This is where Roger Hamilton struggles a little bit for straight line speed, and so what does Michael Russell do? Straight back past him, retakes the lead of the race, so it's now back to being BMW from Ginetta.
Yeah, it's a race to two halves at the minute. Not all Michael Russell's way at the time we went back to green, so Roger Hamilton giving it a really good go as they exit Stowe Corner, head once again back down towards the Vale, and can Roger slide Ginetta down the inside? Well, he gets halfway there, but then he's going to be on the outside for the right-hander as they turn their way through. So still advantage for the BMW of Michael Russell. Richard Hayes is still there in the background as well. So a great ding-dong battle between firstly these two cars, and then, as we said, Richard in the Toyota is bringing himself into the mix as well. With just over 9 minutes to go on the run down towards Abbey, they head once again, and the door is left well and truly open. So no confidence, it seemed, whatsoever for Michael Russell to go through there. I'm just hoping there wasn't any yellow flags, which there will have been, because there are green flags on the exit of the corner. So we'll see how that works out. But Roger Hamilton goes for the move anyway and gets himself into the lead.
Yep, so the Ginetta leads from the BMW, from the Toyota. So Roger Hamilton, then Michael Russell, followed by Richard Hayes. There's still traffic as well that our new race leader, Roger Hamilton, will have to deal with. Thankfully for him, he'll meet that as they head onto the hangar straight this time through, and it's going to be the Kurtler's Porsche, isn't it, that they're trying to weave their way through and past, and then there's a 944 just ahead. Michael Russell is trying to weave his way through and past all of them, including the race leader, but won't quite get there when they get towards Stowe Corner. So Roger Hamilton in the red Ginetta still continues to lead the way from Michael Russell in second place, and then the Toyota of Richard Hayes there in third position, who is still struggling to deal with the traffic on the approaching towards Club Corner at this stage. Dropping way back now in fourth is Clinton Ewan at the wheel of the number 81 BMW. Then it is Tony Blake in the Porsche in fifth place, and Chris Boone in the big Jag XK8 that wraps up the top six currently.
Yep, so there goes Richard Hayes now just dropping back probably about a second and a half from the top two. Michael Russell now back down to second place because Roger Hamilton has gone through once more. So that battle continues for the lead. The BMW against the Porsche here. That Porsche was in drama early on as it works its way down towards Abbey Corner. But again, wherever you look in the field, good battles going on, and keeping on that 88 BMW as well, because that was one of the late pit stoppers. But that car now up into seventh place in the hands of Cristiano Nardone, and that is a really good run from where they started on the grid.
A good fight for what is fourth and fifth going on. Clinton Ewan had briefly been passed by Tony Blake's Porsche, but as they head onto the hangar straight, it's BMW ahead of Porsche, but Tony Blake is trying to prise the door open at the wheel of the 911 RSR and rockets his way through and past as they head up towards Stowe Corner. So it's now Tony Blake who is back up into fourth place. Clinton Ewan is back down into fifth, but guess what? BMW's later on the brakes at Stowe. Clinton Ewan goes back to fourth place. Tony Blake back down to fifth. So they've swapped back already just on this lap.
Brilliant to see, isn't it? Great racing amongst the field as it stands. Bit of a lock up there as well for Tony Blake, but I'm sure he's not going to rest on his laurels just here as he goes again for Clinton Ewan. Let's see if he has some good turn of speed on towards the Hamilton straight. Keep an eye on what's happening behind as well, because the Jaguar of Chris Boone is not too far adrift in that yellow and blue Jaguar, which is now piloted for many years, whether it be here or in the Jaguar Championship. He's always been a keen supporter of the Jaguar brand, as they now look further back to two very similar BMWs, going hammer and tong for what's going to be 24th and 25th place. So wherever you find yourself in the field, there is a battle to be had.
Yeah, and also involved in that is Chris Hetherington, who, with his Subaru Impreza, has wanted to stick his elbows out and join in the fun as well. The car that was the last to pit, which was Suzanne Williams, to give way to Richard Smith, the number 76, almost Gulf liveried Lotus, still involved in a good little squabble. Towards the top section of the circuit at Stowe Corner with 5.5 minutes to go. We've still got this battle between Clinton Ewan's BMW and Tony Blake's Porsche 911 RSR. It's still Clinton Ewan that hangs on to only just 4th place at this stage, despite the very best efforts of Tony Blake. And if they continue to squabble, don't rule out the fact that Chris Boone in that XK that Matt was talking about might just be able to close in as well.
Yeah, got a couple of cars to work his way through now, has Chris Boone. We had a change for the lead once again, so Michael Russell now back ahead of Roger Hamilton. So 5 minutes to go. Can Michael now hold on, or can Roger send another move to the inside at one of these corners where he's been so strong through the second half of the race? Has a brief look down the inside again in towards Village. Got some traffic to deal with as well. One of the Porsche Boxsters trying to keep out the way, which it does, in towards Chapel, and both Michael Russell and just about Roger Hamilton squeeze their way through. But as you can believe, the BMW will put a gap once again down the Hanger Straight, and Roger Hamilton will be able to do nothing whatsoever to keep up with it.
Yeah, that was Rob Hardy, who we saw out racing the Viren Builders Open Series earlier on. That was the Porsche that was in the way. So Michael Russell continuing on his merry way. Roger Hamilton next up. Then a gap back now before we see Richard Hayes, who has just fallen away quite a bit from this pair in the last couple of laps or so. He's now 6.2 seconds adrift of the second placed Red Ginetta of Roger Hamilton. They're just about to thread their way through Club and over the start-finish line for the 21st time of asking. Still with Michael Russell leading the way, and still with Michael Russell having the fastest lap of the race so far. That was way back on lap number 3, coming at 15.336. As for Clinton Ewan, well, he's now at least got a back marker between himself and the Porsche in the hands of Tony Blake. So Tony Blake just losing out a little bit to the red BMW on that lap as he heads over the start-finish line.
Yes, the fellow brand, which has held him up, unfortunately, for Tony Blake, as the two Porsche Boxsters behind continue to do battle as well. There comes Chris Boone down towards the first corner at Abbey. He still sits there for now in 6th position, and further down there's the Skyline, so that seems to be going okay. After its breather through the race, it seems to be running fairly good at the minute, which takes on to the Hanger Straight once again, so a good turn of pace for that car. Just to say as well, I did mention this car, Aidan Farrell, could be working his way up the order. He certainly has, come from 19th since the safety car went in, up now into what's going to be 11th position, but I think that's as far as that car is going to go. It's probably about another 15 seconds to the car in the distance.
It's just beautiful to see it out though, isn't it? The 993 RSR, a stunning looking car, really looks the part, sounds the part. Yeah, just nice to see it out there, because you don't see that many racing now. They all tend to have gravitated over towards very much historic racing rather than being raced at club level. Certainly in the UK, you just don't see them. That other squabble that we were looking at, which was the number 39 Porsche Boxster fighting away with the Nissan Skyline, that is for position. That's for what will be 12th and 13th positions, is it? Yes, and it does look as though the Skyline, which will now be in the hands of Jason Kennedy, has made it through and ahead of Rob Hardy's Porsche. Our race leader, though, still got plenty of traffic to deal with. He's managed to lap one of the Ginettas, but he's finding it harder work to get through and past Aidan Farrell at the wheel of the 993 RSR. Might be able to do it, though, this time as they head onto the Hanger Straight.
Yeah, not making it easy whatsoever, is he? So Michael Russell gets closer and closer and closer on the run now down towards Stowe Corner. Aidan Farrell is briefly going to let him to the inside, but yeah, I think that will now be job done. But in the process, Roger Hamilton wasn't able to get much closer, so a good car to have today, isn't it? The Ginetta G20, top off and enjoying the sunshine and the cool breeze which will be coming with it as well. So not many times you can say that here in the UK, to have a car with an open top, but in March you definitely can, it seems, this year. There's Michael Russell still having the attentions of Aidan Farrell to try and get rid of as they turn their way now through with what's going to be, I think, 2 more laps with 90 seconds left on the clock. We're doing 1 minute 15, so yeah, they should be able to get 2 more laps around the international circuit.
And heading over the start-finish line now, we've got our squabble back, haven't we, for 4th and 5th position. The red BMW of Clinton Ewan is being hounded again by Tony Blake, as out on circuit, I'm afraid. That is that Michael Russell? Is that the second of the 2 Michael Russells we've got in the field, or have I noted the name down wrong? at the wheel of the number 309 Porsche 944 Series 2. That has now retired. So, yeah, we've still got a Michael Russell leading, but the other Michael Russell in the race is now retired.
Yeah, that car's been in a bit of strife today, hasn't it? So finally retires, unfortunately, with some dramas. Got the yellow flags just to indicate to the drivers that car has pulled off down towards Stowe Corner. Roger Hamilton now is going to be the man to possibly struggle to get past this very quick Porsche of Aidan Farrell, but will it mean anything towards the end? We'll have to wait and see. Just sits now behind the back marker in towards Stowe, and we've had another issue there. The 91 Porsche is in strife. That's going to be the Arctic machine, isn't it, which was originally started by Mark Fisher. So that does get going, although with a few places lost on this lap. But there is Michael Russell, just a few more back markers to work his way through, that being the Subaru Impreza first off, which it goes through onto the start finish line, and it will now head onto the last lap.
Yep, onto the last lap of the race, but still not with huge amounts of daylight between himself and Roger Hamilton's Ginetta, which is still being sort of held up a little bit by Aidan Farrell's Porsche. Now I suspect Aidan is blissfully unaware that it's not for position. He's going to want to pedal that car as quickly as he can, and the speed he's pedalling at is equivalent to the Ginetta that's behind him. Are we going to have the change for fourth? Or Tony Blake thought about going up the inside as they went in towards Abbey Corner, but the number 71 Porsche 911 RSR still can't quite unlock the door to fourth place. So, or is that third place now? Yes, it is third place, because Richard Hayes is no longer in third. He's dropped to fifth on that lap. Didn't see it, but the Toyota Celica's lost 2 places.
Yeah, he was only 2 seconds slower, but those 3 cars were separated by about a second and a half. So yeah, he's lost 2 places, has Richard, unfortunately. So he drops off the podium, and we are going to have the checker flag this time round, because Michael Russell has drove impeccably well, built the gap up in the early stage before the safety car came out, got the pit stop done without any dramas, as the fight for fourth place, in fact now third place as we said, continues. Tony Blake ahead of Clinton Ewan, and this is going to be a drag to the line, I'm sure. But for Michael Russell, it's going to be victory in the Super Pro Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics race here at Silverstone. He wins by just over a second ahead of what's going to be Roger Hamilton. And for third place, it will be Porsche by the looks of it, through the final corner. Tony Blake and Aston Blake, who piloted the car to start with, come through just ahead of Clinton Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. Good little fight between them. Richard Hayes is next up. He'll finish in 5th place. We should see Chris Boone's Jaguar in 6th place. But 7th place we want to hang on for, the black BMW, because this will be the winner of the Future Classics aspect of the race. And that is going to be Cristiano and Luca Nardone. They are just... Oh, they're coming into the pit lane. Oh, no. They're coming into the pit lane. Have they short-fueled it? Is there a problem with the car? Because they didn't take the checkered flag. They were warranted for a win in Future Classics, but you've got to take the checkered flag, haven't you?
If you're quick enough, you might get across the line in the pit lane to take the checkered flag. Don't know if that counts, but...
If it doesn't count, then Nick Ringo at the wheel of the number 21 Porsche is going to pick up the win, and he comes through and does take the checkered flag and finishes 8th. So I'm not quite sure. I mean, Josh can sort this one out, or you could just avoid the whole problem and not chat to any of them, but we're not quite sure who won the Future Classics aspect of that race.
What a shame, though. That was a great run from them. That was really good, wasn't it?
A really good run from them, but you've got to take the checkered flag.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame. What a shame for the Nardones, who end the race in the pit lane. So we think possibly the 21 machine has taken it.
A couple of animated Italians in the pit lane. Hey, who'd have thought that in motorsport?
Oh, brilliant. What a great race that was. Unfortunate for the safety car, but as we said, it was going to be lots going on, especially with the 30-plus cars we had out there for their first races of the season.
Yep, so all their cars will trickle their way in towards the pit lane area, and we can hopefully then confirm some results for you. We've still got 2 further races to come. We've got another pit stop race, a 40-minute race for the Adams and Page swinging 60s for the classes we didn't see earlier on, plus some of those that we did, but also the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. Let's just confirm the results then. Ignore the car that's at the very top of that timing screen. David Sharp did not start the race. So Michael Russell is the winner, from Roger Hamilton in 2nd place, and it was Aston and Tony Blake there in 3rd. Clinton Ewan was 4th, ahead of Richard Hayes in 5th place, Chris Boone with 6th. Then the Nardones are shown in 7th place as the winners of the Future Classics, ahead of Nick Ringo and co. But as we carry on down through the order, you can see there weren't that many cars that were on the lead lap. All the orders were shuffled up largely because of the pit window opening just as we had a safety car period, and that safety car period was as a result of Lawrence Coppock having deposited his Jaguar XJS in towards the gravel. But as ever, huge variety in the Super Pro Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Classics, and a few cars that didn't make the checkered flag, including unfortunately Guy Connew and Tim Morant's car, which of course caught fire in the pit lane, but hopefully they'll be back out very shortly indeed. Josh is down there in the pit lane to have a word with our winners.
Yeah, Michael Russell's made his way down here. I think he's the first winner that's actually not done the extra lap for that. Well done to Michael for that as well. He's just taken his helmet off, and then we will jump in. Michael, do you want to make your way over and we'll have a chat after an interesting race? It was a really good start from you, a really big gap at the beginning.
Yeah, I was quite fortunate. I thought the TVR was going to get a blinder, so I thought I need to get a blinder too. And I was quite surprised when the gap started increasing. I was just yeah, fingers crossed, and it was going well, yeah. And then we had a really long safety car, didn't we? Which sometimes helps if it's nice and short. You get your pit stop in and you can win a bit there. But yeah, it took so long, it bunched everyone up again. So yeah, made it quite busy for the last half of the race there.
Big battle with Roger in the Ginetta.
Yeah, a few little battles with Roger. Yeah, I get on with Roger really well. So we give each other room, but we don't hold back. So Roger's quick coming into the corners and getting round them, and I gap him on the straights, but had a lot of battles with the other Porsche. Is that Whelan?
Yes.
Yeah, we're very closely matched on performance. So down the back straight, I could only just get past him, and then round the corners it was pretty equal. So we had quite a few tussles there as well for a couple of laps.
Well done on your winning. Good luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you very much.
So we'll move on to Roger Hamilton, who came home in second place in the Ginetta, and we got Roger here. Well done, Roger, second place, and you did lead then right near the end, but I think Michael had a bit more power.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, we've had ding-dongs going back for a while, you know, and he's, yeah, he knows I'm always going to keep him honest. He's going to have to race me hard if he wants to beat me, and yeah, it was an interesting race, very good.
Obviously, we didn't like a long safety car period, but it really helped you bring that gap back down and give it a good go.
Yeah, I was wondering how long it was going to take to get the Jag out, but yeah, such is life.
Tell us about your Ginetta and the mods perhaps you've made to it.
Fairly standard 1800 Ginetta. Engine's got a little bit more power than they originally had. Yeah, tweaked and happy.
It goes well, obviously.
Clearly, except that big horsepower cars do make life difficult.
Said he was going to retire at the end of this season, but I think he's changed his mind now.
Yeah, I get more anxious these days.
Yeah.
It's a quality. It's a sort of a result of age, I think. But never mind.
Well done, obviously, you're driving quickly still.
Thank you. Yes.
We haven't got the third place car here. We have got Richard Hayes. Richard didn't quite get third in the end, but you're here, so we'll have a chat with you.
Did I not get third in the end?
No, a couple of guys got past, I think.
I thought they were racing me, but they put me in here anyway. There you go.
It's a great car, so tell us about your Toyota Celica.
Built on the road, literally, taking engines out on the street until recently when I got a garage. So it's a shame I didn't get third then. I think we had some cheeky pit stops during the safety car that helped us out. But, pipped to the post then.
And do you enjoy the race, though, that you had out there?
Yeah, massive fuel starvation. So like hitting a brick wall sometimes. So it's a bit weird, it's a bit jerky, but I need to sort that out.
And using this side of Silverstone this year, how do you enjoy that?
I've never actually done it. It's the first time. So I actually prefer it to the other side as a track, and then obviously the GP overall, but this side's quite a bit nicer than that side.
A bit more technical with a few different types of corner.
New corners, yeah, round the back. Nobody knows what they're doing. Yeah. It's good.
Well done on a decent result anyway.
Cheers,
so we caught up with some people. They're not quite exactly who we thought we would. We heard from the top two at least. So that completes the Super Pro Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics race. There's more racing coming up. Back to the swinging 60s in just a moment's time.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, we both giggled when Richard Hayes made that comment through that twiddly bit. Nobody really knows what they're doing. Because the International Circuit is the configuration that's used the least at Silverstone.
Yes, it is, isn't it? It's either National or Grand Prix. You don't really use this side with the wing, do you? So, yeah, it's quite amusing. But they've all done very well, considering they don't know what they're doing. They've done well through there today.
They have, yeah. I mean, we might have had a spin in that one for
Lawrence.
For Lawrence. Yeah. We had a spin for Felix Archer, and we had Dave Avis in the gravel trap at that section, didn't we? But it is, you know, I've done it on the sim, so I'm no racing driver at all, but I've done it on the sim. I don't know what I'm doing through that bit. Yeah. Grand Prix circuit, yes. National circuit, yes, but this configuration, less so.
Yeah, well, the more they learn, the better they'll get, effectively.
It's just that kink, isn't it? You come out of Village and then you get to the link that brings you to Chapel. That's the bit that, just struggle with. So it looks like there is a little bit more cement dust or quick dry being put down as a result of the Alex Taylor TVR, wasn't it? Which you saw something, didn't you, at the time? That I thought it was a bit of cement dust somebody had run over, but shortly after that was when the car retired. It does look as though it's dropped some fluid down there.
Yeah, I do know my smoke, Mark. I know my smokes from each other. No, it's a real shame because that was a car which was going really well, wasn't it? It was quick on the straight. It was fighting for second place before that safety car, but yeah, not what they would have wanted, especially the first meet of the season as well. So it means it's back in the garage, fix the problem and try and get it out for the next rounds as well.
Well, Alex might have to wait to fix the problem because Heidi, his partner, is out, I think Sebring, isn't it, this weekend? She works for one of the teams out in America this year. So might have to wait till Heidi gets back and then Heidi can get on the spanners and sort it for him.
Nicely done, nicely done. Temperature's still good here at Silverstone, just over 15 degrees. It's normally you look at the weather and think if you're at home, oh, it looks very nice there, but it's chilly. But to be fair, today it is sunny and it is fairly warm. A bit of a breeze here at Silverstone, which there normally is all time of the year. But it's a very pleasant day, and I'm sure again the marshals will be liking this weather. They normally get thrown out there in all sorts of weather conditions, don't they? Whether it's windy, wet, cold, hot. But today I think it's probably one of the perfect days for you to be a marshal. It's
comfortable, isn't it? Yeah, you might need your jacket on still, and certainly if you're in an area once the sun disappears and you're in the shade, then there will be a chill to it. Yeah. On the whole, it's not wet, it's not cold, and it's not too hot. No. It's just nice.
So next up, as Josh said, we've got the Adams and Page swinging 60. So we've got the other classes effectively to look out for this time, plus anyone who wants to do a second race as well. So this time round, we've got Class B, which is for those up to 1400cc of the minis and derivatives. We've got Class C, which is for cars between 1400 and 1600cc. Class E is also out there as well for classes SA to SD cars, which run on Dunlop and Continental historic tyres. Class F is for cars between 2,000 and 3,000 litres and with 6 cylinders which are less than 2 litres. Class L, which is for Lotus cars, whether it be 7s, Elites, Elans, etc., along with Ginettas and also the wooden chassis Marcoses. And finally Class Z is for any cars which are entering a second half-price swinging 60s race for this weekend.
So again, some of the cars, the likes of Ben Snee and Dean Halsey, who we saw out earlier on, are back out. Babak Farzian we saw out earlier on. Steve Collins, Tim Cairns, Mike's have all taken the opportunity to come back out. But there's some other cars that we haven't seen before, and certainly those two on the front row of the grid when we get to the grid in a little bit. Connor Kay, Neil Armstrong, their first and only race of the day.
Yep, certainly is. So they might be slightly rusty, but we'll see what the TVR Tuscan can do in the hands of Connor, and also we'll see how Neil goes as well in that number 22 machine. It'll be interesting to see which one of those goes the strongest. The Ginetta G4R, which Neil is in off that front row of the grid.
I was just having a quick look. Ben Snee qualified on pole position for the earlier swinging 60s race that we had, and he qualified on pole in a 1 minute 18.644 because the conditions have been fairly stable today, haven't they?
Yeah.
Bit more circuit knowledge and getting used to generally the conditions. He qualified for this race in a 1 minute 17.221, so he was 1.4 seconds quicker than his pole time in the earlier race, but he starts third in this one.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Quicker of the two sessions.
Yeah, a little bit more competition, I think, is going to be for Ben Snee. So he's had 2 wins so far. Can he make it the hat-trick, as we said earlier? It's not going to be easy by any means and stretch of the imagination.
What's the motoring equivalent of the match ball then if you get the hat-trick? What do you get to take home?
Ooh, something golden, is it? I don't know, really.
A trophy at the end of the day,
plenty of mentions from us.
Plenty of mentions, yeah. It's not very often you see a driver win 3 races in one day in different formats, I suppose. So this is another 40-minute race. This is our final 40-minute race of the day. And again, the pit window will open between the 10th and the 25th minute of the race. And because we are back to swinging 60s again, then it's as quick as you can do it. So if you are changing drivers out, pull into the pit lane, engine off, or you can only take the seatbelts and loosen those once the cars come to a halt. Out jumps one, in jumps the other, off you go. If you're a single driver, step out of the car, close the door, open the door and back in. Or if you don't want to do that, you stay in the car for 1 minute and 30 seconds, pit in to pit out. You've got choices. Let me guide you through the grid then. You won't get a graphic for it, but it's Connor Kay that starts on pole position alongside Neil Armstrong, so it's a TVR and a Ginetta on the front row of the grid. And all Lotus Elan row 2, Ben Snee and John Crayston, with Dean Halsey's Datsun back out on row number 3 alongside the Triumph TR6 of Bailey Frost. 2 MGBs sit there on row number 4, Stephen Collins and Babik Farsian, with Tim Cairns in the Frog-Eyed Sprite alongside the Triumph TR6 of Graham Wilson on row number 5. Charles Hyde Andrews Bird starts the Lotus Cortina on the inside of row number 6 alongside the Mini of Rob Roodhouse. And then row 7 of the grid, Colin Claxton, will we see the Triumph out because it failed earlier on? We'll have to wait and see. There might be a gap. Mike Stevenson was scheduled to join it in a second. Datsun 240Z on this grid. And row 8 of the grid, Simon Tinkler back out at the wheel of his MGB alongside John Leslie in the Reliant Sabre 6. We should have had Bill Watt on the inside of the next row of the grid, but his car was withdrawn earlier on today, so it will then be just Atul Sani at the wheel of the Alpha GTA, with row 10 being Monty Hind in the Triumph TR6 alongside Simon Tunnard in a fairly rare car, the Fairthorpe Electron Minor. This is what they're in. Row 11 of the grid is Egan Pashley alongside Greg Rumble at the wheel of the Ford Anglia. Then it's Andrew Rollinson, followed by a 2-car team, Robert Pomeroy and John Ward, but I think did not go down to a 1-car team now. We didn't get a starting driver for that one though, so we don't know who will be behind the wheel. And then penultimate row, 143, Neil Mackay alongside 74, which is Nigel and Rob Gray. Again, we didn't get a starting driver. And David Cornwallis, long time supporter, got the Spirit of the Club award last year. Car number 648, the BMW starts off the back of the grid.
So cars working their way around then, and again we'll line up as quick as they can to get this race underway. 28 starters this time round, but we are a couple missing, as Mark said. Bill Watt is not going to be there, and we probably expect Colin Claxton, Dave Claxton's car, also to be missing after they had some dramas in the earlier Swinging 60s race, unfortunately, but still an eclectic mix of cars out there, especially that one from what's going to be the Roodhouses. Rob to start, Francesca to take over. That is a magnificent looking and turned out car there. The Mini Cooper S is always brilliant to see, and it's a very bright colour to keep it out there and in our eyes today. So we'll see how that one goes from the 6th row of the grid. Connor Kay just edging a little bit further forward than Neil Armstrong. They're pretty much level on that front row of the grid, but again it's going to be that run down towards Abbey Corner. Not the longest of runs, so you need to sort yourself out before you head through that fairly tight right-hander.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, 2 very different cars on the front row of the grid. The small, narrow little Ginetta G4R with its 1650cc engine. The TVR Tuscan, slightly wider, not much of a longer wheelbase though, but a lot more power. 3-litre engine behind the wheel of that one. They lapped within 0.261 of a second of each other in qualifying, but we'll have to wait and see as to who might get the upper hand in this one. It's going to take a while to grid up these cars. 27 cars took to qualifying this morning. David Cornwallis was a little bit off the pace of the others. He was 10 seconds slower than the next car ahead of him on the grid. David, who says he's done a huge amount of racing with the Classic Sports Car Club and just comes out because he enjoys it. There is a gap there on the grid though, isn't there? Or is it at least 1 or maybe 2 gaps on the grid? Well, we know of Bill Watt, but there is definitely another one there around John Leslie. So that's Bill Watt, and then next to the Alpha there's one.
I think Babak Farsian is missing from row 4.
Right.
On the front view, and possibly, is that Colin Claxton there? No, I don't think his car's there, is it?
That's a Dolomite Sprint,
yeah.
but it's a red one, it's not a blue one.
Yes, that's what I thought.
So they've either quickly resprayed it, or they've got 2.
I think Simon Tinkler is missing behind as well.
Right. Okay, that's a yellow MGB, and I can't see one either. So then, this is the penultimate race of the day. 5-second board is held aloft. Connor Kay and Neil Armstrong sit there on the front row of the grid. We'll wait for the red lights to come on, and then we can see when the lights go out. Is it going to be Neil Armstrong that will make giant leaps on the run up towards Abbey for the first time and pick up the lead of the race, or might it be Connor Kay at the wheel of the TVR? It is Neil Armstrong, Connor Kay, who are still side by side up towards Abbey, and they are still side by side through the right-hander at Abbey, which then means that it's going to be Neil Armstrong will be on the outside line for far, but then he gets the inside line when they get towards Village. So let's wait and see when they get there. It is Conor Kay that has picked up the lead of the race. So the TVR leads the way. It's the Ginetta in second place, which is Neil Armstrong. It's Ben Snee that's there in third from John Crayston in fourth, and Neil Halsey's fifth. So top five as they were on the grid.
Certainly are, yep, stayed as they started. So through down towards the right hand of the chapel they go for the first time. And keep an eye further back to see if everyone makes it safely through. The A40 back out still with no rear window, so they've managed to keep that away for this race as well. But Ben Snee was attacking very early on, and he's going to do the same towards the end of the lap as well, but can't quite find a way past Neil Armstrong. Dean Housley does though, as he gets to the inside of John Crayston. They're going to be side by side through the corner and also on the exit, but it'll be John Crayston who has the inside line for the next corner in towards Vale, and it will be fourth place still for that number 67 machine. So Dean Housley trying early on to get a place away. Doesn't quite happen now, but he's still got 38.5 minutes to try and do that on the car ahead of him.
Yeah, the top seven are now exactly as they were on the grid. We did briefly have Stephen Collins ahead of Bailey Frost, but it does look as though Bailey Frost in the Triumph TR6 has gone back through ahead of Stephen Collins in the MGB. So top seven exactly in the same order as they were from qualifying. Down through the order, car number 177, which would be Monty Hyde. He's got his hands rather full as he's fighting away with that Austin A40, which is the number 20 car. That wasn't on my original grid. Was it on yours? Or can I not see it?
Yeah, right towards the back.
Ah, right.
It's not on your grid sheet, no,
it's on yours, right, okay. So that's made good progress. Does that come off the back of it?
28th place, yeah. Right. Good stuff. So nice to see that back out. It's had a race already today. Has that Austin A40, so they've learnt well. And at the end of that first lap, that car came through. It's not actually showing on the timing screen by the looks of it, so it might have a slight transponder issue. Oh no, it is. It's down there in 24th place. So yep, it is there as it stands. So making good progress, as Mark said. The leaders worked their way through. Bit of a wobble there, just managing to catch it through the middle of the corner. That's Stephen Collins, who has also been out already today, so he pushes on down the hill, still all over the back of the car ahead of him. And again, Dean Housley getting even closer to John Crayston once again towards the end of the lap. But nothing changing still between those two.
So they're just about to flash their way over the start-finish line and complete lap number 2, with still another 7 minutes or so until the earliest scheduled pit stops can take place. The first of the flying laps has come in, and understandably it is Conor Kay, the race leader, that's popped in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 17.263. Down towards the rear of the field, Simon Tunnard working beautifully hard at the wheel of the Fairthorpe Electron Minor to try and keep the Ford Anglia of Greg Rumble behind. Then we get the second of the two Ginettas, which will be the Robert Pomeroy John Ward shared car, fighting away with Mark Cloutman, who started at the wheel of the pink Austin A40. Good fights going on, aren't there, including Bailey Frost fighting away to try and hang on to, excuse me, 6th place at the wheel of the number 78 TR, who's desperately hard to try and keep Stephen Collins behind him.
Yeah, all starting to pair off now. So we've got the one pairing off there for what's going to be 4th and 5th. You then got the battle behind for 6th and 7th. Out front, looks like Conor Kay is still comfortably ahead of what's going to be Neil Armstrong. 1.3 seconds, and the gap is in fact starting to grow because Conor Kay is the quickest man on circuit. 1:17.263 is the quickest lap. That's now just been beaten by him on a 1:17.194. So he is now starting to stretch the gap even further. About second back is Ben Snee in that car which is piloted all day and 2 wins so far. And we can see there down towards the final couple of corners, once again that lovely looking Mini Cooper S of Rob Broodhouse, and that car is currently just outside the top 10. That's there in 12th position.
Yes, exactly where it started. I thought it might have made a little bit of progress. It's also really unusual to only have one Mini out in Swinging 60s. There's usually 3 or 4 of them, or a couple of Mini Marcuses or other Mini-based vehicles, but just to have the one is quite unusual. But Rob Roodhouse and Francesca Roodhouse have been racing with us for a good few years now. Still, the fight goes on for 6th and 7th place. It's just turning its way onto the bottom of the Hanger Straight at the moment, and Bailey Frost is having to stick his elbows out. Stephen Collins is not going away at the wheel of the MGB. Just ahead of them, we've also got another fight that's going on, which is going to be for 4th and 5th. That's John Crayston at the wheel of the white and black. Oh, we have got 2 minis in the field. The white and black Lotus Elan, fighting away with Dean Halsey. And into the pits comes a second mini, he says, having not spotted the fact that there were 2 on there. Neil Mackay is into the pit lane.
Neil was like, look at me, I'm a mini as well, and they picked up on it. So there he goes into the pits, which is not where he wants to be. We're only 5 minutes into the race, so the pit window is yet to open, so possibly a problem for that car, which is a real shame. Austin A40 still looking like it's making up places. It's about to make another one, possibly, on the Fairthorpe Electron Minor before too much longer as well. So really good progress being made by that car. Now into 17th position by the looks of it, and it's going to try and take away, possibly, might be to the top 15 by the end of this lap, and it goes through down the inside in towards Vale Corner. So a lovely run that Mark Cloutman is currently having.
I was just looking at the change of direction of that car. It was so positive on change of direction, Mark Cloutman, saying it's still missing the rear window. So the Austin A40 Superleggera, I suppose you could call it, heads over the start-finish line, having dealt with the Fairthorpe Electron Minor of Simon Tunnard. So yeah, another place gained. In fact, 3 more places gained on that lap. So Mark Cloutman going beautifully well. The difficulty is now, he's now got another 10 seconds before he even catches the next car.
But he is a lot quicker, isn't he? Look at the times there. 1:23.1 is just done. The car ahead, or the 3 or 2 cars ahead, are doing 1:27. So he's about 4 seconds a lap quicker as it stands. So some really good pace here for Mark Cloutman. There goes Tim Cairns, who's been out already today in that number 82 machine, so he is looking to take a further place away as well, so could potentially see him up now into 8th position. Let's have a look. No, he might. No, he's under pressure, isn't he, from the birds behind. So the 85 machine is trying to get through. Tim Cairns is going to have to go defensive down towards Club Corner as the 85 car tries to look round the outside. This one in the hands of Chab, which is Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird, and that, I think, is day done, unfortunately, for Neil Mackay.
Yeah, Neil Mackay sitting there in the pit lane. Off comes the crash helmet, and I'm afraid, yeah, the Mini is out of the race. So we do only now have 1 Mini in the race. I was right, just not at the time that I said it. 1 minute 16.776 by Connor Kay, posted last time through as he completed his 5th lap. That is now the fastest lap of the race from him. He leads Neil Armstrong by 3.1 seconds, who has only got 1.5 seconds between himself and Ben Snee, who sits there in 3rd position. So the top 3 cars still only separated by 4.6 seconds, and into the pit lane comes car number 31 by the look of things. Now again, this is before the pit window opens, so that must be a problem for the Robert Pomeroy and John Wood Ginetta.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it, doesn't it, as it trundles its way to the entrance of the pit lane. So that car unfortunately out of 18th position. Running fairly strongly, but yeah, no longer is going to be taking part by the looks of it. So it pulls up at the head of the pit lane, heads towards our camera crew down there. Across the line though, Connor Kay has gone through, still extending his lead now by a further half a second. 3.6 seconds now clear up the road, but this is the closest fight on circuit for now. Tim Cairns up against Chab as they turn their way through. This is a fight for 9th and 10th place. Tim Cairns turns his way on towards the start-finish line, doesn't quite have the grunt by the looks of it, so the Frog Eye Sprite might be under pressure down towards Abbey, gets closer and closer and closer, but again, the straight just about runs out, and Tim Cairns is safe for now.
He is, yeah, but Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird, is certainly looking to ruffle a few feathers, isn't he? And if he can get past Tim Cairns, then absolutely that's what he would want to do. Further up through the order, look at what's going on for 4th, 5th and 6th as they head on to the Hangar Straight, because Dean Halsey at the wheel of the Datsun is now ahead of John Crayston, so that puts Dean Halsey up to 4th, Crayston down to 5th, but John Crayston under attack from Bailey Frost at the wheel of the Triumph TR6 as they go round through Stowe Corner. So 4th, 5th, 6th all together. Traffic up the road that needs dealing with as well, which is going to be the Alpha GTO of Atul Sani, who moves neatly out of the way. Then there's more traffic again they need to deal with, which will be Andrew Rollison's Lotus Cortina, which tries to get out of the way, but they meet him slap bang in the middle of Club Corner. Doesn't really dissolve the squabble that we've got going on though, but it's Dean Halsey from John Crayston, from Bailey Frost, over the start-finish line to start another lap of fighting away.
Yeah, and they are just starting to drop now. Stephen Collins, who is a little bit in the distance behind as the 78 machine of Bailey Frost goes through on more traffic. So he wants to try and keep with the 2 cars ahead, which he's just about doing at the minute. And of course, the more they squabble up the road, the easier it will be for him to try and stay with that fight for what is currently 4th position with Dean Halsey ahead of it. These 3 cars currently are about 18 seconds back from Ben Snee, who is again building the margin, not as the race leader, but building the margin on the final step of the podium as it stands, still behind Neil Armstrong and Connor Kay, who leads this race as we now head into the pit stop window opening.
Yep, so they could dive for the pits at the end of this lap should they wish to do so. Up towards Stowe Corner comes Dean Halsey, still being shadowed by John Crayston's number 67 Lotus Elan. Round through Stowe, doesn't look as though either of them are diving for the pits this time through. And now into the braking area for Club. Can John Crayston do anything? Is he close enough? He's having a nibble, he's almost alongside. They go side by side through the first aspect of Club Corner. John Crayston almost gets his nose ahead by the second aspect, and I think Dean Halsey realised that the amount of daylight between front corner of Datsun and rear corner of Elan was ever diminishing, so he backed out of it. And as soon as he backed out of it, what happens? He doesn't lose one place, he loses two, because Bailey Frost goes through.
Certainly does, yeah. Bailey had a lovely line through the final corner, and of course, as you said, with the helping of Dean Halsey having to back off, it just made that move a little bit easier, as now Dean Halsey tries to fire the Datsun back to the inside. Doesn't quite work, but they will be side by side down towards the right-hander of Village, and we'll see how that unfolds after we hear from Josh.
Much like the earlier Adam and Page Swing and 60s race, it's Stephen Collins who's the first driver to pit in his MGB Roadster, and he's got a good strategy from the team point of view by pitting at totally the opposite end of the pit lane to everybody else. So if like the previous race, the safety car was out, that would have been a good strategy call. But as it is, it's the only car in the pit lane at the moment, Matt.
Good stuff. So there's the race leader then. Connor Kay continues on his way for another lap. The gap continues to grow, not by a huge amount to be fair, it's kind of 3 tenths per lap, but of course the more you add to those tenths, the bigger the gap does get. So we're now 4.4 seconds between the top two. There's Ben Snee working his way through, not a huge amount back from the top two, and of course if things unfold in favour of Ben Snee in the pit lane, then he could be the big beneficiary. And of course, bear in mind, Mark, he's had 2 races today, so he's kind of had a bit of practice on how the pit stops work.
He has, yeah, and we can see that, you know, it's not the easiest car to get in and out of, the Lotus, but certainly the Ginetta of Neil Armstrong, I would say, is probably even a more difficult car to get in and out of. And of all of those running in the top 3, the TVR would be the one for me that you'd stand half a chance of not being quite as restricted by the dimensions of the cars as you pit. Into the pit lane comes Tim Cairns, so the number 82 Frog-Eyed Sprite is in. Tim, who won back in the 1970s and 1980s. He was a double champion in the standard road-going midget championship and a double champion back-to-back, I think, in the modified midgets as well, and is still racing them to this day. And I think this car that he races, Matt, I think that's one that he has owned and has driven from India back to the UK on one occasion. This was quite some years ago, but he's done a lot of miles in that car.
He has. It's a name I've known for many years since I've been watching motor racing, and Tim Cairns has always been there, especially with the Classic Sports Car Club, which is good to see. John Leslie now into the pits as well, so the Reliant Sabre 6 GT trundles its way down the pit lane. John will stay in that car because he is a solo driver. Tim Cairns has done the in and out, so he is very much secured in that car to carry on his way, and I believe wife Vicky is still about to help as well, isn't she?
That was Vicky was there, yeah. That was Vicky then, yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a race meeting that Tim comes to that Vicky's not there. It's just a shame that for medical reasons he couldn't race much last year, but thankfully those medical issues now behind him and he's got his licence back. Into the pit lane, but bonnet up in the background of the shot for Mike Stevenson in the second of the 2 Datsun 240Zs. Josh might be able to tell us more depending on which end of the pit lane he's at.
Yeah, that came in a little while ago, Mark, and yeah, not all is well. Mike's still in the car, but a couple of team members trying to diagnose the problem. Currently the engine off on that car, the spanners are out, so I think the team are hopeful to get the car back into the race, even if it's no longer in a competitive position.
Yep, thank you very much. You could see Colin Claxton giving way to David Claxton in the background of that shot as well that we could see, so more and more cars opting to dive into the pit lane. We've had a spin out on circuit as well for Mark Cloutman before we then see that he has recovered, so we'll go back to Josh in the pits.
Well, you say that Colin Claxton was going to hand over to David, but David's not got into the car, which not a terrible exit, Mark, but I don't think that's a good sign.
Right, does that mean that's 2 they've broken today?
It could well be.
Oh dear.
Nor is they're just having a bit of a rest, who knows. Great livery though on the car, Leyland Cars sort of semi-worked livery. That's always good to see this era of car, isn't it, when they have a sort of a retro livery on these cars.
Yeah, very much so. Matt, I just saw we got an Alpha broken down at the side of the circuit. Well, Alphas don't really break down. They have a fantastic reputation for never doing that. So it's just stopped so that we can all admire it.
Exactly, yeah. According to some people, Alphas are one of the best cars to have, aren't they? But we'll see what Atel Sani says about that, because he's the man in the car at the minute, and it has stopped by the wayside, unfortunately.
Where the Alpha made its pit stop, Matt, there's lots and lots of fluid on the pit lane. That may or may not be related.
No, that'll be people's tears, because it's such a beautiful car.
So it must mean that Gary Marsh is the man in the car at the minute. My apologies there. So yeah, Alpha by the wayside, which is a headline for the moment, isn't it? So whether we see a safety car or not, we'll have to wait and see, because it is again quite close to the edge of the circuit. So we'll see what race control decide to do. But we are in the midst of pit stops. We've had probably half the field pit so far. Still waiting for the race leader to come in.
Ben Snee is in the pits, but in the penalty box, it seems. Do we know anything about that?
That will be because he won the race earlier on today, so I suspect he picked up the 30-second penalty because of that win earlier.
So yeah, that's what's happening at the moment. The team have realised, let's not do the pit stop where we normally would, but let's make Ben Snee travel about 10 metres from the penalty box to where they are. And out of the car goes Ben Snee, door shut, door opens, he jumps back in, but it may well not be 3 wins out of 3 on the day for Ben Snee.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, we've not really had this format at the start of a season before, so I'm with drivers doing double races as well, so I get it that he's got a penalty from the first race, but I thought it might have clicked into effect at Donington rather than this weekend.
Yeah, and depends where your class. If this is the extra race for Ben, then of course you'd have been racing in your class earlier on. So yeah, well, they've obviously decided he's going to have the 30-second penalty because he's won too many races today. So there we go. So Ben Snee has got some work to do. As we know, Ben, the tall figure to get back into his car, but he's done it fairly well, and we'll see what the time is, which clicks up, see how quick he was in and out of the pit lane. But a few more pit stops now being served, but as we said, still waiting for Connor Kay to come in to serve his. So we'll see when he decides to do it. He's got probably about 7.5 minutes before the pit window closes.
Yeah, I think that the huge impact in this race, pit stops, it's going to be between John Crayston, Bailey Frost and Dean Halsey. How quickly, with the wheel of the Lotus, the TR6 and the Datsun 240Z, they can do their pit stops, because they are all solo drivers. They are in 3rd, 4th and 5th positions respectively, and there's only a second between all 3 of them. As they come over the start-finish line now, you can see them weaving their way through traffic. Dean Halsey doesn't quite clear John Leslie's Reliance Sabre 6 by the time they get towards Abbey, so he'll have to wait until Farm. That's briefly delayed him, but those are the 3 that their pit stops are critical, aren't they, to get it right?
Yeah, and a few seconds here or there can make a huge amount of difference by the time they get back onto the circuit at racing speed as well. So it'll be interesting, as you said, to see how that one unfolds. They're just about to come up to put a lap on what looks to be Mark Clapton in that number 20 Austin 840, because that has been a little bit earlier on. So that's on its recovery way back through the field, and in fact that has made a pit stop, so it will now be Cole Kilby in that one, and still making good progress by the looks of it.
It is, yeah, even with that spin, as you say, it has made very good progress off the very tail end of the field. So up towards Stowe Corner comes John Crayston, still being chased by Bailey Frost in the largely dark blue, the odd little white flash to it here and there, Triumph TR6. Dean Halsey lost a little bit of ground through the traffic, but the first of those 3 that I've been talking about is into the pits now. So Bailey Frost dives for the pit lane this time through, so the 3rd place car into the pit lane. Josh Barrett will be down there. This is going to be an absolutely critical stop.
And the car goes past me now, Mark. It's sort of pitting midway down the pit lane for Bailey Frost in the Triumph TR6, just underneath the Silverstone gantry, which tells us what meeting we're at, the Classic Sports Car Club International meeting, which is a fancy gantry. I don't think we have elsewhere in the country. But for the pit stop for Bailey Frost, he's being strapped back in at the moment, I think. So I make my way down towards the Triumph. But always much easier to take the belts off, Mark, than to put them back on again, but that's just about been done. And he will head back into the race.
Good stuff, yep, so nice to see that went without too many dramas for the first of the 3 that we're looking to see who rejoins as the leading of those trios. But Bailey Frost in and out, 55.7, that is a remarkable time there, so brilliant stuff for Bailey. We've kind of seen around the minute, just over the minute for the drivers so far. So we'll see how the rest do indeed do as the number 98 machine now pulls its way into the pit lane, which is going to be Egan Pashley by the looks of it. That's going to be handed over to Mark.
Yeah, so that's another one of the pit stops taking place. We've still got a few of the front runners to tick off though, not least of which is Connor Kay, who still continues to lead the race. We've still got John Crayston, who's now in second place at the wheel of the Lotus and has just set his best individual lap, and Ben Smee has had a spin. Well, that's a very unusual mistake for Ben Smee. Rotates the number 333 Lotus, hooks up a gear again and will get going, but that is very unusual. That's lost him a chunk of time because that happened through the link, didn't it? As they came on to Chapel, lost the tail end of the car, gathers it up, gets going again. What news, Josh?
I've got Charles Hyde Andrews Bird out of the Lotus Cortina. Enjoy that one?
Yeah, it was proper on that side of things. Yeah, it was awesome. It was oily in the first race, but that second race was a bit more spicy, a bit more spalty. So, yeah, no, really enjoyed it. It was awesome. Great weather. It's a great meeting. Can't complain.
You raced the car before? I understand your dad bought it last year, the car?
Yeah, sold the GT3 Cup car and bought this instead. Raced it at Spa, but that was pretty much it, and that was pretty dark and pretty wet. So, yeah, no, it's a bit of a baptism of fire. It's a totally new way of driving, but it's great fun. I mean, you don't need to go like stupidly fast to have fun with those things. They're just sideways everywhere, and had a really good race. So, yeah, can't complain.
Couldn't think of something different than the 911 to race.
Yeah, it's a bit of a contrast, but I don't know. My dad and I grew up driving saloon cars at Castle Combe that were 1.4s, and you sort of learn your craft, I guess, with the slower stuff. And then obviously we progressed over the years, so thanks to him. But no, we thought we'd take the pressure off a little bit. We have fun anyway, but this is proving to be even more fun. So yeah, I love the Swing 60s. It's a great series.
Is Classic Sports Car Club sort of the main thing for the year, or are you doing some other historic racing?
I think we'll probably stick with Classic Sports Car Club. I'm a bit time, not precious, what's the word? Time short. Yeah, but we like it here, and we like the way that Hugo runs things, and Dave and Hannah and the team, they do such a good job, and well, I don't think we've ever had a meeting that we didn't enjoy. So we're looking forward to Castle Combs. That's our home circuit. It's great to see them back there this year. Maybe break a few lap records, never know.
It looked like you're going well, so good luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you very much.
So there's a chap out of the Lotus Cortina, a bit of a background to why they're racing that car this year, Mark.
Thank you very much. Yeah, whilst that's been going on, we've had Dean Halsey into the pit lane. We've had John Crayston into the pit lane. We've just seen Connor Kay, the race leader, come into the pit lane. And you know, I was saying, Matt, how critical these stops were going to be for Bailey Frost, for Dean Halsey, for John Crayston, because they were all fighting away together.
Yep.
Bailey Frost, 55.7 seconds. Dean Halsey, 1 minute and 6 seconds. John Crayston, 1 minute and 9.
It's a big span, isn't it? 14 seconds between the quickest and the slowest, and as we said, a few seconds in the pit lane can mean a huge amount on the circuit, as the battle between Crayston and Halsey now resumes on circuit. So this is for third and fourth potentially as it runs, because Connor Kay and Neil Armstrong are up the road. We know Ben Snee had a moment, and also the extra 30 seconds in the pit lane as well. And Dean Halsey's got a lot of defending to do here in the Datsun, because looking down the inside line is going to be Jonathan Crayston. He needs his braking very late indeed, and he does squeeze his way through. So off he goes on his merry way, but will it be his merry way, or will Dean Halsey be able to fight back?
Well, for the moment, it looks as though the Lotus has the upper hand, doesn't it, over Dean Halsey, because not only has he just got past, he's gapped him by 5 or 6 car lengths already by the look of things. And as they head up towards Abbey, we'll go back to the pit lane and Josh.
Yeah, we just had a pit stop for the Rumble Ford Anglia, which I noticed is a Anita Taylor Team Broadspeed British Saloon Car Championship livery, so that's pretty cool.
I hadn't spotted that one. I don't think we ever sort of, with the pictures we've been getting, zoomed in close enough to be able to spot it. But yeah, always good to see the period liveries out. So 15.5 minutes to go, Matt, which means that the pit window, what we've got, another 5.5 minutes still, is it, before it closes?
30 seconds, I think.
30 seconds, no, right, yeah, sorry, it's me, yeah.
Yeah, so we're almost there. And to be fair, everyone has done their times, which is good. We've got a window, I think, which is almost parting ways.
Well, the Alpha's back out.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was looking at the window, but yeah, the Alpha's there. That's how surprised I am.
it was just being admired, it seems.
See, I did tell you, oh ye of little faith, suckling.
That's what they'll say, but we'll dig deeper. We'll find the problem. Don't worry about that. There's the second place car, so that's Neil Armstrong, who is now 20 seconds behind the race leader of Connor Kay. So things have resumed pretty much as they were before the pit stops got underway. I'm just keeping an eye on Ben Snee now, because his time is pretty rapid. He's, what is he now, 3.3 seconds back from Dean Halsey. And of course, with Dean having this battle with John Crayston, they are slowing themselves down, which is going to bring, surely, Ben Snee into the mix. That time through, he was over 2 seconds quicker, so now the gap down to 1.1.
Wow, Ben Snee is really getting on with it, isn't he? Yeah, considering the extra period of time that he had to stop and that spin as well, he has just absolutely driven the wheels off the thing again. So still Connor Kay leading. Neil Armstrong heads over the start-finish line now and is in still second place. The relative gap first to second is 21 seconds from TVR Tuscan to Little Yellow Ginetta. Bailey Frost is there in third place. John Crayston is fourth. Fifth is Dean Halsey, but he is under attack from Ben Snee, has already caught him by the look of things, and they are about to be lapped by the race leader as well as they head up towards Stowe Corner this time through. So Dean Halsey under pressure from Ben Snee, whilst they are both under pressure from remaining on the lead lap. But they'll start to come downhill in towards the braking area for the Vale. But Connor Kay should be able to pick maybe one of them off on the way in. No, he's going to wait until the exit of Club Corner and then try and pick off Dean Halsey, who makes a small mistake going in towards Club, locked a brake on the Nissan, on the Datsun, and almost lost the place to Ben Snee. And whilst those two are busy squabbling, driving past both of them goes Connor Kay and puts him off the lead lap.
Yeah, Dean Halsey looking like he's feeling the pressure, isn't he, from behind there with that small mistake on the run down through Vale and then in towards Club Corner. So now he needs to defend as much as he possibly can to make sure that Ben Snee does not find his way through. But this has been a good recovery for Ben after, as we said, the spin earlier on up there at Chapel, and also with the 30 seconds for what potentially could be for winning the earlier Swinging 60s race to have to serve in the pit lane during his pit stop. It's Ben Snee now trying to get himself firstly ahead of Dean Halsey. I don't think he's going to make it to the podium because he's got probably about 8.5 seconds to try and find to get onto terms of Bailey Frost, who we now are looking at. Worked his way off the hanger straight. Bailey Frost is battling here with not a slower car, but a car which is a lap down by the looks of it. That's the 37 machine, which is trying to recover himself back inside the top 10. And that's Graham Wilson in the Triumph TR6 as well.
Yeah, so two TR6s busy rolling their sleeves up and slugging it out. Here they come, just going round through Club Corner now, whilst they go around the outside of Kevin Bird's car, I think that was. So yeah, the blue Triumph TR6 is the car that's running in third place. The white one that sits behind it is the car that's that little bit further down through the order. So it's evenly matched though, aren't they? Now this is probably a good thing for Graham Wilson. Sit on the coattails of the car, see what you can learn. Because clearly he wasn't as quick in qualified, because Bailey Frost qualified 6th, Graham Wilson qualified 10th. But he's actually attacking him as they go down in towards Village. He might not realise that this is not full position, but they are putting on a good old squabble.
It's almost like the TR6 Championship, isn't it, here, with these two battling as they work their way through again. A big lunge down the inside line for Graham Wilson, and he loses it this time. He spins a full 180 to the other side of the circuit. He has just avoided ending up in the gravel there, so if he's careful and doesn't dip into it, he should be able to rejoin there. But that's a shame, because that was turning into a nice battle, albeit a lap apart. It was Graham Wilson in the end who made the small mistake. Made the small mistake, but as he was half spinning, he was very close to taking out Bailey Frost, wasn't he, as he started to lose control of his car. So Bailey Frost survives. So does Graham Wilson, he's just dropped himself even further down through the order now. Bailey Frost still remains on the lead laps. At the moment, we've got 3 cars still on the lead lap. But if the TVR Tuscan of Connor Kay gets through and ahead of the dark blue Triumph TR6, then it means we've only got 2 cars on the lead lap of the race. And with 11 minutes to go, I think that's very much the inevitable going to happen, isn't it? It certainly is, yeah. The TVR Tuscan of Connor Kay has been almighty within this race, head and shoulders above the rest of the field, and continuing to extend his margin over Neil Armstrong as well, who comes into picture, turns his way nicely through Vale and then on towards Club. Hasn't really been challenged too much in this race. He had the first few laps where he had to try and battle to keep himself in second position from Ben Snee, but since then he's done a good job to keep himself in second position here in the sunshine at Silverstone, as we've said throughout the day today. And then further back, Ben Snee is still trying to make progress. He is now 3.2 seconds back from what's going to be John Crayston. And last time through, Ben Snee was about half a second quicker. So it's a little bit trickier now. He's made good progress on Dean Howsey, but it's a little bit harder to try and get himself onto terms of Jonathan Crayston.
Well, the other Triumph TR6 that we've got out there, which is now going to be David Hind behind the wheel. He is busily hounding. I think that's Kevin Bird, isn't it, at this stage? But there's going to be gaps between those two, yeah, because the TR6 has only done 19 laps, whereas the Lotus 14 has done 20, so it's a full lap between those two cars. So over the start-finish line once more comes Bailey Frost. That's now 22 laps completed for him. He is at the best part of a minute behind the next car ahead of him, which is Neil Armstrong. So having just been placed off the lead lap, won't be that much longer before he sees the second place car about to place a lap on him as well. Still 9 minutes of this race to go. Class leaders, leading Class F are race leader Connor Kay. Class SL is being led by Neil Armstrong in second place. Class SZ is being led by Stephen Collins with number 69 MG. Class SC being led by Tim Cairns in the 8th place number 82 car, the Frog-Eyed Sprite, and Class SE is being led by Ford Anglia of the Rumbles at the moment, car number 61 and 15th.
Just going back to Ben Snee, I think he's making further progress because last time round on this car of Jonathan Crayston, which we can see, he was a second quicker. So in the background somewhere, and there is Ben. He is not too far adrift whatsoever. So got a couple of back markers to try and work his way through on this occasion, and then he should have some clear track to try and let his Lotus Elan catch up. And I think he will have time. 8.5 minutes left on the clock. As I said, he's been taken out quite a chunk off the back as they turn their way through. It's just going to be held up slightly there by the number 4 machine of John Leslie. The Alfa has got through on that time as well. And Dean Howsey, as Martin spots, has dropped a little bit further back now, 2.6 seconds. But he might have a chance of catching up as well here. So it's all kind of concertinaing together.
Yeah, have to wait and see. So there are not that huge amounts of gaps between them, is here? Ben Snee in 5th place, Dean Howsey in 6th place. John Crayston just up the road as well. Then Bailey Frost just up the road. So yeah, if you look at Bailey Frost, John Crayston, Ben Snee, Dean Howsey, between all 4 of those cars, what have you got? You've got 8 seconds between them all, probably something like that, not much more.
No, not at all, and some are making big inroads, and of course with the traffic we are dealing with at the minute as well, that has a different disparity across different laps as well. So focusing once again on the Alfa, trying to pick that up from the camera crew out there as it hurtles its way down the hangar straight, gets it back in the race after its earlier problems. There's Dean Howsey out there in his second race of the day in the Datsun 240Z. And as they turn their way through, we're going to have 7 minutes left on the clock. Gap now between first and second, Connor Kay and Neil Armstrong is 25 seconds, so it continues to grow. There's Ben Snee, and where is John Crayston? He's still up the road, so has Ben lost a little bit of time on this lap? It was 2.8 seconds. He was in fact over half a second slower than John Crayston last time through, so yeah, John Crayston is responding nicely at the minute.
Now, is there a problem for the Austin A40? Because Carl Kilby is staying out of everybody's way, and that A40 is not travelling as quick as it was earlier on in the race, particularly when it's in the hands of Mark Cloutman, but he stayed neatly out of the way, and hopefully that A40 will be able to continue in this race. So John Crayston, let's see whether we can pick up exactly where he is relative to Ben Snee. There's Dean Howsey running a little bit wide, going round through Village, and just going beyond the curb line. Just now turning his way through Chapel, and we'll head onto the hangar straight. So just up the road from him will be both Ben Snee in the number 333 light blue Lotus Elan, then John Crayston in the slightly newer variant of it, at the wheel of his Series 4 Lotus Elan. They'll all be up towards Stowe Corner currently, and that's the battle you really need to keep an eye on for the remaining now 5 3/4 minutes.
Certainly do, yeah. Times between the two cars last time round were almost equal. Ben Snee was slightly quicker. So there's John Crayston, who turns his way to the completion of another lap. There is Bailey Frost by the looks of it, and is That is a change, isn't it? I thought that was there might be a problem now for Bailey because he's losing ground, and here comes Ben Snee. So 3 as 1. This is all 4, the final step on the podium. So Bailey just drops off on that lap. What did he do? 121.2. No, sorry, 122.1. It was a 121.2 for John Crayston. Ben Snee did a 119.0, which was 2 seconds quicker than John, 3 seconds quicker than Bailey. So we now have, as we said, all these 3 cars together.
Yeah, you said they were going to come together, but all of a sudden it's just happened, hasn't it? And Bailey Frost, I think, might be picked off here by Ben Snee. Not through the link he's going to get there, that's for sure. What can he do on the exit of Chapel? The TR6 with a more powerful engine. The far more nimble Lotus City behind of Ben Snee just runs out of puff a little bit in a straight line. He's tucking himself behind the slipstream, trying to do anything he can. Of course, he can then break that little bit later as they head up towards Stowe Corner, but no, he's going to sit behind the TR, and this is just allowing John Crayston to break away very, very slightly from the pair that are squabbling behind. So Crayston's in 3rd. It's still Bailey Frost in 4th, Ben Snee in 5th. Is he going to attack this time as they head down in towards Club Corner? Well, if he does, it'll be in the outside line. No, he's just taking as wide a sweep as he can into it. So Bailey Frost, by the skin of his teeth, still hangs on to 4th position. Ben Snee might try and get up the inside through the second part of Club. That's exactly what he's looking to try and do. But through the final section of Club Corner, Bailey Frost still hangs on to it, and they are still, Matt, side by side up towards Abbey.
Certainly are, yep. So again, is room going to be given by Bailey Frost? He did it nicely towards Club Corner. He gives him room, and he gives him the place pretty much there. So Bailey Frost finally has to give the place away. Ben Snee, in that process, with a lap stuck behind Bailey, will now be a little bit more frustrated because the gap between him and John Crayston has grown once more. It's a gap that he was bringing down until they met up with Bailey. So he's now only got 3.5 minutes to try and do something about potentially getting himself on the podium as he flings the back end round, leaves the rubber marks on the circuit. I noticed last time through there, it was all out to the edge of the circuit, almost millimetres to perfection, just kicked up a little bit of dust, but you can see certainly how hard Ben is trying in this 333 machine at the minute, and he's only going to have a couple more laps to try and get himself, as I said, onto that podium.
I think that probably answers our question as to how he had the spin in the earlier on in this race as well, because it was exactly at that point, wasn't it, where the car broke away from him. Up towards Stowe Corner, in 2nd place comes Neil Armstrong. He's had a bit of a non-eventful race, really, Neil Armstrong, hasn't it? He was up there in the early stages, but it's all sort of just settled into 2nd place, and he's not really had any defensive or attacking work to do.
No, not really. I think the first couple of laps he had a bit of pressure, didn't he, which he held off very well, and since then, and he's really not had anyone to play with, so the Ginetta's going to come through for 2nd as it stands, if he can make it to the end of this 40-minute race. But you can see there as well, Neil Armstrong still really pushing hard as he works his way closer to Dean Housley, so that'll be him to put a lap on that car, or a further lap on that car, which sits in 6th position. Connor Kay, with a margin now of almost 35 seconds, will be very shortly heading through to start what will be the penultimate lap of his race. So it's been a fantastic run for him. Dean Housley now has just dropped off the pace here towards the end, and this is probably the thing, isn't it? When you do the race on your own as a solo, especially 2 races in one day of 40 minutes in length, it does probably start telling towards the end of the afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah. I've just finished yawning as well, and I've not been driving cars for 40 minutes. I've just been stood up in the commentary box for most of the day. But yeah, it does. That fatigue does kick in, and it does have an effect. Absolutely. Now this is up towards Stowe Corner. Neil Armstrong up the inside of Dean Housley to place a lap on the Datsun 240Z. Our race leader will be heading on to his final lap of the race, I think, next time through, won't he? Such is the gap. So we've got a minute and a half remaining. That is all. So it is Connor Kay from Neil Armstrong who's about to conclude his 29th lap this time through. John Crayston completes the top 3, and Ben Snee is still there in 4th place and is still sniffing around, isn't he, John Crayston? There's still only 1.6 seconds between the Series 4 Lotus Elan and Ben Snee's earlier variant.
Definitely, yeah, and Ben Snee that time through was 1.3 seconds quicker than the car ahead of him, so job not done just yet, and of course they'll get this lap and one more, because Connor Kay, as you said, will be coming through this time to start his last lap, so there's plenty of time for Ben to try and get the job done. But will he get there? Will he have any help from traffic? Will the traffic hinder him? Well, it's not hindering him at the minute, because he's almost back onto the rear tailpipe of John Crayston as they turn their way through. A wider line being taken in towards Stowe Corner for Ben Snee, and we'll see how that all turns out very shortly indeed. That was briefly Connor Kay going through onto his last lap, and this still is the man in second place of Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, who's just coming through Stowe Corner at the moment, and he'll be about to start his final lap of the race. But for Connor Kay, he qualified on pole position, only 0.26 of a second quicker than Neil Armstrong. Come race pace, he's just been able to edge out all of the time. TVR from Ginetta from Lotus is certainly looking like the top three, regardless of what happens between John Crayston and Ben Snee. It's looking like a Lotus is heading on to the third and final step of the podium. But that fight for third and fourth is still the best of those and the closest of those that we've got throughout the whole field, in reality, of the 20 cars that are still circulating. So the clock has now ticked to 0. For the final time through Stowe Corner comes Connor Kay, and it looks as though he is on course to win the second of our Adams and Page Swinging 60s races here at Silverstone. And to go with it, what do you get? You get a 30-second penalty for the rest of the year. And if you win with an extra 30 seconds in the pits, you know what? You get an extra 30 seconds again. That's the way it works for a good chunk of the CSCC series. Connor Kay comes through to win the second of the Swinging 60s race of the day. We'll wait the arrival of Neil Armstrong over the start-finish line, but John Crayston and Ben Snee, Matt, are still rolling their sleeves up and slugging it out.
Certainly are, yes. 0.6 of a second between the two of them last time round. They'll be working their way towards the end very shortly indeed. Here they are indeed now through the final corner, and it will be John Crayston who's just going to hold on for the final step of the podium. Ben Snee was going for the hat-trick of victories today, but this one was a little bit tougher, especially with the 30 seconds to serve in the pit stop as well. Here's our second place driver, which is Neil Armstrong. So he's had, as we said, a pretty lonely race out there, but nonetheless he's driven well to come through and finish in that second position. And then in the background you can see Dean Howsey, who will complete the top 6 with Bailey Frost just ahead, who's already taken the checker flag in that 5th position.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. We'll run you through the order once we get all of the cars over the start-finish line. Through goes Tim Cairns, who's been hugely successful in this category over the years. Another long-standing club member, David Cornwallis, takes the checkered flag. And we've still got the likes of Kevin Bird to take the checkered flag, Gary Marsh at the wheel of the Alpha, and of course Thomas Tunnard at the wheel of that fairly unusual Fairthorpe Electron Minor, just coming through the final corner. And that is not full position. I was just double checking as they go over the start finish line. No, that is not full position. They're just at the same place at tarmac at the same time. Final few to take the checkered flag, and then I think we're nearly there, aren't we? Class wins going the way of Connor Kay, of Neil Armstrong, of Stephen Collins and Tim Cairns, and also the Rumbles, haven't we, at the wheel of their Ford Anglia as well. You were giggling there, Matt.
Yeah, who was in that number 92 machine towards the end? That was Thomas, wasn't it? He was very excited and waving to everyone up at Abbey Corner. So whether there's some spectators or he's just very joyous of getting home, not too sure. But here, Mark, is the final results.
Yep, Connor Kay claims the win, and quite substantively by nearly 40 seconds in the end from Neil Armstrong in second place. They both won their class, though. Jonathan Crayston was third, ahead of Ben Smee and Bailey Frost, who were fourth and fifth respectively. Dean Halsey wrapped up the top 6. Stephen Collins was 7th, Tim Cairns with 8th. Then it was Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird and Kevin Bird, head of the Rude Houses. And then as we head outside of the top dozen, you can see the rest of the finishers down there to David Cornwallis, who was 8 laps off the lead. But again, it's another race that we've had this long-standing club member compete in. A few cars with problems along the way, including the Austin A40, the Claxtons, Mike Stevenson with his Datsun, and a retirement for the other Ginetta very early on. And of course, Neil Mackay came into the pit lane. He was the first of our retirees. So that's it for Swinging 60s. Let's go back down into the pit lane and get some reaction from down there with Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Mark. We won't be hearing from our race winner, though, because Connor Kay is in the next race. He's parked his TVR down here, and then he's got a sprint to the other side of the paddock to get to his midget for the next race. So 40 minutes wasn't hard enough racing, Mark. How about the sprint to your next car? But we will be able to speak to Neil Armstrong and John Crayston. We just wait for the two of them to get out of their Ginetta and Lotus respectively, and we'll speak to whoever is able to do that the quickest. And good job, Connor was a bit quicker getting out of his car, otherwise he may have missed the next race. But for Neil Armstrong in second position, he gets a hug for his efforts in the little Ginetta G4, and then we'll grab a word with Neil once he gets. Let you get your helmet off, Neil, and then we'll have a chat. Oh, it is. So we'll speak to Neil just in a moment, but it was Connor Kay who took the victory in the Adams and Page Swing 60 second race of the day. But now we'll have a word then with Neil. Second place, Neil. Connor, he's off to do the next race, so we don't speak to him. But for you, a good race there to come second?
Yeah, no, really good race. Massively enjoyable. It was a fantastic car to drive, you know. Really well balanced, a little bit underpowered versus maybe that, but yeah, good. But how many good for one race, right? I was refreshed. Some of these guys are racing 3 times. I mean, wow, that's a bit too much for me.
And as well, from that point, the cars are really well prepared in this series, aren't they, for people that can go and do race after race?
Oh, no, well, that's kind of testimony to it, isn't it, really? The fact that you can race 3 times, qualify 3 times, race 3 times, and your car still finishes. That's just unbelievable, right? You know, but it does show the level of race prep that's going on, and competitiveness, right?
Absolutely, because the two of you are really pushing on, I think, 1 minute 16s, which are really quick 60s car around here.
Yeah, no, that's pretty quick, yeah. They are quick cars. Not the driver.
There's quite a lot of slow corners around here, which is sort of unusual. How do the cars cope with those?
Well, mine's really well balanced, you know. So, but I've got to keep the speed up because otherwise these out-drag you, you know. So, but yeah, massive fun. Even the short circuit, I've really enjoyed it. Mind you, it's put me through my paces, right? I'm struggling. I'll struggle tonight.
I guess it's the other thing, if you haven't done any testing in the winter, it's the first time in the car for quite a few months.
Yeah, what do they say? Cold brain, cold tyres, cold car. But, you know, it came good, right? We struggled with reliability last 2 years. So I'm hoping this year we get some reliability and we can fight with these guys up the front regularly.
Well, good luck with the rest of the season. Perhaps we'll see a race win later in the year.
Thanks very much.
So there's Neil Armstrong, our winner in this Ginetta G4. We'll have a word with the third place driver, John Crayston. In the Lotus Elan, just third. They had a real battle towards the end.
Yeah, literally just third. Another lap and he'd have got me, but I guess he had a 20-second penalty, so he was definitely faster than me. But yeah, it was a fantastic race. There was battles throughout.
Yeah, because I think you were having to gain positions to get third right there near the end as well.
Yes, I had to. I think I came out from the pits behind Dean Halsey. We'd been battling in the first half of the race, and then but managed to get past him, and then chasing down Bailey Frost in the TR, who was going really well. He was driving fantastically, but managed to get past him, and then I saw the Bentley in the Elan coming up fast. So glad to see the checkered flag.
Well done on the podium. So there's a couple of our top 3 from the Adams and Page Swing 60. The key cars already heading out onto the circuit for our final race of the day, and we're back to sprint racing, so it's back to Mark and to Matt.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, so as you said, cars going out for the final race of the day here at Silverstone on this opening meeting for the Classic Sports Car Club. And this is the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. Once again, a nice grid we have coming your way with what's going to be 26, which qualified this morning. So hopefully all 26 will be there present and ready for a 20-minute race. So again, let's run you through how they'll line up after that qualifying session this morning. It will see number 77, Paul Sibley, start from pole position alongside number 7, which is going to be the car of Pippa Cow. So that makes up an all 7 front row of the grid. Second row then sees number 166, which is William Sharp. He'll be joined by number 46, which is Stephen Collier. Third row is 173, Connor Kay. So after sprinting from that previous race all the way down to assembly, he's going to be good to go. Bit of practice in 40 minutes. Let's see what he can do in this 20-minute race with number 2, James Hughes, starting alongside. Fourth row of the grid then sees number 11, which is Paul Campfield. He'll be joined by number 14, which is Hugh Simpson. Fifth row, number 36, Dean Stanton, with number 1, Ian Bergin, alongside. The sixth row, number 125, is going to be Chris Winchester, joined by number 70, which is the Byrons. So I expect Richard will do one race and Ian will do the other, whether it be today or tomorrow. The seventh row then sees number 47, which is Bruce Burrows, alongside number 131, which is Chris Pidcock. The eighth row, number 311, is Dominic Mooney, and 108, Mark Turner. The ninth row then sees number 50, Oisin Shaheen, with number 711, James Mackey, alongside. The 10th row is going to be number 10, Amelia Storer, and 49, Kim Deere. The 11th row, number 135, is Mike Henney, joined by number 53, which is William Humphreys. The 12th row, number 142, Nicola Burnside, and 23, Jason Meredith. And the final row of our grid for this final race today is going to be number 21, Nick Rose, joined by number 15, which is Adrian Moore.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, a good grid of cars, and good to see that Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenges is still in fantastic health. The first year we had this championship, Matt? 1977
Oh, wow.
it first appeared in the UK, so it is one of the longest running championships that we've had in the UK. And it's, say, only recently moved over to the Classic Sports Car Club, and numbers have swelled throughout the course of its first season with the club, and have grown to 26 cars for the opening round of this year, with looking on social media, more cars promised to join as well throughout the course of the season. Split into different classes, so depending on the modifications in reality, so fully modified cars go in Class A, midgets and sprites fully complying with the CSCC Swinging 60 series drop into C, road modified cars into D, race modified cars into E, historic cars into H in reality. So regardless of what spridget you've got, for want of a better term, there'll be a class for you.
Certainly will, and you can see the more modified one of Paul Sibley, which a man who's raced in mod sports, hasn't he, for quite a few years as well, so he is there on pole position. Pippa Cow alongside, so we'll see what Pippa can do, and the wonderfully turned out colour-wise and everything really from William Sharp, which sits there on the second row of the grid, which is nice to see. So we're going to have, again, different modifications, different classes as Mark described, a few gaps further down as well, one of those being Ian Bergin, which is unfortunate, the man who wears the number 1 on his car. So yeah, it's a shame that Ian is not there.
Yeah, the reigning champion. Did he have a problem earlier on? Because he was out racing earlier on in Swinging 60s.
Not like I can remember. No.
Yeah, but Ian Bergin won the championship by a single point last year. When drop scores were taken into account, he was on 108. Hugh Simpson was on 107. It couldn't have been closer for the champion, who was third, Mark Turner, who was only on 102. So yeah, close, very close. Is that car being pushed off the grid? Can I see? Yes, it is. Now that either somebody's lined up in the wrong spot, or there's a bit of confusion towards the tail end of the field. So there's cars being manoeuvred around to get them into the correct positions. This is just delaying the start. So whether this means, because certainly those that are in the modified class will be running on slick tyres, won't they? It's free choice of tyres if you're running fully modified. Might choose to give them another formation lap, Matt, because Paul Sibley's tyres will be losing temperature all of the time on pole.
And the sun is starting to set as well, isn't it? So it casts more shadows on the start-finish line, so that will make it a little bit chillier as well as the evening sun appears. Just waiting for the flag at the back, and I think everyone is in position. There's a few not kind of where they should be in terms of the line, but I think they'll let that go because they are on the correct row of the grid. So wait for the board. There it is. 5-second board is held aloft, and we're going to go straight into this race by the looks of it. So 20 minutes of racing for the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. It's Paul Sibley and Pippa Cow on the front row. Red lights are on. They'll go out after 5-ish seconds, and away we go now. And Paul Sibley doesn't get the best of the starts, nor does William Sharp. So both of them slow away from the right-hand side of the grid. So Pippa Cow briefly ahead, but that won't last for too long because Paul Sibley then takes over the lead as they work their way through the first corner. We've got one that's stalled on the grid, unfortunately, and William Sharp was another man who was slow away, so already having to carve his way through the field as quick as he can. That's Mike Henney, isn't it, in the 135 machine, so Marshals will push that to the, or they want to take it to the pit lane, but he's steering to the left, so we'll see where it does in fact go. There's Stephen Collier, who finds himself in third place. That's behind Pippa Cow, and Paul Sibley, who leads them on to the hang straight for the first time.
Yeah, the 2 cars in Class A, wasn't it? Slick tyres, and maybe it cooled down, that was what caused the wheel spin for those. And whereas Pippa Cow, on I think will be a treaded tyre for her, was able to get going. Safety car has been called though, so there wasn't sufficient time to clear out of harm's way Mike Henney's car, was the fear from race control by the time the pack got back round again. So safety car to allow that car to be pushed out of the way by the marshals. It should just be, Matt, hopefully a very, very brief safety car interruption, because the car was rolling. It wasn't a mechanical failure where it locked into gear, so it's just a case of get the car out of harm's way, maybe 1 lap behind the safety car, then we should be good to go.
Yeah, hopefully. So I think that was the only problem we had on that first lap. Didn't see anything else, so marshals and race officials just wanting a bit more time to clear the cars, because Paul Sibley is a quick peddler. 1:15 lap time is what he did in qualifying, so that's how quick they would have been back round to the grid. So he didn't want any marshals out there when those cars were coming through. So safety car, good call to get that out, just keep the momentum flowing as well, making sure that the tyres are kept to some sort of temperature. And Paul Sibley, when the green flag is way once again, will be good to go. We've got Pippa Cow there in second. Third place is going to be Stephen Collier. And then behind that, you've got the fourth place car of Connor Kay. So he's made up one position from the start and ran out the top 5. Paul Campfield, who made up 2 positions on that initial start to get inside the top 5.
Yeah, so that's the order currently. Just going through our shot there is James Mackay, who we've seen out racing in swinging 60s in that car earlier on. Car number 711. Behind him is the number 49 car of Kim Deere, the light blue car with the white roof to it. But the safety car is just threading its way towards Chapel now and on to the Hanger Straight, and I suspect lights will be extinguished at the end of this lap because I couldn't see anything as they come over the start-finish line, Matt. So I think the marshals did a cracking job of getting that car out of the way as quickly as they possibly could, but not quite sufficiently to prevent just a single lap behind the safety car.
Indeed, yep, look very clear there, and the lights are, yeah, I think they're off, aren't they? Yep, so lights are off, so it speeds away from Paul Sibley. Just looked at William Sharp. He's quite a way down, isn't he? He's down in his 11th place, so he lost 8 positions at the start, but now with what effectively will be a rolling start, he might be able to pick a few places up. Bit of a gap there between 5th and 6th place because another car is looking like it might be expiring. That's the number 2 machine of James Hughes, who has his hand in the air and hopefully either fire it back into life or pull off the circuit, because cars are trying to get past him, which they are now doing, but that is not good news for James Hughes as well.
No, man who finished, what, 5th in the championship, wasn't he, last year? Has he got enough momentum to keep going? I hope so. They might have to, well, we've gone green anyway, but hopefully we won't need to go back towards safety car once more. So Paul Sibley gets things back underway, but he's instantly under pressure from Pippa Cow, who has got Stephen Collier right behind her. Then looking to make inroads is Connor Kay, who you'd have thought might be feeling slightly tired after his race victory just 5 minutes ago, but they all head up towards Abbey Corner, and thankfully the car that was slow out on circuit, James Hughes, is going to make it to the pit lane, Matt.
Yep, certainly is. So good that he found some momentum down the hill and fired it back into life. So that is another avoidance of any interruption within this race. There is going to be Stephen Collier. He now sits in 3rd position by the looks of it. He turns his way into the Hanger Straight, potentially 2nd as they work their way down the back straight once again. Yeah, there he is in 2nd. 3rd place is Pippa, and then behind that you've got the next 2 in line, which is going to be Connor Kay and the number 11 machine of Paul Campfield. Now, of course, with James Hughes just holding the pack up, we have now got the buffer between 5th and 6th, so that's why the big gap is there, and that would have delayed also in the mix William Sharp, who was going to try and get back onto the helm of the top 5. But it's going to be a little bit harder now than what it would have been prior.
Yeah, so Paul Sibley's about to come through and complete lap number 3 this time through. We've still got over 15 minutes of the schedule 20 remaining. He's just starting to edge away a little bit more from Stephen Collier in his newly acquired 2nd place. Pippa still there in 3rd. Further down through the order, though, there's still some good fights just going on side by side, into all 3 wide in towards the break yard, leaping over the curve to gain a few places there, but then spinning was William Humphreys. So there were 3 wide on the way in towards Club Corner. Something had to give. He was very late on the brakes, overtook 2, spins, loses all the places, and a raft more as well.
He certainly does, yeah, just rejoins there in front of the 15 machine by the looks of it, so he has lost quite a few places because that was Adrian Moore who was coming onto the back of him as they once again head down, and we might have a place change here as well. It's going to be a tight move down the inside line, which is always a scary moment, but Mark Turner was almost willing to give it a go there, but in the end just backed out of it and was trying to get himself up into the top 15 past Kim Deere, but thought better of that one, and he can try again through the likes of the Village and in towards the Link as well.
Yeah, just have a look at the car that's ahead of those 2 as well. Just the width of the wing mirrors on it. I can't quite spot which one it is, but it looks like it's got almost caravan towing mirrors on there, so wide. And it's a car that's about to retire, so I'll put the commentator's curse on Bruce Burrows, who holds his hand aloft, and by the look of things he's going to retire the car part the way down the Hanger Straight. There's a handy little snatch gap where he's put that car as well, so that'll just be localised yellows, and then the car should be behind the wall before too much longer.
Yeah, maybe the caravan just fell off the back, that's why he pulled over.
They're really wide, weren't they?
At least he won't be accused of not seeing what's behind him. So there's Will Sharp. He's now made further progress. So where would that be now? I think he might be into 6th position. Let's wait for that to click up on the timing screen. And I think William Sharp, as he comes through, has made up about 4 or 5 places on that lap. So a good one there for him. And he's a quick peddler, that showed in qualifying. And we'll see if he can now try and close that gap down. We've got almost 3 wide down in towards the Vale. That's the number 2 machine, which is recovering well, actually. So James Hughes, after his moment during the safety car, has very quickly caught up and is starting to make a bit of progress through those cars he's just got through.
That's good to see, isn't it? Whatever the problem was is clearly being sorted. Quick alt control and delete, and the car has fired up again, but all of the damage, I'm afraid, has been done for that car, so no real result coming in the direction of James Hughes, who had qualified 6th quickest, but is still circulating down in 19th position, despite having picked up 5 places just on that last lap that we saw. For the lead of the race, Paul Sibley, who's just completed lap number 4 and has set the fastest lap that we've seen so far, 1 minute 16.383, is still the best part of nearly 4 or 5 tenths down on his pole position time, but that lap time was still at least half a second quicker than anybody else did on that lap.
Yeah, it's gone even quicker that time through as well, 1:16.189 now, which is almost 2 seconds quicker than the car behind of Stephen Collier. So the gap between the top 2 continues to grow, almost 4 seconds now between them, pretty much 3.5 seconds between Collier in 2nd and Pippa in 3rd position, and then you've got the likes of Conor Kay and still holding on just about, Paul Campfield there in 5th position, and Will Sharp, as we said, on the move, but he's 12 seconds adrift of the top 5, so I think 6th place might be as high as he can go, as James Hughes now tries to work his way past Kim Deere, which he does fairly easy round the outside, so good move again for the number 2 machine, and James is very quickly getting himself closer to the top 15 by the looks of it.
Yeah, well, he runs in the race modified class, doesn't he? Kim Deere has just gone through, runs in the historic class, so you know, those are the cars that he ought to be picking off as quickly as he possibly can. As for the car that retired, which we said was at the bottom of the hangar straight, Bruce Burrows, the marshals are now just sort of pushing him back so that he is totally out of harm's way. They're almost pushing back towards Beckett's and the national circuit in that general direction, just so he's totally out of any harm's way should another car spin coming out of Chapel Curve and onto the bottom of the hangar straight. How long have we got still in this race? We've got 11 minutes still remaining. Paul Sibley still setting the pace, now has extended his lead by 5.7 seconds from Stephen Collier in 2nd place, and Pippa Cow, we're well still in 3rd, leading her class, that being Class A.
Yeah, 3 very consistent laps there for Paul Sibley, all of them in low 1:16, so it just shows the pace that Paul has got and the consistency he carries through this race as well. Those further back into the 1:18s and 1:19s, especially in 2nd and 3rd places. Here's another good fight going on as well as they turn their way through the final couple of corners. James Mackay heads his way onto the start-finish line. 13th and 12th places is actually for. Number 70 machine is involved as well. Not too sure who's in the car because it looks like the car which is shared. And unfortunately for James Hughes, he has further issues because this is a car which is, by the looks of it, Mark, very intermittent at the minute.
It is, yeah. Now, where's he going to park that? He is not going to make it to anything other than right up against the pit wall, so they'll have to cover that with localised yellows, I'm sure, for the rest of the race, unfortunately. Heading up towards the top section of the hangar straight, though, we've still got a couple of cars busy beavering away, and as they turn in towards the right-hander, it's Dean Stanton. Dean Stanton has got very firmly fixed in his mirrors Hugh Simpson, so they head down in towards the braking area for Club, and this is actually going to be for the lead of Class D, Matt, those 2 cars. Right, okay, alt control delete, off goes James Hughes again, so that's twice now it's stopped out on circuit, so it might be wise to pull it into the pit lane, but I suppose it's early days of the championship, there's points to be had. As over the start-finish line, we're talking about those 2 cars that are still fighting away for the lead of Class D and 7th and 8th place overall.
Yeah, high up in the order here are these Class D cars, so good fight they are having as they turn their way in towards Abbey once again. Still the man who is chasing there, Hugh Simpson, trying to get his way past Dean Stanton as it stands. Those 2 are probably a couple of places up the road from the 3rd place car in Class D, which is Chris Pidcock, so they are well and truly scrapping, but they are not holding themselves up in the process at the minute, so doing a fine job as the rest of the pack turn their way through, including race leader Paul Sibley just in the background, works his way through for the completion of lap number 8, and he'll be now well and truly into the traffic, but again he hasn't got too much to worry about. He's got an 8-second lead over the rest of the pack as we have a bit of a smoky one heading down towards Abbey there. Try and pick out who that is.
That is a very smoky car by the look of things, and I couldn't quite work out who it was.
I think it might be Nick Rose.
Right.
Looks like 21 there. So yeah, Nick is just staying to one side as the second place car now makes his way through. So that's Stephen Collier, who gets through without any dramas. Yeah, Nick Rose might be wise to pull that into the pit lane very soon.
I would suggest he absolutely does that. Otherwise, it was going to be a lot more expense to the repair bill for that one. It's not coming at roses, is it, for Nick?
Good one, Mark. Well done. First weekend of the year for us. We're getting him in early. So there goes the recovering James Hughes.
Oh, you missed the earlier one then.
What one was that? I might have missed it. I just didn't acknowledge it.
It was Neil Armstrong. Could make giant leaps up towards the
first
corner.
That. No, I did miss that.
Went straight over your head, didn't it?
It
right.
did, yeah.
Right, try harder tomorrow.
I'm still asleep, you see. There's Paul Sibley, race leader. So we've got 7.5 minutes to go. Paul, as we said, in fact, on that previous lap, he was 3 seconds quicker than the man who's behind him. So he really is now starting to stretch the margin over the rest of the field. But Stephen Collier is having a fairly good run, 5 and a bit seconds up the road from Pippa Cow. And after Pippa qualified on the front row of the grid, she hasn't lost too many places. So still having a good run and is set for a first podium of the year.
Yeah, she's trying very hard is Pippa Cow. And she is at the moment leading her class and has Connor Kay between her and the second in the class, so she's in a good position to possibly scoop up a class win in the opening race of the season. Paul Sibley continuing on his merry way. As for Stephen Collier, well, at the wheel of the number 46 car, that's the orange and black car, he's just turning his way onto the bottom of the Hanger Straight and has traffic to deal with. So past Adrian Moore he will go, then he'll catch the next little car, which I think is William Humphreys, and then he just squeezes his way past that. But when you're one of the quicker cars, Matt, meeting the cars down the straight is exactly what you want to do. It doesn't then hamper your progress.
Exactly that, yeah. You can get through easy. You don't have to worry about what that car might be doing in front of you. Of course, in a corner, you're always a bit wary about whether they've seen you and if they're going to turn in. But you're quicker, you can get the job done in an easy place. It makes it so much better for you to carve your way through, and that's exactly what Paul continues to do, because on that previous lap, again, like the prior one, he was 3 seconds quicker than the car we're now watching, which is that of Stephen Collier. A good race though, 4th on the grid up to 2nd, so he'll be, I'm sure, pretty delighted with that as it stands. Pippa Cow still there in 3rd. There is the man who's had 2 intermittent issues now, but hopefully that's the last for him. He would love to make it to the end of this race with James Hughes. And where does he now find himself? Down in 20th place, so he has lost a heap of places, unfortunately, and he's going to find himself 3rd within Class E as it stands.
Pippa Cow just giving a quick flash of the lights to let the back markers know that she's closing in. William Sharp still making progress as well as he comes over the start-finish line at the wheel of the black and the red and the white machine. Long-time MG racer, but usually more contemporary machinery. William Sharp has raced midgets, but we've seen him out in MG ZRs and other things in the past. You said he dropped right the way down to, was he 8th, 12th, something like that?
11th, I think.
Well, he's now back to 6th, so he's good recovery drive.
And to be fair, I think he was about 12 seconds back from that top 5 because of the moment we had under the safety car. But now he's only half a second behind, and I think he's about to make the move, or has done already, on the number 11 car of Paul Campfield. So William Sharp has gained back 12 seconds and continues to make places up as well. So yeah, really good drive. Not too sure why he dropped down to 11th position, but maybe again with the tyres not being up to temperature, just didn't quite have them where he needed them in the early stages.
Yeah, Nick Rose still continuing round at the moment. The smoke hasn't got any worse, so it's not as though Rose is a thorn in the side for everybody else at this stage. So issues continue, but he is being given the black and orange flag, which means he's got to come into the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a mechanical issue which the scrutineers are not happy with. They want to check you over and check that the smoke is nothing that is deterring anyone else on the circuit. So he should hopefully see that this time through, although we are only 4 minutes away from the end of the race. So we'll see what he does, but he should, yeah, come in next time round as it might be getting a little bit worse now, but it's still smoking. Whether it's harming the car, not too sure, but on his merry way he goes. There's Will Sharp then, and he is now confirmed in that 5th position. So good job he's done. Runs 3rd in Class A as well, but he will not get to the fellow 2 competitors ahead of him in terms of his class. Paul Sibley and Stephen Collier are well up the road. Yeah,
so here's Stephen Collier just coming round through Stowe Corner now in 2nd position, the number 46 car. He's got the best part of nearly 10-second gap between himself and Pippa Cow. Paul Sibley's about to head over the start-finish line and head on to what will be anti-penultimate lap, so next time through would be the penultimate lap, I think. So when he started, 2 more thereafter for Paul Sibley. He has eased his pace now, so you know his best lap of the race was 1 minute 16.107. That lap he did was 2 and a bit seconds slower, about 2.1 seconds slower. So he has eased his pace substantially, as has Collier as well. Now, is that just drop off? Is that cooler temperatures, or is that possibly maybe a little bit of deposit from Nick Rose's car?
Could well be, couldn't it? Yes, because if everyone's doing it, then it does show that everyone is just off the pace there. But definitely, Paul Sibley got those laps in nice and early after the safety car, just to give himself a nice, comfortable lead to head towards the end of the race. Nick Rose still hasn't acknowledged the black and orange flag. He might have seen it, but he hasn't acknowledged it because he's still out there on circuit and still smoky as he heads down towards Abbey. There is Will Sharp then. He is, as we said, in 5th place, 8.7 seconds back from what's going to be Connor Kay, but he's only about 2 or 3 tenths a lap quicker, so that is not going to come down between now and the checkered flag, which is not too far away. Paul Sibley crosses the line once more, and on this occasion it will now be the 2 laps to go.
Yeah, just having a quick look at the fight that's going on up towards Stowe Corner at the moment. That is the Bryans number 70 MG fighting away with Dominic Mooney at the wheel of the Ashley GT bodied car that sits right behind. So they're fighting away for 11th and 12th places, car number 70 and 311 respectively. Cow just turning her way up towards the conclusion of another lap, running in 3rd place, leading Class E for the race modified cars. And as she's doing that, just looking back down towards Connor Kay, who sits there in 4th place. How far is he away? He was 8.7. He had been closing a little bit, but with a couple of minutes to go, he's not going to get there. Connor Kay's lap time through. No, it's not getting him any closer. So I think it's probably top 4 settled where we need to be.
I think it is, yeah, and just briefly in the background you saw William Sharp coming into shot as well. There goes Oshin Shaheen, who works his way now on towards Farm Curve. There's the number 2 machine. How much progress has James Hughes made? Well, he's done well actually. He was down in 20th when I last looked. So he's now up into 11th position, so he is still flying. He's now 13.5 seconds back from the top 10, so it's not going to be any further progress, but still, if he makes it to the checkered flag, that would be good. Less than a minute left in the race, so Paul Sibley now does go on to his last lap as he flashes across the line. Lap time back down compared to what he did previously in terms of 118s. He's now to the 117s. That time, though, back into the 118. So, as you said, Mark, just backing it off towards the end.
Yep, and Nick Rose has now obeyed the black and orange warning flag and has brought the number 21 car in towards the pit lane. And with only seconds to go, I'm guessing that he is going to be done for in this race. We've still got that fantastic fight going on for the lead of Class D as well. It has still not been resolved. They are getting caught by the race leader, but I don't think the race leader is going to get there in time. So for Hugh Simpson and Dean Stanton, they've still got potentially another lap of squabbling as to who wants to pick up the lead in Class D. They're heading up towards Stowe Corner now. It's Dean Stanton just ahead of Hugh Simpson, who jinxed to the inside, heading round through Stowe Corner. They're still going to be side by side on the way out. The race leader isn't going to catch them either, so they've got one extra lap to try and figure out who wants the maximum championship points in the class. And they are still side by side as they go through Club Corner, almost brushing against each other, Matt. They've got another lap to enjoy the squabble. The race leader's about to take the checkered flag.
He certainly is, yet Paul Sibley from pole position. It's going to be the checkered flag first for him. So stunning drive, some good lap times. And he's going to win by over 15 seconds in the end. So he goes through to take the victory. Here comes the fight for Class D down towards Abbey Corner. Still side by side between Hugh Simpson and Dean Stanton. There we look at the 2nd place car, which is 46 Stephen Collier, improved within that race from 4th up into 2nd position, so a nice drive from him as well. And Pippa Cow, who started on the front row, should be good for the final step of the podium as well, which she is now. Comes through to take the checkered flag, and there is the recovering James Hughes. Eventually comes through a lap or so down, finishes in 11th place. But for Class D, how is it all going to unfold for Hugh Simpson and that of the chasing at the time, Dean Stanton? As we last left them, they were side by side. Guess what, Mark? They're still side by side.
They are still absolutely side by side. Hugh Simpson looking for the inside line as they head up towards Stowe Corner, but then jinks back behind Dean Stanton. Jinks back out to grab the inside line as they head round through Stowe Corner. I thought he was not going to do it, but he did. Came from a long way back, and now needs to be careful that he doesn't run wide coming out of the corner as they head down into the Vale for the first time. Dean Stanton just has his nose ahead of Hugh Simpson as they head in towards the braking area for Club Corner. Briefly snatch break from Dean Stanton. He hangs on to the lead of Class D as they then flick their way through the second part of club. And I think Dean Stanton, by the skin of his teeth, having had to put up with enormous pressure for the whole of the race, finally comes through. And if that's not worth maximum championship points, I don't know what is.
Exactly, and they are the last two to take the checker flag as well. And of course, they both would have known who they were fighting, what class they were in, and a round of applause between the two of them, which is always nice to see.
That's what this club's about, isn't it? That's what the Midget and Sprite Challenge is about. That's what the Classic Sports Car Club is about. Two competitors both would have wanted that win as much as the other. But, yeah, let's just have a clean race, enjoy it, and then congratulate others. And, of course, they got another race tomorrow as well, so they can discuss the finer points over a beer and some food this evening. So Paul Sibley makes his way in towards the pit lane. The way that it's worked is it's not the grid for tomorrow is based on finishing positions for today. It's based on their second fastest time. So the grid for tomorrow is already set in reality, unless any cars have problems and opt to withdraw, and then a revised grid could be issued. But the grid is already set for tomorrow. Let's confirm the results then. Paul Sibley claims the win, gets the fastest lap. Stephen Collier in second place, and Pippa Cow claims a class win for her in third place. It's another class win for Connor Kay in fourth, ahead of Will Sharp and Paul Campfield, who were fifth and sixth. Dean Stanton finally claimed the win in Class D. What a fight that was between himself and Hugh Simpson, with Chris Winchester, James Hughes, the Byrons, we don't know who was behind the wheel. And then in 12th place was going to be the car of Chris Piddock. Dominic Mooney, Oshin Shaheen is next up ahead of Mark Turner and then Adrian Moore, Kim Deere, Amelia Storer, Nicola Burnside, Jason Meredith, William Humphreys and Nick Rose, who brought his smoky car in towards the pit lane. And that is just the first race of the weekend for the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. So it's time to wander down into the pit lane, where hopefully Josh has got some drivers to chat to for the final time today.
So yeah, we're down here after our final race of the day, and we'll have a word with our race winner then, Paul Sibley. Paul, congratulations. Let's stand in front of your car for the interview. And a good start to the season there for you.
Yeah, I had a good start and... Sorry. Oh, we were looking at you. Yeah, I had a good start to the race and it all went out all right. A few hassles with the back markers, and unfortunately I think I overtook somebody under a yellow flag, but it weren't intentional. But other than that, saw a gap and just pulled away and went for it. So yeah, well pleased.
And another win in the championship. There must be quite a few now.
Yeah, we won quite a few over the years, but it's still good. All the hard work over the winter's paid off. So there you go.
What sort of things have to be done over the winter to get one of these cars ready?
Quite a lot, because they're very unreliable, unfortunately. They're good fun to drive, but very unreliable. But there you go, it's doing all right.
Obviously, you like them enough to keep coming back.
Exactly, yeah. There's something that attracts me to keep coming back to them.
Well done on the win. In second place for Stephen Collier. Stephen, second place, can't quite keep up with Paul today.
No, it's about 5 years since the car was out, so...
Oh, right.
I had a shakedown a few months ago, but there's a few little things that I need to sort before it'll be fully on song, but...
Paul was just saying these cars are quite tricky to run, to get them running well.
Yeah, and they don't like being left standing for a few years, so it's overheating. That's why the fan's running.
Right. hopefully everything will be okay for tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be right. Yeah, cool down on the cooling down lap, so yeah, quickly cool down. So
I guess with the long straights here at Silverstone, does that make that a bigger problem?
It's just been flat out for so long round here. I mean, you're flat through the first corner, second corner, you're flat all the way down to Stowe, and so the engine gets a fair old caning.
You made it home, so second place is a good start to the year.
I'm quite happy with that. I was just looking to bring it home and do the best we could, so there you go.
Well done, hope all okay for tomorrow. Then we'll speak to Pippa Cow. Pippa, well done, another class win to add to your record.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a interesting race really, so got a good start off the lights and then the safety car, but that was okay. We got going again. Steve obviously has the legs on me. He's in a Class A car, so that's to be expected, but he didn't pull off, so I was like, right, keep up with him, and I could still see the guys in my mirror, so I was like, oh no. And then there was back marker traffic, so then dealing with the traffic, Steve obviously got a little bit further away from me. James obviously had a problem, which was a real shame. So he was slow down the straight, but then clearly got going again. Yeah. And twice. Oh, really? Well, and so we had a really good race at the end. So that's shaping up for tomorrow. So That's going to be close.
The two of you have been racing like that for so many years, haven't you?
We have a brilliant racing relationship, shall I say? So it's very clean, hard, tough, and we both push each other. So it's really good fun.
Your car's obviously not quite as modified as these two. Does that mean that it's a bit easier to get going, or is that just as temperamental as the Class A cars?
Well, I have a very fortunate situation that my father looks after the car, and he spends all day, every day, looking after the car. So last year was not the most successful, but we seem to be come out fighting this year. So the car's going really well.
Hope for more tomorrow, I guess.
I hope so, yes, fingers crossed. Thank you very much.
Well done. So there's our top three from the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge. That completes the racing action here at Silverstone for today for the Classic Sports Car Club. There's more to come tomorrow, and I think we're going to head back to the commentary box to Mark to tell us about what to expect tomorrow.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, good to catch up with most of the drivers throughout the course today. Thanks for all of your efforts down there in the pit lane. We still, if you're watching here at the circuit, have another qualifying session to come up, but we won't be bringing you that commentary either on live stream or at the circuit. Matt, it's been a good first day, hasn't it?
It's been brilliant. Weather's been brilliant. The racing's been great. We've got through without too many scraps and scrapes, haven't we? So it's been all good, and we're going to do it all again tomorrow, I think.
We certainly are. Yeah, we will get things underway with the live stream just around about 11:30 or maybe just before tomorrow, with the first of two races for the Ram Air BMW Championship. Then we'll also see the Lackford Engineering Midget and Sprite Challenge back out for their second race of the weekend. Both of those come before the lunch break. After the lunch break tomorrow, Liquid Molly Slick Series combined with Wasp New Millennium, the Fox Transport Turbo Tin Tops, Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens will have two races, and also the Coord Sports Tin Tops and Puma Cup. That's all to come tomorrow. Josh Barrett will be back down in the pit lane. Matt Suckling, myself, Mark Werrell, will be back here in the commentary box. Thanks to all of our marshals, officials and breakdown crews, and thanks to the Digitech crew and the production team who have largely pressed all of the right buttons in all of the right order as well. But from everybody here at Silverstone, the Classic Sports Car Club, thanks for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.